As Chris Fishgold has been extremely high level in pro MMA, so too has Jake Bostwick. 29 bouts in his professional mixed martial arts career, including 3 in Cage Warriors and 2 in ACA. He's also had 1 pro boxing bout. Tonight marks his 4th bout in BKFC. Bostwick said, I want to throw combos, I want to create angles, I want to stay inside rather than pulling back. Stay inside and move laterally.
One thing I really like what he said, he feels like the very beginning there's going to be a crazy 20 seconds where they're both going to throw a lot of punches. They're going to step back, settle, and start boxing.
Jake Bostwick told us, I think Chris Fishgold will continually be aggressive, continually move forward. I believe I can catch him coming in. I have to stay poised, and I have to be very smart.
It feels like his opponent, he plants his feet and stands right in front of you. So that's why Bostwick wants to utilize his footwork this time. He thinks that's the most important part. His footwork, moving laterally, moving side to side, getting angles, punching his opponent when he cannot be hit.
Bostwick also said it is paramount that I do not stand and trade with Chris Fishgold. That is his fight, that is not my fight. Back we go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next fight of the night. Scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the middleweight division. Presented to you by Lions Not Sheep Apparel. Introducing you first. Fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears black and red. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, his official weight, an even 175 pounds. He is an MMA veteran of 24 fights and holds an undefeated bare knuckle record at 1-0. Fighting out of Liverpool, England, here is Chris Fishgold. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight, he wears yellow, pink, trimmed in black. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. His official weight, 174.6 pounds. His bare knuckle record stands at 1 victory, opposite 2 defeats. Fighting out of Miami, Florida, USA, by way of Kidbrooke, Southeast London, here is brutal Jake Bostwick. And our referee in charge of the action, Big Dan Mergliata.
Chris Fishgold told us, constant slips, and I will find a home for my right hand.
All right, total line. Ready? Knuckle up.
Round number 1. Yellow trunks for Jake Bostwick from London. Black trunks for Chris Fishgold from Liverpool. Fishgold already talking to Bostwick. That's part of his game, to try to unravel and rattle Jake Bostwick, trying to get Bostwick angry.
Sean, he feels like Bostwick breaks mentally sometimes, and it's his job to make that happen.
Check left hook on the exit from Fishgold. Good double jab from Bostwick. See the lateral movement of Bostwick. Double hooks, be way forward by Fishgold. Big swings from Bostwick. Level change there from Fishgold, as he told us he would throughout this fight. Big right hand in the left, another right hand from Bostwick. Huge shots now. Again, Fishgold waving Bostwick forward.
Fishgold is waving him in even when he's getting wrecked.
Off the jab, counter right hand from Bostwick. 60 seconds remaining, round number 1. We said very intriguing in the middleweight division, living up to it. Tree left hook for Fishgold, right hand. Bostwick turns out.
I'm a little surprised Fishgold's not trying to utilize that clinch a little bit right now. Wears his opponent out a little bit. Frustrated.
Fishgold resetting. Jab from his waist. Fishgold, you see, by design, keeping that left hand low, lands the right hand. Fishgold again, throwing that jab very low. Closing stages, round number 1. Right hand not getting through. That right hand on the overhand not getting through from Fishgold. Bostwick sticking out the left hand, sticking out the right hand. Hands down on the reset from Fishgold. We move to round 2.
And right here you see Bostwick with a good left hand. That looked like it froze Fishgold up for a second, follows that up with a good right hand. And Sean, I'm surprised right now. We haven't seen either one of these guys doing any body work right now. Both guys are doing a very good job of blocking upstairs. You know what that means? The body's wide open, so you get a guy to keep his hands up, and then you hit him in the body. That'll change things really quickly.
But we don't go hunting for it. Let the shot come. Yeah, he keeps dipping down. When he dips down,
hopefully the corners are talking about that in between rounds. When you see a guy with his hands up blocking, throw the body, bring those hands down.
Let's go. Okay, corners out.
Call of corners out from Dan Mergliotta, bringing both fighters up to scratch. Round number 2. Bostwick off the scratch line with a jab. 1-2 from Fishgold. Just missed with that right that landed on the follow. Again from Fishgold. Round number 4 in BKFC for Jake Bostwick, far and away the most fluid that he has looked. Good left hand check, left hook from Bostwick. Rear right uppercut from Bostwick, coming forward again, half tie plug. Big shots on the inside, now to the left hand. Down goes Chris Fishgold.
Mouthpiece went flying out there too. That was a great job by Bostwick right now. That's overwhelmed his opponent.
You see Fishgold cut under his left eye. Mouthpiece knocked out, right back in.
Fishgold tried to grab the clinch right there. It did not work. Bostwick just continued to throw punches.
1-2 misses from Fishgold. Fishgold again on the 1-2, nothing there. Bostwick resetting. Stiff jab from Jake Bostwick. Right hand from Bostwick. Fishgold still coming forward off the jab. 50 seconds remaining, round 2. Knockdown number 2. Fishgold saying he slipped.
I didn't see a punch land there. I think he might be right.
7. Come around, face me. Continue. Okay, come on. Ready? Look.
Officially ruled a knockdown. So officially 2 knockdowns recorded by Jake Bostwick in this fight. Now 25 seconds remaining, round 2. Bostwick still coming forward. Left hook from Bostwick. It's the long jab from Fishgold not there. Overhand left. Check left hook not there from Fishgold. Good start to this middleweight fight from Jake Bostwick, and that is knockdown number 3. This good start has gotten that much better for Bostwick. Fishgold just said to Mergliotta, I can't breathe. Mergliotta stops it, and that is a big win for Jake Bostwick in his home city, London.
And Sean, sometimes you can see the evolution of a fighter. We talk about after their first fight, they grow. About their 4th fight, they grow. You can tell right there, Jake Bostwick, that was the best he's looked for us.
In our fighter meeting, Jake Bostwick said, I really feel that I'm understanding bare knuckle better than ever.
And here's that first knockdown. Look at Bostwick in the clinch, just continues to throw punches right there. Knocked his opponent's mouth, just kept going. That's exactly what you're supposed to do in there. Now he sees the end, he sees the finish line, just continues to throw hard punches. Sean, we talked about Fishgold said he feels like his opponent mentally breaks sometimes. At the same time, when you get a guy like that, they're all about emotion. He was on a high right there. He knew he hurt his person. He hurt his opponent. He was ready for the kill.
The evolution indeed of the ultra-talented Jake Bostwick against the ultra-talented Chris Fishgold. 3 knockdowns to victory. And the outpouring of emotions in victory for Jake Bostwick. Jeff Houston is set. We go to him now.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee in charge, Big Dan Mergliotta, steps in and calls a stop to the fight at 1 minute 58 seconds into round number 2. For your winner by TKO, brutal, Jake Bostwick! Bostwick.
Sean, Jake Bostwick is just getting better and better as a fighter. You can see that fight was the best he's looked for us. Cannot wait to see him fight again, see if he continues to evolve.
2 wins now in BKFC for Jake Bostwick, and that win with authority. Jake Bostwick was never rattled, never unraveled, and was dominant on the inside with heavy punches. 3 knockdowns to the finish, the winner by way of second-round TKO. Jake Bostwick defeats Chris Fishgold.
The world's most exciting combat sport, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship, presents BKFC 38, Friday, April 21st. Watch as Daniel Straus steps out of the cage and into the squared circle to fight skilled bare knuckle vet Dat Nguyen. Plus, see brutal Jake Bostwick and Isaac the Honey Badger Doolittle throw down. Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. Watch it live on the BKFC app. Download it now at bkfc.com. Welcome to the new BKFC app. Get monthly BKFC events for $7.99.
People that are missing it are missing out big time.
Enjoy our all-new library of content, including behind-the-scenes access, exclusive BKFC original series, and additional live bare-knuckle fights from around the globe. Knuckle up with the new BKFC app, only $7.99 per month.
A 185-pound world title eliminator. You see our numbers. They are presented by Crescent Tools. Isaac Doolittle versus Jared Warren.
And talk about race, Sean. Look at the reach advantage for Jared Warren. Huge reach advantage. We've talked about it. Isaac Doolittle said, there's no question. I have to get inside if I want to win this fight. Warren knows this. Doolittle knows this. That's what's going to happen for this to be Isaac Doolittle's fight.
Isaac Doolittle, 2 wins in BKFC. His most recent coming last October. He defeated Jay Jackson by majority decision.
And what we talked about, Isaac Doolittle knows exactly what he needs to do. He has an ability to make people fight his fight. His fight's inside. Look, that's what he does. I've never seen somebody with the ability to make everybody fight the way he wants to, but that's why he's been able to be 2-0 in there, fighting his style, making it work for him. That's what he's going to have to do tonight to get the victory.
Isaac Doolittle, 2-0 in BKFC. Overall in bare knuckle, he is 3-0. Has fought 3 times in his pro MMA career. Doolittle holds a bachelor's degree in biochemistry and molecular biophysics. He brings that very cerebral approach to fighting. Doolittle said, if I stay on the outside, I'm getting knocked out. I'm getting concussed by Jared Warren. He said, quote, there's no subtlety to my game plan. Inside, stay inside, clinch, make it dirty, continually pressure Jared Warren.
Absolutely, and we know that, everybody knows that. Doesn't have a long reach, very short reach, so he's got to work to get inside, utilize head movement, utilize whatever he has to, push off that back fit to get in deep, but he cannot continue to take punches as he gets inside, but that's where that being a smart fighter comes in, Sean, utilizing head movement to get inside.
To get our co-main event started, Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now set for the co-main event, which is for a BKFC light heavyweight world title eliminator, scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds, presented to you by Crescent Tools. Introducing you first, fighting out of the red corner. Tonight, he wears snakeskin. He stands 6 feet, 1 inch tall. His official weight, 185.6 pounds. His bare knuckle record stands at 3 victories opposite a single defeat. Fighting out of Tampa, Florida, here is Jared, Captain Deadpool Warren. And across the ring, his opponent fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight, he wears black. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. His official weight, 183.8 pounds. He is undefeated in the squared circle at 3-0. Fighting out of Abilene, Kansas. Here is the undefeated Isaac Honey Badger Doolittle. And our referee in charge of the action, Nick Behrens.
In preparation for tonight's co-main versus Jared Warren, Isaac Doolittle said, I studied customado fighters, Mike Tyson, Floyd Patterson, Jose Torres. I looked at their entries. I have to enter effectively.
All right, gentlemen, toe the line. Knuckle it.
Round number 1. Black trunks for Isaac Doolittle, gray trunks for Jared Warren.
So this is where we have that classic southpaw versus a right-handed fighter. It's those straight punches right down the pipe.
Nothing but respect between these two fighters. There's the long straight jab from Warren. Right now this is 100% the range that Warren wants. Doolittle feinting, thinking about those customado-like entries.
And you can just see right now, Warren has that left hand just cocked and ready. As soon as Doolittle tries to get inside, he's going to try and throw that right down and break his nose.
Nothing reckless from either fighter. Smart, tactical. Warren from the southpaw stance, loading up on that left hand. Doolittle looking for the open level change, couldn't find his way into the clinch.
And there it was right there, even though Doolittle came in and didn't really try and commit totally, you could just see Warren through that left hand. Just letting his opponent know it's there. To be careful every time you come in, I'm gonna hit you.
Straight jab by Warren. 45 seconds remaining, round 1. Doolittle showing the head movement. Warren opening up his right hand to catch those left-handed jabs of Isaac Doolittle. There's the roll under into the clinch. First full entry into the pocket, now double unders by Jared Warren. So smart, Chris, that he gets the immediate break from Nick Behrens.
I mean, great job. Doolittle finally gets in and was able to do absolutely nothing.
Closing seconds, round number 1 of our co-main. It's a BKFC light heavyweight world title eliminator. Isaac Doolittle versus Jared Warren. We move to round 2.
The Crescent Lufkin Shock Force tape measure has the durability to handle any job site. Measure faster with the 14-foot standout and 2-sided blade with easy-to-read markings. Did we mention the durability? Crescent Tools, trusted by the trades. Available now at your local tool retailers.
Make it happen.
Sean, it looked like that was all 3 judges gave that round to Warren.
What? Yeah, no, we're down. Yeah, he won that round, 10-9 down. Huh? Yeah. I got a gap. How you feel?
Looked like Doolittle really had trouble trying to figure out that range, how to get in without taking that shot. Neither guy was coming in reckless, so I know Doolittle wants Warren to come in and engage. It makes it easy for him to get that clinch. Warren's not biting. He's waiting to counter. If Doolittle comes in, he can still land that jab, can Warren. And Doolittle can't land, so he has to come in. He's going to have to make this fight happen. Warren might be just as happy to stay on the outside and land that jab.
Just got a sense of this great crowd here at Intrust Bank Arena in downtown Wichita, Kansas. This is a smart, enthusiastic fight crowd. They're firmly behind the home state fighter from Abilene, Isaac Doolittle. Warren continuing to load the left hand. Doolittle continuing to look for the entry, putting out the left. Stiff left jab from Jared Warren. Warren to the body with the left hand, step jab right hand.
Such a tactical fight right now. It's that awkward head movement, jerking style right now. Doolittle trying to work to get inside. I'd like to see the uppercut go up there. There's the uppercut right there. Good job by Warren.
Warren uppercutting to Doolittle's body. Doolittle on the overhand right. So far, this range has been in favor of Jared Warren. Doolittle looking for the roll under.
I mean, Doolittle doing a good job with the head movement right there to get inside. I'd like to see him push off that back foot, really throw some hard jabs, and really do that step jab.
Twice now, Doolittle has gotten in, and both times Warren immediately snatching the double overhooks to get the separation. Warren is simply not playing in the clinch. There's a big right hand by Isaac Doolittle on the overhand. Doolittle is cut on his left cheek. All things being equal, that's a great place to be cut.
Man, and there's those uppercuts right now. Warren's really starting to see exactly what I'm seeing right there.
Now Doolittle coming in, landing uppercuts, big left hand and the right hand. And down goes Jared Warren.
Wow, huge job. Huge shots being landed right there, and Warren is still hurt.
6, 7, 8. You good to go? Come to me. Come this way.
Final seconds, round number 2. Doolittle again on the level change. Uppercut by Jared Warren. Big left hand, the right hand. There is the bell and the end of the second round. Doolittle immediately apologizing. We couldn't hear the bell. It got so loud here at Intrust Bank Arena. Doolittle apologizing to Nick Barons and Jared Warren, saying, I simply did not hear the bell. Sorry for the late punches.
And Warren was doing a great job of landing some uppercuts in that round. In total control, he just got caught with a couple punches. And Doolittle hits hard when he's in there, and he's going to show it right here, I believe.
Fucking hit it.
Uppercut, uppercut, left hand, just overwhelming with hard shots right there. Just overwhelming. And that's exactly what happens when Doolittle can get in his range. He's a power puncher, exactly like this. All it takes is that first punch. Once he knocks you off balance, he can continue to overwhelm. It's going to be hard to continue to grab your opponent like that.
You can't move away from it. You got to close the eyes.
Obviously, a 10-8 round right there is going to put Isaac Doolittle in the lead here.
Again, you see the sportsmanship, Doolittle apologizing for the punches after the bell.
For the line. Knuckle it.
Round 3.
I think both guys know what they have to do right now. They're just getting a feel for the fight.
Doolittle rushing in. Shots to the body.
And they're going to let that go because he's continuing to land.
Warren could actually lock up a guillotine to get to separation.
Stop. Let's separate.
See, clinching up, over, under. Right back to it. Doolittle again coming forward.
Warren's going to continue to try to land those uppercuts. If he times one of them and lands it properly, it could be big trouble for Doolittle, but very difficult to land that punch. I would like to see Warren focus on landing that punch to the body instead of trying to land it to the head.
Chris, as you and I both thought, 10-8 across the board because of the knockdown.
Absolutely.
So one round apiece, but with that 10-8, you see Doolittle 19-18 on all 3 Kansas judges' scorecards. Again, those are official with real-time scoring in Kansas. Big left hand from Warren. Doolittle walked into that left hook. 45 seconds remaining, round number 3. We thought it would be technical. We thought it would be tactical. It certainly is. These are 2 high-level fighters. Good right hand and the left from Doolittle. Good left right back from Warren. Threw that naked. Starting to see a lot more of that, Chris, in bare knuckle. Good left hook, didn't fully land. Turned the head of Doolittle, though. Starting to see those 2s without the 1s.
Absolutely. If you could be faster than your opponent, if you could land that too, it's a beautiful punch.
Overhand right, Doolittle taking himself off balance. The bell, the end of round 3.
Much closer round there, Sean. Both guys did very good things in that round.
Perfect execution. Hey, that was perfect execution.
Jared, you good over
That's
here?
what I wanted.
Yeah.
Sit down. That is what I wanted. All right? That's what we got to do. But I need you, when you're pulling out, you got to stay expecting the punches, my man. You hear me? Stay expecting the punches. Stay in the fight. Let me see. Where's the cup? Where's the cup?
One judge got us down, the rest of the judge got us tied.
And there's Doolittle landing some good punches, pushing Warren back.
This is your fight, my man. This is your fight. You hear me?
Luckily for one, didn't look like neither one of those hurt him. I don't even know if that final left hand landed, but first one definitely landed.
You got me?
40 seconds. Yeah. The hop steps there. You're gonna. We're up by 2. You won that round too. I don't know fucking how.
Interesting.
Actually, Doolittle did not win that round on the majority, on the minority. So you see 2 of the 3 Kansas judges giving in to Jared Warren, 1 to Isaac Doolittle. Thus the scores reflected. The fight ends right now, which obviously it's not going to because we're in round 4, but had it ended after round 3, that's a majority draw.
Now, Sean, is this a fight where they would actually make it go an extra round because it's a title eliminator?
It is not on the table, Chris, in the state of Kansas.
Okay.
There's definitely some merit in doing that 6th overtime round.
Well, in a situation like this, when you have a title eliminated fight, it's almost like you have to do that. Otherwise, who gets the title fight?
Maybe they can grapple later.
No, flip a coin, we'll see what happens.
Long way from finishing this world title eliminator at 185 pounds. Big right hand to the body from Warren. Warren again landing, turning Doolittle, straight left hand, Doolittle on the overhead right. 60 seconds remaining, round 4. To the inside, big uppercut from Isaac Doolittle. He's now exactly where he wants to be. Again, the double overhooks from Jared Warren. He is so smart with that in this fight, getting out of the clinch.
Absolutely, he's done a great job. What Doolittle thought he would be doing his best work, he's really not able to do right now.
Doolittle continuing the throw, uppercut to the body from Warren as he's driven with his back against the ropes. 35 seconds to go, round 4. Doolittle with the hand free, continuing the throw.
Stop for me, fellas. You're awkward. Ready? Separate.
Quick restart from Nick Barron's good referee, keeping this fight flowing. Hands high and tight off the jab for Warren. Warren with the left hand. Roll under from Isaac Doolittle, back to the inside.
I feel like Warren's able to land some really good punches on this round.
Smear of blood on the face of Jared Warren. Cut outside of his right brow. Step away left hand from Warren, lands just before the bell. We move to the 5th and final round.
Warren's looking very tired in there. He's landing good punches, so it's very difficult.
All right?
Take a look at it for me.
You heard him a couple times in that round, but I don't want you trying to force anything. All right? You can create it, though. If you can create it, if you can open it up, start looking him off. Start looking him off, look to open it up, all right?
Yeah. So 2 judges got it for you. So you got to give me everything you got this round. I'll call out 1 minute, you hop step. How's that Dempsey roll? Keep punching his hands on that. Good jab. Uppercut, get that head off line. That uppercut, you gotta land it. Keep going left. Keep going to his like lead right, you know what I mean? So you're going left.
This is the situation moving into the 5th and final round. The fighters know it, the corners know it. 2 judges have it 38-37 Doolittle. 1 judge has it 38-37 Warren. This is exactly what real-time scoring was meant to do. Have the full payoff, full awareness for the fighters in their corners in the final round of a fight.
That way everybody knows. There's no questions. I love it.
Driving pressure from Isaac Doolittle.
Let's have a clean separation.
The hard underhook from Jared Warren.
Knuckle up.
Cover up, Isaac. Hands up. Cover.
Jared Warren has done a very good job of stopping the tie-ups right now.
30 seconds gone. 5th and final round of our co-main. Nothing decided. Snap jab from Jared Warren. Knockdown recorded by Isaac Doolittle in round number 2 right now has him ahead in this fight. Make no mistake. That's a mathematical certainty.
Tied up.
Back to range, back to distance, overhand right.
Sean Rivers going to be able to pull a good streak together right here. Can pull this round out and turn the fight. Really can decide what happens right here.
Forward pressure from Jared Warren. 45 seconds remaining, fifth and final round. Reset from Isaac Doolittle. Doolittle tentative off the jab, looking for the entry. On the underhook, into the center circle. Quick break from Nick Behrens. Doolittle on the duck under. Left hook to the body by Jared Warren. Half-time plumb. Both fighters now throwing from the single collar tie.
Stop for me.
20 seconds remaining in our co-main.
This last 20 seconds could decide it, Sean. Whoever can land the biggest punch right now can win this.
Right hand. Oh, that left uppercut just missed from Warren. Threw that hard. Good slip from Doolittle. Back into the clinch. Both fighters continuing to throw. Short right hand, the bell. The end of our co-main event.
Sean, I don't know if that's going to be enough for Warren to be able to get that victory. Or at least the tie, I should say, the draw.
Now the pad holders do not go to the corner after the final round of a fight under real-time scoring in Kansas. So now we have
From our judges at ringside, Greg DeVilbiss scores this fight 47-47, scoring the bout even. And Kevin Champion and Stephen Graham score the fight 48-46 in favor of your winner by majority decision. And he is now the new challenger for the BKFC World Light Heavyweight Championship, Isaac Honey Badger Doolittle.
And a hard-fought majority decision win for Isaac Doolittle. Isaac Doolittle recording the lone knockdown of the fight. It came in round number 2 on that big left hand. Hard fought, well fought from both men. The winner by way of majority decision, Isaac Doolittle defeats Jared Warren.
The world's most exciting combat sport, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship, presents BKFC 38, Friday, April 21st. Watch as Daniel Straus steps out of the cage and into the squared circle to fight skilled bare knuckle vet Dat Nguyen. Plus, see brutal Jake Bostwick and Isaac the Honey Badger Doolittle throw down. Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. Watch it live on the BKFC app. Download it now at bkfc.com. Welcome to the new BKFC app. Get monthly BKFC events for $7.99.
People that are missing it are missing out big time.
Enjoy our all-new library of content, including behind-the-scenes access, exclusive BKFC original series, and additional live bare-knuckle fights from around the globe. Knuckle up with the new BKFC app, only $7.99 per month.
Crescent Tools presents our tale of the tape for this bout in the featherweight division. Howard Davis versus Josh Wright.
I mean, and Sean, not only does the height jump out the page, but that reach, look at that, an 11-inch reach advantage for Howard Davis. We've seen both these guys fight. You know, Josh Wright wants to get inside and throw heavy hands, throw heavy punches. Howard's going to have to keep his opponent at bay with those uppercuts and those jabs to try and get the victory.
And our referee in charge of the action, Andrew Glenn.
Howard Davis told us through his first 2 fights in bare knuckle, he was willing to take damage to land big punches. He said now, not so much. It's risk and reward. I don't want to force, I want to rely more on counters. Full proper handshake before the bell, round number 1. Jamaican flag trunks for Howard Davis. White and black trunks for Josh Wright.
Howard Davis definitely, ooh.
And down on the left hook goes Josh Wright.
Wow, that was fast. Great counter by Howard Davis. Wants to keep his opponent at bay with that jab, and he did better though. He landed that hook right there. Oh!
And the counter right back, and down goes Howard Davis.
And Sean, this is what I was looking for with this fight. Both these guys have power. Both these guys know how to utilize it.
40 seconds in, a knockdown apiece. You see the head movement from Josh Wright.
He showed this ability when he fought Tom Schoaf. He's going to try and utilize it tonight.
Stepping to the inside now is Josh Wright, 5'7" to Davis's 6'2". Smart by Wright. He wanted to clinch, he wanted out, and now caught with the right hand. Caught nearly down. Wright somehow keeping his feet. He was taking vicious right hands.
Howard Davis is cut over that right eye.
Credit to Josh Wright. He crouched, he bent his knees, he did not go down. Blood all over the back of Josh Wright, but it's Davis's blood from the cut outside of his right eye. Big left jab from Wright. Square into the face of Davis. Jabs can be so effective in bare knuckle. You saw it right there. Good right hand, another right hand lands from Josh Wright.
Sean, we have a good fight going on right here.
Absolutely, Chris. 15 seconds remaining, round number 1. A round in which both fighters have been dropped. First Wright, then Davis. You heard the clack. Methodical now from Wright. Davis sitting back. Into the entry, into the clinch. The bell, the end of a really entertaining round 1. Great respect between these 2 fighters. You saw the full handshake before the start of the fight. Big smile on the face of both men. It's the love of combat. There's such great camaraderie in BKFC. Fast start to round number 2 for Josh Wright. Immediately putting back Howard Davis. Then Davis counters with the right hand. Turns right, unloads a flurry. Again, the deep crouch from Wright, but he does not go down.
He went so low right there. I thought he was going to hit the ground.
Just as we saw in round number 1. 90 seconds remaining, round 2. There's that shovel left hook from Howard Davis. It's nearly identical to the punch that dropped Wright at the start of this fight. Long jab, jab to the body from Wright to counter. Continual roll unders from Josh Wright. Looking for the entry. Big overhand right, another overhand right from Howard Davis. I think Josh Wright is incapable of a boring fight.
You know, Sean, before this fight, I didn't know if Howard Davis had the ability to beat the nail as well as the hammer. He definitely does.
Heavy pressure now from Josh Wright. On the left. Andrew Glenn is saying that's not a knockdown. Davis was appealing for it. He's still appealing for it. No knockdown, says referee Andrew Glenn. Right back to it.
Well, his knee definitely hit the ground, but I don't know if it was from a punch. That sounded bad.
Full right hand unloads from Davis. Wright throwing back with the right hand back into the clinch. Not enough activity for Andrew Glenn. Quick separation. 20 seconds to go round 2. This is a very fun fight. Good naked right hand by Wright. Another right hand into the clinch. Underhook by Wright. Again, he has 9 fights of pro MMA experience. Davis has never trained, let alone fought MMA. Look for that in the clinch. The bell. Smile on the face of both men. They are having a lot of fun. We move to round 3. Round number 3. Great second look replay. Our producer director Jonathan Evans, outstanding crew.
Even when Howard tries to do the right thing.
That's a slip. Howard Davis just yelled what to Andrew Glenn.
Even when Howard's doing the right thing and trying to utilize that jab. Josh Wright is so hard to jab. He ducks under so fast and comes back with punches. That head movement's vicious right there, the way he does it.
Howard Davis has recorded 1 knockdown. He's appealed for 2 more. I believe Andrew Glenn correct in saying both were slips. Wright coming forward. There's a good right hand by Davis. Davis, another right hand.
I feel like Davis is really starting to step it up this round.
Both fighters doing extremely well in this fight. Very even. Step away right hand by Davis. Wright coming forward off of the jab. 60 seconds to go, round 3. Long jab from Howard Davis. Jab just off the mark. See the continual head movement, the shoulder rolls from Josh Wright.
Earlier, he was being able to come back with punches right afterwards. Now he's staying back and just dodge, and that's when he has to throw punches out of there.
Right hand to the left hand, another right hand by Wright, putting Davis's back against the ropes now into the clinch.
Davis doing a good job of ducking underneath some of these punches of Wright as well.
Soft warning by referee Andrew Glenn to Wright, punching to the back of Davis's head. Just a soft warning, just making Wright aware. 20 seconds to go, round 3. Jab again from Davis, playing off of the 1. Again, that long sharpshooter jab. Big right hand on the delay, and down goes Josh Wright.
That was a clean shot. I don't know if he's getting up.
You cannot be saved by the bell in any round. Final seconds of round 3. There's the bell, the count continues to 10. Game, set, match. Howard Davis.
What a fight right there. You have to love it when you have a guy get up off the canvas. That answered a lot of questions about Howard Davis right there. This guy can be the hammer, the nail, he can do it all. He got stronger as the fight went on. That was the best looking round he had right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee in charge, Andrew Glenn, reaches the count of 10 at the conclusion of round number 3. For your winner by KO, Howard H.D. Davis.
Sean, what a fight for Howard Davis right there, showing how much of a force he's going to be, how difficult he's going to be to deal with in this division.
You see the class from both men. That was a first-class performance indeed from both men. These two 145-pounders going all out. 1 knockdown apiece in round number 1, and a vicious overhand right to the finish for Howard Davis. The winner by way of 3rd round knockout, Howard Davis defeats Josh Wright.
The world's most exciting combat sport, Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship, presents BKFC 38, Friday, April 21st. Watch as Daniel Straus steps out of the cage and into the squared circle to fight skilled bare knuckle vet Dat Nguyen. Plus, see brutal Jake Bostwick and Isaac the Honey Badger Doolittle throw down. Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. Watch it live on the BKFC app. Download it now at bkfc.com. Welcome to the new BKFC app. Get monthly BKFC events for $7.99.
People that are missing it are missing out big time.
Enjoy our all-new library of content, including behind-the-scenes access, exclusive BKFC original series, and additional live bare-knuckle fights from around the globe. Knuckle up with the new BKFC app, only $7.99 per month.
Knuckle Fighting Championship is brought to you by Bucked Up Energy Drink. There's no mistaking the spectacular guitar here in Hollywood, Florida, the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. BKFC is back in South Florida with yet another massive night of bare knuckle fights. The competition begins with our free view. That's 3 bare knuckle fights at no cost to you, and they will set the tone for the entire night here at the Hard Rock Live. Our co-main event features 2 middleweights looking for their opportunity at a title shot. Guaranteed banger between Jake Bostwick and Isaac Doolittle. And our main event, former bantamweight king Dat Nguyen makes his long-awaited return against the new blood in the BKFC, former MMA world champion Daniel Straus. Welcome to the Hard Rock Live and welcome to BKFC 38 tonight. We have 11 hard-nosed fights, and if you have ever watched BKFC before, you know that it can be from the free view all the way to the main event, where it can steal the entire show. That's how much we love the product, and then you're in for a treat tonight here in South Florida. That being said, folks, you're in the free view right now, so if you want to be a part of the whole night, including that co-main event, main event, you got to pay $7.99 to get the BKFC app. There you're going to get tonight's event, and you're going to get tomorrow in Leeds, BKFC 40, Leeds, UK, Holmes and Chrissy, light heavyweight bout on top of the card. Going to be a cracker, as they say over in the UK. Back-to-back bare knuckle fighting. Doesn't get much better than that. That being said, let's check in with our all-star commentary crew. We got Sean Wheelock. We got Chris Lytle.
Cyrus, thank you very much. So coming into our main event, this is really intriguing. Dat Nguyen came to BKFC after a really good run as a pro boxer. 20 victories against 3 losses. He's been outstanding in BKFC. Dat Nguyen, the former BKFC 135-pound world champion. Daniel Straus, tonight is his bare knuckle debut. Chris, he comes straight from MMA, an A-list MMA career. Twice he was the Bellator 145-pound world champion.
Fantastic champ right there. Fought the who's who in that division. You know, Dat been fantastic. Can't wait to see this guy get back. I've been waiting for him to come back. This is the night he's ready to go. Looking fantastic, Sean.
Well, Chris, you know what I'm going to ask you? Pull up the odds. Let's take a look at where it lands. If people want to make things interesting, what should they pony up on tonight?
I mean, if you're paying attention, there's a lot of money to be made right here. A lot of good fights. The thing that jumps out at me, Isaac Doolittle minus 125. He was so close to winning that title versus Richmond. You have to like his chances in this fight.
Now, folks, if you are going to play, you can earn a $50 bonus bet on tonight's card with your first deposit of $5 or more on DraftKings Sportsbook. Scan the QR code, enter the code BKFC38 to play now. And now let's take a look at the official rules for Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. All fights scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds. Fights are scored by 3 judges on a 10-point must system. Hand wraps must be at least 1 inch below the bare knuckles. Punching in the clinch is allowed. No 3 knockdown rule. No being saved by the bell in any round. No kicks, knees, elbows, takedowns, or submissions. With that being said, let's go to our first fight of the night, and the Crescent Tools tell the tape.
We will open in the bantamweight division. Chris Garcia versus Ryan Carroll.
You can see here, Sean, they have a 3-inch reach advantage. For Garcia, he's going to utilize that. Carroll's going to have to get inside to land those punches. Garcia wants to keep him on the outside.
This is the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship debut for Ryan Carroll. He's had 6 pro MMA bouts, 5 in pro boxing, 1 in pro kickboxing. Carroll holds the rank of black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and he told us in our fighter meeting that in training for this, his bare knuckle fighting debut, he is really going to his grappling and Jiu-Jitsu roots, putting a big focus on the clinch.
Absolutely, Sean wants to do what he does well, get inside, use that clinch, wear his opponent down. Figures he does not want to stay in the pocket for this fight. All the way in, all the way out. Stay outside. When he gets inside, grab, wear his opponent down, throw punches from that position.
Ryan Carroll said of his opponent in this bantamweight bout, 23-year-old Chris Garcia, I expect a lot of nervous energy, Carroll said of Garcia, because Garcia will be making his pro combat sports debut. I have to be aware of Garcia's wild swings off the scratch line.
And that's the thing, he wants to study his opponent, capitalize on his mistakes, wait for him to make these wild shots, and then counter and capitalize.
And the moment is at hand for Chris Garcia. Pro combat sports debut with this bout. And of course, that means his debut in BKFC as well. Garcia, very good amateur boxer. 8 wins in 10 bouts as an amateur in boxing. Garcia told us in our fighter meeting he feels that he is very physically strong for this weight class. Garcia said, coming from boxing, I really have not had much experience in the clinch. I know it's huge in bare knuckle, so that's been a big focus in my training camp.
He figures from his style, he's very aggressive. He likes to put forth a lot of pressure, but at the same time, he wants to counter strike. So maybe put forth a lot of forward movement, wait for his opponent to punch, and then counter right after that.
To get our evening started, we send it into the ring with Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you and welcome to Hard Rock Live here at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino here in beautiful Hollywood, Florida. And welcome to BKFC 38. We are set for our BKFC preview with 5 2-minute rounds in the bantamweight division, presented to you by Bucked Up Energy Drink. Introducing you first, fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears black and red. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. His official weight, 128 1/2 pounds. He holds a combined combat sports record of 12 fights, and tonight makes his BKFC debut. Fighting out of Parkersburg, West Virginia, here is Ryan Carroll. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out the blue corner. Tonight he wears blue and red, trimmed in black and white. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. His official weight, 129 1/2 pounds. Tonight, he makes his BKFC debut. Fighting out of Clewiston, Florida, here is Chris Dynamite Garcia. And our referee in charge of the action, Sam Burgos.
All right, gentlemen. Gentlemen, go on.
Told us that he wants to fight in the clinch. Chris Garcia told us that he wants to fight in the mid-range. Both fighters up to scratch.
Knuckle up.
Call of knuckle up from the excellent referee Sam Burgos. Round number 1. Blue and white trunks for Chris Garcia. Black and red trunks for Ryan Carroll. Step forward with the 1-2 goes Ryan Carroll. Carroll on the overhand right. Another 1-2 right back from Garcia. See the open-chested stance. The lateral movement of Ryan Carroll. The upper body movement of Ryan Carroll.
There's that switch of stance right there from Carroll. Trying to confuse his opponent. Never give him the same look.
Counter on the right hand from Garcia. Stiff jab from Chris Garcia. See that big smile from Carroll as he took the right hand now into the clinch, and this is exactly where Ryan Carroll told us that he wants to be.
Let him back. Step back. Let go.
Call a break from Sam Burgos, right back to it. Garcia trying to enter his preferred mid-range. 110 remaining, round number 1 of this bantamweight fight.
And you can just see the awkward punches coming from Carroll, not at typical angles from boxing. Garcia might have a little bit of problem with these, but if he can figure out the timing and capitalize on those wild punches, it could be good for Garcia.
So the overhand right into the clinch, nearly the takedown from Ryan Carroll. Obviously illegal under this rule set. Into the ropes. Call a break again from Burgos, right back to it with 45 seconds remaining, round number 1. Good right hand on the turn from the body, right hand to the head from Chris Garcia.
Great body being done by Garcia right there as well. Really working the body from Carroll. Working that body right in there with those good right hands.
Tight overhook from Ryan Carroll into the ropes. Reset again. Garcia's looked very on point with his jab thus far in the fight. There's the jab again from Chris Garcia. Lead left hook not there for Carroll. Stiff jab from Ryan Carroll. Jab right back from Garcia. See the feint on the level change from Chris Garcia on the walk down pressure. Lead left hook from Carroll.
been the best weapon right now for Garcia is that jab.
Stop at the bell. Don't grab. Don't
Final
grab.
seconds, round number 1. Entertaining opening round, or opening bout, BKFC 38 here in Hollywood, Florida. We move to round 2.
And Sean, it's so typical in boxing that the jab can control the pace of a fight, the pace of a round, but especially in bare knuckle, because it doesn't take much. If you hit somebody with a bare knuckle, even if it's jab, it can do damage. That round right there, we saw that was the key weapon for Garcia. That was the main thing he landed. He landed a couple of the punches in there, but it was that jab. And Carroll's going to have to figure out how to deal with that. He's got to slip it, come back with his own punches, stay out of that range where the jab can land. There's a couple jabs right there. There's a good right. And here's that good body work being done right there by Garcia. Anything like that where you have the hands up and just clean shots on the body does a lot of damage. We talked about it before, Sean, that bare knuckle digs in deep. You don't have that glove to disperse the pain right there. It all digs in deep.
Both fighters back up to scratch, round number 2. Fast start off of the scratch line here in the second round for Ryan Carroll. Off the jab, there's the jab right back from Chris Garcia. Heavy walk down pressure from Carroll.
You can see Carroll has a different sense of urgency right now. He's throwing his opponent around, trying to get in and throw hard punches.
Soft warning from referee Sam Burgos to Ryan Carroll. Excessive holding.
Well, Carroll's got to be true to his word. He has to be all the way in or all the way out. He doesn't want to stand right here in jab range. That's not where he's going to excel in this fight.
Garcia said as much in our fighter meeting. He said, I don't want to get stuck on the outside. I don't want to get stuck in the clinch. I want to settle into the mid-range. The fighter's very clear-eyed in their strategy coming in. There's a good right hand to the body from Garcia. Swing and a miss, lead left hook from Ryan Carroll. Carroll into the clinch, trying to snatch the full tie plum. You see the patience of Sam Burgos on the full tie plum. Now the underhook for Ryan Carroll.
Well, the problem with that full tie plum right there is you can't punch your opponent. You can pull the head down, but you have to get it down.
Counter right hand, and that drops Ryan Carroll.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come here. Want to fight?
Ryan Carroll up at 8, his corner imploring him, you've got to get up.
And he looked at his corner pretty hard there. He looked like he didn't really want to, but he was told to by the corner.
Hands up, wide open. Interesting from Ryan Carroll. Taking the knockdown, open-chested, hand splayed.
The only thing I can think right now, Sean, he's trying to get his opponent to open up, trying to commit so he can counter with a hard shot.
23-year-old Chris Garcia in his BKFC and indeed pro combat sports debut in this bout, looking very composed, very poised. Left hand from Garcia. Big right to the body, another right hand to the body. Impressive flurry to the body from Garcia. More posturing from Carroll. Final seconds, round number 2. There's the jab from Carroll. There is the bell.
And Sean, those body shots do a lot of damage right there. Great job by Garcia. If you can continue to work that body, that's going to slow your opponent down and make him question why he's even in there. Big round for Garcia. You can see Garcia in a good spot right there. You can, look at that, just dig into the body, and that was what did the damage, Sean. Look at Carroll right there. Look at that look on his face. That was caused by that body shot. Looking at us, the corner talking right now. The corner saying, "You have to get up." He's thinking, "Ugh, do I really have to?"
Carroll's corner just to the right of our commentary position, and we could hear them clearly imploring Ryan Carroll.
Blue, mouthpiece. Red, mouthpiece. Hold the line, gentlemen.
Set for round number 3.
Carroll's going to have to do what he talked about, either stay outside or get inside. Fight his way inside, come behind that jab, throw hard punches, work the clinch. Even when he's clinching, he's not been throwing many punches in there.
1-2 from Garcia, getting the lead left hook for Carroll, but not there. Carroll now steps back, takes the knee, knockdown number 2.
3, 4.
He's taking a hard look right there and saying, do I want to get up right here? Look.
8, 9.
He does not beat the count, and that is the win in his BKFC and Pro Combat Sports debut for Chris Garcia.
Garcia looked fantastic out there, calm, cool, collected. Stayed behind the jab, waited for openings, worked the body. Very good debut.
Go back to your corner. You go to your corner.
Poised throughout from Chris Garcia. Ryan Carroll stepped back, took the knee, tried to buy time, but then decided that he did not want to get up.
Well, and Sean, I think that was just from all that body work that was being done. People don't understand, with no gloves, those little body shots do so much damage right there. It makes you question everything. You get hit with one that might even not look that painful, but it is, trust me.
The look on Ryan Carroll's face as he was taking the count from Sam Burgos, you could almost see the inner turmoil. Do I continue? Do I stay down?
Yeah.
Carroll ultimately getting up at 9.5. That was not good enough for Sam Burgos. That's the end of the fight.
I think the referee saw the right on the wall. He's like, what good is this going to do? Let this fight go on. He doesn't want to be here. He's doing this out of pride, not because he thinks he can win the fight.
We go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee in charge, Sam Burgos, reaches the count of 10 at 27 seconds into round number 3. For your winner by KO, Chris Dynamite Garcia.
And Sean, I am very excited to see Garcia fight again for the debut. He looked fantastic, so relaxed, so sure of what he wanted to do, had a game plan, and went out there and executed. So rare for your debut.
Ryan Carroll threw big shots, pulled himself off of the canvas in round number 2, took the knee, took the count to the end in round number 3. Again, class throughout from 23-year-old Chris Garcia, an outstanding BKFC and Pro Combat Sports debut. Victorious by way of third-round knockout, Chris Garcia defeats Ryan Carroll.
Welcome to the new BKFC app. Get monthly BKFC events for $7.99.
People that are missing it are missing out big time.
Enjoy our all-new library of content, including behind-the-scenes access, exclusive BKFC original series, and additional live bare-knuckle fights from around the globe. Knuckle up with the new BKFC app, only $7.99 per month.
Let's go!
Tonight only, you'll receive a free gift with any purchase of $25 or more at bareknuckleshop.com. Check out the huge selection of merch to choose from, with sizes and styles for everyone. You can place your order now at bareknuckleshop.com. And again, a reminder, if you spend $25 or more, you'll receive a free gift. So knuckle up at bareknuckleshop.com.
Once again, the BKFC has descended upon South Florida. Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship is brought to you by Bucked Up Energy Drink, OnlyFans, Crescent Tools, and Lions Not Sheep Apparel.
Tools brings you our tale of the tape for this bout in the featherweight division. Freddy Masabo versus Bovar Khanakov.
And Sean, you can see here everything fairly similar. Slight reach advantage for Masabo. He does have a 4-centimeter bigger fist size. See if that makes a difference. All he has to do is land those big fists on his opponent's head. That gives him a little more surface area. Let's see if that makes a difference here.
Draped in the flag of his native Ukraine, Bovar Khanakov, extremely proud to represent his home nation, is the first Ukrainian in BKFC. This is bare knuckle bout number 5 for Khanakov, but his promotional BKFC debut. Bovar Khanakov has also had 3 pro boxing bouts. In our fighter meeting, Khanakov said, "My style is to blend together street fighting and technical fighting."
I love it when he said that, Sean. He says he feels like he has big power in both hands. Nothing. He really wants to be entertaining out here. He wants to put on a show for the crowd, be adaptable out there, change, do whatever he needs to do to get the victory.
Bovar Khanakov had the quote of the week in our fighter meetings. He said, The price that Freddy Masabo will pay for making a mistake against me is health.
I love that too. Has a good strategy here. Said he wants to start off slow, get the understanding of what his opponents do, download, and then turn up the pressure as the fight goes on.
Freddy Masabo, 2-0 in BKFC. His debut came in June of last year when he defeated Will Shutt by second-round KO.
And Will Shutt, always a tough night out there. He's going to come the entire time and bring it, but Masabo was just all over him. You can see right here, just accurate punches right there, punching hard. He feels like he's one of the heavy-handed guys in this division, and watching his fights, I'd have to agree with him, man. Just look at these. Good movement right there. And look at that, just a nice straight right. You don't see Will Shutt getting knocked down with shots like that. Just a good straight right hand, but he disguised it well. He moved in and out. He's getting more and more comfortable out here. He feels very confident in his ability to fight in this division. Yeah.
Draped in the flag of his native Cuba, now based here in South Florida, Freddy Masabo. 2-0 in BKFC, 4-0-1 in his pro MMA career. Masabo was a longtime member of Cuba's national boxing team. He compiled 308 amateur boxing bouts.
Sean, that is unreal. That's one thing he wants to do here. He wants to showcase clean striking, clean boxing. He feels like he's more technical and more powerful than anybody he's going to face.
Masabo also told us he prides himself on being an extremely smart fighter. He said of Bovar Khanakov, his opponent in this featherweight bout, I'm going to start by targeting his eyes. I will close his eyes, then work to his body, and then methodically work for the finish.
Going to use some hard feints to make his opponent bite, but like you talked about, he wants to utilize that jab, but he feels like a KO is definitely necessary in this fight.
In our fighter meeting, when we asked Freddy Masabo, what does Bovar Khanakov do well? He said he's very durable, but he will need that against me. He will have to be durable because I will take him out.
You gotta love the confidence. Both these guys, you can tell at the weigh-ins, not that there's any bad blood, but both these guys are fired up to be in here. They both feel like they're the A side, and that's what you gotta like in a fight, Sean. Both guys are ultra confident they're gonna win.
This is a really intriguing bout in the featherweight division. To get us started, back we go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next fight of the night, scheduled for 5 two-minute rounds in the featherweight division, presented to you by Lions Not Sheep Apparel. Introducing you first, fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears the proud colors of Ukraine. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. His official weight, an even 145 pounds. Tonight, he makes his BKFC debut ready for bare knuckle fight number 5. Fighting out of Mariupol, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Here is Bovar, the Gladiator, Khanakov. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight, he wears pink trimmed in light blue and white. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall. His official weight, 145.4 pounds. He holds an undefeated BKFC record at 2-0. Fighting out of Santiago de Cuba, Los Pinos. Here is the undefeated Freddy Spider-Man Masabo. And our referee in charge of the action, Andrew Glenn.
Bovar Khanakov said of his opponent in this featherweight bout, Freddy Masabo, he's fast, he's long, but he does not understand how to use reach and range. That's where I will exploit him. Round number 1. White and pink trunks for the Cuban Freddy Masabo. Blue and yellow trunks for the Ukrainian Bovar Khanakov. Khanakov with a jab to the body. Immediately you see the fluidity of both fighters.
And Sean, we were really excited about this fight for a reason. These guys look very good so far.
Masabo from the southpaw stance, now switching orthodox. Right hand just misses from the ortho stance for Khanakov. Masabo staying outside, missing with that right hand. Pathfinder jab from Masabo, now playing to the crowd. Khanakov coming forward undeterred. 1:15 remaining, round number 1. Slight walk down pressure from Bovar Khanakov. Hand left misses from Khanakov. Khanakov pulling back that right hand. Very muted, measured start for Freddy Masabo. Two feints on the jab for the Cuban Masabo.
Masabo said he was going to use some feints. He's doing it, but it's not really, Bovar's not giving him much from those feints.
Khanakov, as you see, slowly trying to walk down Masabo, trying to cut this circular ring.
I do like the pressure right now from Bovar. He's staying right in front, just mirroring the hips. Masabo just waiting for the right time to explode in.
To the head, to the body, counter left and the right from Masabo. Khanakov resetting in the mid-range. Bringing Khanakov off the jab. Closing seconds, round number 1. Left hand not there for Khanakov. Next up, round 2.
And Sean, that was a tough run as well because there was just a lot of setups, a lot of movement right there. Not a lot of punches going or landing. Both these guys, you can tell how high level they both are. One mistake could be the end of the fight, and both guys know it, so they're being very careful right now.
Tonight's judges are signed by the outstanding Florida Athletic Commission, headed by Patrick Cunningham and Tim Shipman.
Be interesting to see how both guys adjust right here. Masabo's going to have to do something because Bovar just continued to stalk, put pressure on him right there. Wasn't able to land much, but Masabo's going to have to start doing something to not just move the entire time and start to get offensive himself.
The fighter's a little too keen. Backed up by Andrew Glenn. Now round number 2. Jab immediately from Masabo. Khanakov on the outside, circling. Jab from Khanakov. Left hook just misses from Bovar Khanakov. Jab to the body, just off the mark from Freddy Masabo. There's the jab from Khanakov. Overhand left from Masabo. Masabo again playing to the crowd. Khanakov completely stoic, undeterred.
Good body shot thrown there by Bovar. And you can see Bovar's wanting to target the body right now. Slow his opponent down a little bit, I like it.
There's the right hand to the body from Khanakov off the jab to the head. This is the first time now in 3 BKFC bouts that we've seen Freddy Masabo really play defense. 2 previous bouts, he's been straightforward offensive pressure. Right hand misses from Masabo to the inside. See the body work, downward punches from Masabo. Now the turn into the clinch. Gable grip, that draws the separation from Andrew Glenn. Now telling Masabo, break when I say break. Soft warning from Glenn.
And look at this pressure Bovar's just putting on. Nice.
Good 1-2 left hook from Khanakov. Check left hook from Bovar Khanakov. Khanakov now mirroring the hips of Freddy Masabo.
Great job right there. Just everywhere Masabo goes, Bovar's right there to throw punches.
Overhand right, counter left hand. Khanakov relentless, taking away time, taking away space from Freddy Masabo. Closing seconds, round number 2. There is the bell.
Masabo is just on his bike the entire time, trying to stay away from Bovar, who's just continuing to put pressure on. Masabo's gonna have to figure out a way to get in there and land punches. You cannot just continue to move the entire time with someone like Bovar just continues to mirror your hips, wait for the right time, explode in with body punches. Masabo needs to start getting off first, but when he does, it seems like Bovar just continues to throw punches right back.
You see that cut? Outside of Bovar Honakov's left brow.
Man, that's a pretty good cut right there.
Worked on by one of our outstanding BKFC cutmen, Pat McPherson. Confirmation round number 3 is upon us. We're in the 145-pound division. Freddy Masabo, the Cuban, versus the Ukrainian Bovar Honakovov. Thumbs up twice. It's scratched from Khanakov. Now round number 3. There's the jab from Masabo. Jab to the body from Khanakov. Jab left hook from Freddy Masabo. 1-2. 1-2 right back from Masabo.
It's like Masabo coming forward a little bit more this round. I think he might have a little bit sense of urgency right now. He might feel like he lost the first 2 rounds. He has to do something different.
Khanakov just relentless, taking away time, taking away space, cutting distance and angles to this point in the fight.
He's fighting when he wants to fight, not his opponent, and that's how you win a lot of close fights. If you decide, dictate when and where the fight happens.
Now stepping into the pocket, counter left hand on the exit from Masabo. Undeterred Khanakov coming back forward into the mid-range. Now Khanakov clowning, folding his arms.
Trying to make his opponent fight him. I love it. You're just gonna run? No, I'm just gonna make you come fight me.
Hand behind the back. Like shades of Conor McGregor, I've never seen the arms folded. That's ignited this very pro Freddy Masabo, South Florida crowd. Khanakov to the body, right hand, left hand.
And Sean, I'm not a believer that you win rounds by running and not landing hard shots.
30 seconds remaining, round 3. Masabo on his back foot. That's a good entry left hand from Khanakov. Khanakov again clowning. Hands behind the back. Fast jab from Bovar Khanakov. He's got one hand behind his back, arms folded, and then as you just saw, very Conor McGregor-esque, both hands behind his back. Overhand right from Masabo. Left hook not through. We move to round 4.
And you can just see the confidence right now in Bovar. Look what he's doing right here, putting one hand behind the back, saying, come fight me, quit running, quit moving.
Chris, I have never seen arms folded.
I like it. Like he's saying, you're not fighting me. I'm tired of chasing you down. Step in the middle and fight me.
Not as a commentator, not as a fan. I started watching boxing when I was 5 years old. I started watching MMA with UFC 1 live November 12, 1993. I have never seen that. Have you?
Not that I can think of, no, but I like seeing it, so let's see. I mean, I think it's going to have the desired effect. He's going to make, and even if not, if he doesn't make Freddy step forward, the judges, the fans, everybody's seeing that, and to me, you're winning the fight. When you make a guy back up and run the entire time, and you stand in the middle and say, fight me, and they don't, you're winning the fight.
Now that we've seen it, everyone's going to do it. This is the nature of combat sports.
That's fine. If it makes people fight, let's do it. So Freddy Masabo's going to have to do something different right here.
Round number 4. Jab to the body from Freddy Masabo.
Masabo's starting to come with some good body shots right here. I think he has a little bit more. I thought he might have a sense of urgency after the first 2 rounds, but he better develop it right now because I feel like he's lost all 3 rounds.
There's the up jab from the Ukrainian Bovar Khanakov. Masabo again, trying to ignite this crowd.
I mean, he's trying to ignite the crowd, but he's not doing it with a lot of punches. He's trying to, that was a couple good punches right there.
Overhand right on the entry from the Cuban, Freddy Masabo. Overhand right again. Khanakov reclaiming center circle. Now Masabo waving Khanakov forward. Jab to the body from Bovar Khanakov. Overhand right. 60 seconds remaining, round 4. Shuffle step from Masabo. Khanakov off the 1-1-2. Jab to the body from Bovar Khanakov. Jabs to the body, by and large now. Serious clowning, hands on the ropes.
Just put his own back against the ropes and then put his hands on the ropes and give him a free shot. Oh, nice
Good
body.
right hook to the body from Khanakov. Chris, as you and I know, in this modern revival of bare knuckle fighting, jabs to the body are largely ineffective. With that being said, Khanakov's jab to the Masabo body has been really effective in this fight.
Even if the jab might be, that right hand was definitely not ineffective.
Jab to the body from Masabo. This is clowning at an entirely new level from Bovar Khanakov.
And he's not really doing it. He's doing it because he has to. I mean, that's the way the fight is played out. That's the way Freddy Masabo's making this fight happen.
That is the end of round 4.
And look, who puts their own back on the ropes and put your hands up on the ropes and say, go ahead and hit me, go ahead and try. And doesn't get hit. This is some very high level defense and offense right now from Bovar.
Chris, all of the fights that I've done in Eastern Europe when I was in M1 in my 2 stints, M1 Global MMA, by and large, there's really no concept with Eastern Europeans of trash talking, of clowning. It's all business. The translators that we would usually have would call the fighters sportsmen, and they really meant it on that translation. So I'm surprised to see this. I'm even more surprised to see this from the Ukrainian Bovar Khanakov. It doesn't feel like taunting, it though feels like he's trying to get Masabo to engage.
Sean, he said he wants to be an entertainer. He is being entertaining right now, but at the same time, he's trying to make his opponent fight him. I don't think he's doing this to be a showboat. He's doing it to make his opponent come forward and to show the judges, I'm winning this fight.
5th and final round. Freddy Masabo enters 2-0 in BKFC. Bovar Khanakov, the first Ukrainian in bare knuckle fighting championship in his promotional debut, his 5th ever bare knuckle fighting bout. Mouthpiece out. Mouthpiece right back in.
And Freddy Masabo better do something a little different right now. I'd have to think he's down the scorecards. I think he knows it. He keeps wanting the crowd to get into it, but
left hook from Masabo, not there. Hook to the body from Freddy Masabo. This has really been methodical excellence from Bovar Khanakov.
Just stalking his opponent down, waiting for the right time, doing good work, but not getting greedy, not staying in there for the return punch to come.
Some fans will love the clowning, other fans will despise the clowning, but Khanakov doesn't seem to be mean-spirited in that, as you often see with clowning. Again, it almost seems to get Masabo to try to engage.
That's exactly what it is. He wants a fight. He's not really getting right now. Great work right there.
1-2, then a hook to the body. Naked 2 from Masabo, not there. 50 seconds remaining, 5th and final round. Shuffle step now from Khanakov. Off the jab hook to the body. That right hook to the body now really there for Bovar Khanakov. Khanakov opening up to the body of Freddy Masabo. Masabo sticking his chin out. And Khanakov working to the body.
Just great body work being done the entire fight. Look at
right
that.
hook, left hook. 20 seconds remaining in this fight. Masabo continuing to stay defensive, continuing to stay on the outside. Just heard the 10-second clack. Stretch drive now. Flurry from Bovar Khanakov. The volume is there for Khanakov, the accuracy, the pressure, and that's the end of the fight.
Great job done there, both guys, but I mean, especially Bovar just looked fantastic out there.
That's a fantastic show of respect between 2 really respectful first-class fighters. First-class fighters, first-class people. Freddy Masabo, Bovar Khanakov going the distance. You see the class, both fighters continuing, visiting their respective opponent's corner. No open scoring here in Florida, so we are not privy to the 3 Florida judges' scorecards. Assume nothing in combat sports judging. With all of that said, that's one of the most impressive BKFC debuts we've ever seen. Bovar Khanakov was on point, and he got better and better as the fight progressed.
And Sean, sometimes you see a guy come out in their debut and they look fantastic. Great knockout, great whatever, just even if it's a full distance, but this wasn't against Freddy Masabo, who's been one of our better guys. So to come out there and have a performance like that against another very high-level fighter, that's what's so impressive to me. That's why when you say it might be one of the best debuts we've seen, I agree with you.
Again, Freddy Masabo entering 2-0 in BKFC, 308 amateur bouts, and a longtime member of the Cuban national boxing team. The tallying of the 3 Florida judges has commenced. Jeff Houston is in the ring. We send it to Jeff now.
Ladies and gentlemen, after completing the scheduled 5 rounds, here are the score totals from our judges at ringside. Judges Rupert and Toledo score the fight 49-46. Judge Rodriguez 48-47. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Bovar, the Gladiator,
Sean, we've already talked about it. One of the most impressive debuts we've seen. I cannot wait to see. He's going to be a force in this weight class, you have to think, because just the calmness, the execution, he did everything very well there. I just cannot wait to see this guy progress in this weight class.
That's a fantastic moment, the exchange of the flags. There was definite clowning, but you see all respect. Freddy Masabo could not get his offense going because of the positional pressure dominance of Bovar Khanakov, who is on point, mirroring the hips, landing to the body, dictating the entire fight, and some first-class clowning as well. The winner, by way of unanimous decision, Bovar Khanakov defeats Freddy Masabo.
Welcome to the new BKFC app. Get monthly BKFC events for $7.99.
People that are missing it are missing out big time.
Enjoy our all-new library of content, including behind-the-scenes access, exclusive BKFC original series, and additional live bare-knuckle fights from around the globe. Knuckle up with the new BKFC app, only $7.99 per month.
Let's go!
Tonight only, you'll receive a free gift with any purchase of $25 or more at bareknuckleshop.com. Check out the huge selection of merch to choose from, the sizes and styles for everyone. You can place your order now at bareknuckleshop.com. And again, a reminder, if you spend $25 or more, you'll receive a free gift. So knuckle up at bareknuckleshop.com.
$155 for you now. The numbers presented by Crescent Tools. Howard Davis versus Trevor Morris.
And Sean, not only the height difference that jumps up, but that reach advantage. You have a huge reach advantage for Howard Davis. Trevor Morris has to get inside and land those punches. Howard Davis really good at using his range. He's going to want to stay on the outside, pot shot, land good hard 1-2s, and keep Trevor Morris away from him.
This is the BKFC and Pro Combat Sports debut for Trevor Morris. 16-4 is an AMI in MMA. Morris 4-0 in amateur Muay Thai. In our fighter meeting, Trevor Morris said, I want to be very aggressive, establish myself in the pocket, throw in the pocket, work to the clinch, in the clinch, be very, very heavy on the inside throughout.
Exactly, wants to get inside, feels like he's a pocket fighter, but heavy on that clinch, pushing his opponent around, wearing him out. He knows he's dealing with a big, strong individual. He feels like the more inside he get, push him around, slow him down a little bit for those later rounds.
You see in the corner of Trevor Morris, one of my favorite people in all of MMA from the UFC, Boston Strong, Charles Rosa. Before the fight in the ring, Rosa was working extensively with Morris. They were working on level changes. They were working on angle changes.
Morris knows he needs to get constant pressure right here if he wants to win this fight. Has to get in, fight at all range, but really wants to get inside, push his opponent around, use that pressure to wear him down.
Howard Davis enters 2-1-1 promotionally in BKFC, 3-1-1 overall in the sport of bare knuckle fighting. Davis 1-0 in pro boxing. Howard Davis was 15-2 as an amateur boxer. Davis said now through 5 total bare knuckle fighting bouts, he said, I no longer have the mentality where I just want to come forward, take big shots to land big shots. Davis said, I understand the nuances better, the complexities of bare knuckle fighting. I want to use my reach, use my length, fight smarter, fight more technically on the outside.
He feels like he needs to be calmer in the fight. Like you said, he doesn't want to chase his prey. I love that. He's got to be patient. Never wants to trade. Be smart out there and showcase his skills.
Howard Davis also told us in our fighter meeting, I need to avoid the clinch, stay long. I feel that Trevor Morris is going to quickly try to rush in off of scratch and brawl. I need to be smart, control with my jab. Back we go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next fight of the night, scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the lightweight division, presented to you by Crescent Tools. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears black. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. His official weight, 149.1 pounds. Tonight, he makes his BKFC debut. Fighting out of Knoxville, Tennessee, here is Tragic Trevor Morris. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight, he wears white trimmed in teal and orange. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. His official weight, 152.9 pounds. His BKFC record stands at 3 victories opposite a single defeat with 1 fight even. Fighting out of Broward County, Florida, here is Howard H.D. Davis. And our referee in charge of the action, Chris Young.
Trevor Morris said of Howard Davis, his opponent in this lightweight bout, Davis uses his range well, but he struggles when he is pushed backwards. I will immediately push him backwards. Round number 1, immediate forward pressure from Trevor Morris. He's in the black trunks. White trunks for Howard Davis.
And you can tell right now, Howard Davis, he's just waiting to counter.
Stiff jab from Davis from range.
He talked about that jab being the key, making his opponent pay every time.
Morris missing with the overhand right. Morris missing with that lead left hook. Davis trying to stay long. On the inside, right back out. Switch of angles now for Davis. Forward pressure from Trevor Morris. Morris trying to solve that long Howard Davis jab to get to the inside. Jab from Trevor Morris. Morris doing a nice job of mirroring the hips of Howard Davis. Overhand right just off the mark, but that definitely took Davis laterally and off his striking line. Step in right hand, not there for Davis.
I like him throwing the 2 right there, though. You gotta let your opponent know it's not gonna be the jab every time. If you can have to look for both hands, it's a big difference.
That jab landed hard. Morris pointed to his forehead, saying in effect to Davis, keep them coming. Davis obliges with that hard one. The jab right back. 35 seconds remaining, round number 1. Hook jab that time from Howard Davis. Overhand right just off the mark from Morris. Morris showing a willingness to try to walk through that jab of Davis, get to the inside. To the inside now comes Trevor Morris into the clinch. We'll see the patience of referee Chris Young. There's the answer. Inactivity for both fighters, the separation. Refereeing from Young right back to it.
Howard Davis wasn't trying to throw anything in there, he just wanted to break.
Overhand right now, the left hand, forward pressure from Morris. Bit of a face wash with the left hand from Morris. There is the bell.
You can tell right there, Howard Davis didn't like that pressure, didn't like getting hit, didn't like getting pushed backwards.
There is Charles Rosa in the corner of Trevor Morris.
And you can see there that good shot. Landed by Morris right there. Hardest shot landed of the round right there.
This is some David Tank Abbott mid-90s MMA with the left-handed face wash of Trevor Morris.
Pushing the face up. Just kind of wearing his opponent down, just pushing him around. That's tiring. When you get your head pushed around, it's demoralizing. You don't like it. Howard Davis does a better job when he's standing on the outside, land that jab, waiting to land that too.
First up to scratch to start round number 2, Howard Davis. Now joined at the scratch line, 3 feet apart by Trevor Morris.
All right.
Good sportsmanship again. Saw it at the end of round number 1. Sportsmanship to start round number 2.
Howard Davis just addressed that, pushing the face up to the referee right there.
Face wash, then the sportsmanship.
Well,
You okay? You all right?
I didn't see what happened there. Was it a little bit of a low blow?
Low blow. Howard Davis took it. Not bothered. Now time called by Christopher Young. Davis thought he was ready to reset and then thought better of it. Now 5 minutes on the timeout clock.
All right, time in. Knuckle up.
Took about 5 seconds. Now time in. Forward pressure immediately by Morris. So often talk about range fights. You're looking at a quintessential range fight. 5'9" Trevor Morris, 6'2" Howard Davis. Accentuated by the fighters' own words in their respective fighter meetings. Davis said, I have to stay on the outside, control with the jab. Morris said, establish myself in the pocket, then into the clinch.
Morris is just stalking right now.
Left hook from Davis. There's that snap jab from Davis. Morris has walked through some big jabs to do this, get to the inside. Defensively and smartly, Davis brings his hands together. That gets the break from Chris Young.
And Morris keeps trying to throw this overhand right. He needs to turn that under to an
overhand right there from Davis.
Or come to the body right there.
40 seconds remaining round 2. Oh, there's good body work from Davis. Overhand right, overhand left from Morris into the pocket.
See, Morris keeps throwing that overhand right, just keeps missing. You're going to keep missing. You need to turn that under to a body shot.
Flurry to the body from Davis. And Davis to the 1.
Davis starting to find his range right now.
Trevor Morris showing a lot of heart, a lot of toughness, a lot of tenacity in this, his pro combat sports debut.
And you can see right now Howard Davis still not wanting to utilize the clinch. He uses it just to break up. If he can really elevate his game, if he can really start using it offensively, get in there and learn how to throw punches from that position.
Entry, good right hand from Morris. Chest to chest, there's the bell. We move to round 3.
Howard Davis really started to find his range in that round. Started landing some good body shots. Look at it, you got a good little cut right there over the left eye of Trevor Morris.
Inside of Morris's left brow.
One thing about bare knuckle, you always have the cut work doing a lot of work in between rounds. Luckily, we have some good ones. They usually always get the cut stopped, lets the fights continue.
OnlyFans gives you our exclusive look. Back of the house here at Hard Rock Live, Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. Isaac Doolittle versus Jake Bostwick. It is our main event tonight in the middleweight division. A massively pivotal fight for both men. The way to watch our main card is on the BKFC app. Round number 3 was our third and final Freeview prelim. Fast start off of scratch for Howard Davis.
You can tell, man, Howard Davis is feeling it right now. He came out hard right away.
Bouncing the step of Davis, resetting in the center circle. Charles Rosa imploring Trevor Morris in the Morris corner. Get to the inside, clinch him. Davis now playing on the outside. Overhand right, counter right hand. Now to the inside comes Morris. Slickly to the outside is Davis.
He cannot clown around too much. With Trevor Morris, he's coming throwing bombs, Sean.
Big overhand rights and left from Trevor Morris into the clinch. You see the framing in the clinch of Morris. He's done that twice now. No animosity. You saw both fighters smiling to touch a fist, then right back to it. Overhand right, short counter stubbing right by Davis. Good downward angle punch from Davis. Long jab.
These wild punches right there being thrown by Trevor Morris. He's opening himself, but Howard Davis has not been able to connect on him yet.
A tight striking guard from Morris. Those Davis punches could not get through. Feint now from Davis. Davis hands on hips. 30 seconds remaining, round 3. Overhand right from Morris. Overhand left from Trevor Morris. Morris knew he had to make this a rugged fight. Chris, he's making this a rugged fight. That's going to be a hard warning from referee Chris Young. Punch on the break.
Right. Turn around. Keep it clean, Jimmy. Knuckle up.
The apology from Morris, right back to it. The left hand from Davis.
10 seconds, Jimmy. Listen for the bell. 10 seconds.
All goes into the bigger picture of Trevor Morris. To the inside, rough, rugged on the inside. There is the bell.
And Sean, when you throw those overhand rights and those powerful left hooks and you miss them, those are tiring. You put your body out of position. There's only so many fastballs you can throw. Trevor's throwing a lot of them right now. So we'll see if that affects his conditioning right there. Can't really hear what Howard Davis and corner are saying right there, but Howard Davis jumped on his opponent right away at the beginning of that round. You can see he sees something. His body's open. It's Trevor Morris. He wants to land shots to there. Feels like he can end the fight if he can put a couple punches together, I feel.
The seconds out whistle. We are set for round number 4.
All right, red corner, toe the line. All right, listen up. Let's knuckle up.
Call of knuckle up from referee Christopher Young. There's the jab off of scratch from Morris. Lateral movement on the outside from Davis. Chris, Morris, I think, is doing a good job. He's throwing the jab to close distance, understanding he's not going to land that jab from range, but it allows him to enter.
That's the thing. You throw that jab and it gets your opponent to put his hands up, and then you can get to the inside. If you just try and step forward without throwing that jab, you're going to get countered. Just like that.
2 punches on the counter from Davis. Resetting. Forward from the center circle. Again comes Trevor Morris.
Right here you can see Davis each round landed a few more shots. Totaling 42-26 right here.
Our strike stats are presented by Bucked Up Energy Drink. Overhand right, misses from Trevor Morris.
And there's those hard right hands he keeps throwing. I'd like to see him turn them over to body shots. You can't duck underneath the body shot, Sean.
55 seconds remaining, round 4. 2-punch combination to the head from Davis. Davis more and more throwing in combination as this fight progresses. Hard front shoulder now from Howard Davis. Morris resetting on the outside.
Davis doing a little dance routine there.
Morris again, there's that throwaway jab. Very smart from Trevor Morris, using it to close distance. Just like that on cue. Resetting. Not finding the entry he wanted, did Trevor Morris. 15 seconds remaining, round number 4 of this lightweight bout. Jab right back from Davis. Check left hook on the lead left hook from Trevor Morris. Overhand right just misses from Davis. Jab again from Morris. There is the bell. We move to the 5th and final round. Moments away from the start of our main card. BKFC 38. We're live tonight in South Florida in the city of Hollywood. Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. The way to watch our main card worldwide is on the BKFC app.
You won in the fight. You won in the fight.
At this point, I feel like Trevor has to feel like he's got to get inside. We got Howard Davis over there doing push-ups. Well, if he's trying to do that for the judges or for Trevor Morris, or just trying to show everybody he still has energy.
This fight is over. Christopher Young waving off this fight.
Not sure why, what exactly was going on there.
Fight's over.
Howard Davis now showing real compassion for his very gritty and determined opponent, Trevor Morris. And that is victory number 3 in BKFC for Howard Davis. Not without adversity, but well done from Howard Davis.
I mean, was that a hand problem? Was it a head problem? What exactly?
No, the fighter quit. Fighter.
I seriously doubt this was a fighter retirement from Morris. This is either going to be a medical stoppage or a corner stoppage.
It's a corner stop.
Corner stoppage.
All right, so the corner.
I think Howard Davis sensed that something was up. He came out of his corner. He was walking around. You saw him doing push-ups. He definitely knew that something was going on in the Morris corner. We go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, the red corner calls a stop to this fight at the conclusion of round number 4. For your winner by TKO, Howard H.D. Davis.
And Sean, I think we saw Howard Davis there who understands the sport a little bit more. He got cut the last time he fought. He doesn't want that to happen again. Smoother, smarter, fought a very good fight there.
So the clarification from Jeff Houston, it was a corner stoppage. Trevor Morris, though, doing some really good things. And not just his BKFC debut, this was his Pro Combat Sports debut. And Howard Davis continues to roll in BKFC. He is most definitely a fighter to watch at 155 pounds. Rough and rugged was Trevor Morris. Davis found his range from the outside, throws the jab, continues to land that jab all the way through to victory. The winner, by way of 4th round TKO due to corner stoppage, Howard Davis defeats Trevor Morris.
Welcome to the new BKFC app. Get monthly BKFC events for $7.99.
People that are missing it are missing out big time.
Enjoy our all-new library of content, including behind-the-scenes access, exclusive BKFC original series, and additional live bare-knuckle fights from around the globe. Knuckle up with the new BKFC app, only $7.99 per month.
Let's go!
Tonight only, you'll receive a free gift with any purchase of $25 or more at bareknuckleshop.com. Check out the huge selection of merch to choose from, the sizes and styles for everyone. You can place your order now at bareknuckleshop.com. And again, a reminder, if you spend $25 or more, you'll receive a free gift. So knuckle up at bareknuckleshop.com.
I'm the best of the best in bare knuckle.
I really just want to throw hands. Anybody that I get a contract for, I feel like I can beat. I've been in plenty of dogfights. I've been in plenty of wars. This is no different.
I'm going to be putting that aggressiveness on him and put the fight in front of him.
I'm not a person that shies away from an opponent, no matter what they've done in their career.
Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship is live from the Diamond of the Gulf Coast, Hollywood, Florida, inside the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. This is BKFC 38, Nguyen versus Straus, and it starts right now.
Championship is brought to you by Bucked Up Energy. Hollywood, Florida, home to the electrifying Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. And tonight, once again, home to the baddest athletes on the planet. The main card is stacked, so let's jump right in. A lot to be excited about. On deck, we have a heavyweight throwdown, and then in our feature fight, the smallest weight class on display as Chancey Wilson goes to scratch against Tyler Randall. Then it's hard-hitting middleweights. UK's Jake Bostwick, Kansas's Isaac Doolittle. Both guys throw major heat, and they're looking to go after the champion, Dave Mundell. Then it's in about 16 months since former bantamweight champion Dat Nguyen has competed in the squared circle. Waiting on him on the other side of the ring, former two-time MMA world champion, Daniel Straus. Well, as sure as the party never stops here at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, the BKFC athletes have most definitely come to do work tonight. Great free views, and the main card is going down. Now, folks, listen, if you want to make things interesting and put a little bit of money on it, we have a deal for you. It's very simple. You're going to get a $50 bonus bet on BKFC 38 with your first deposit of $5 or more. It's very simple. With DraftKings Sportsbook, you're going to scan the QR code, put the promo code BKFC 38, and you're all set to go. Hooking you up all night long. I'm telling you, we're bursting at the seams here. They're filling this place up to the brim. We love it here at the Hard Rock Live. And to keep things moving, to get into that main card, let's send it down to the veteran voice of the BKFC, Sean Wheelock, and the walking fight of the night, Mr. Chris Lytle.
Cyrus, thank you very much. Chris, I am extremely intrigued with our main event. Dat Nguyen, the former BKFC 135-pound world champion, 20-3 in his pro boxing career. Daniel Straus, twice he was the Bellator 145-pound champion. Tonight, he makes his bare-knuckle debut.
Both these guys have world championship experience you talked about, Sean. Neither one of these guys are against putting on a great fight. Fight of the night candidates all the time. Right here you see why Dat Nguyen was former world champ for us. This guy comes in against Johnny Bedford, one of the greatest guys we've had in here. And look at this awkward style, throwing punches at different angles, using that good head movement he has, that boxing that he has, that pedigree, but throwing hard punches, landing good shots. Getting in there competing with Johnny Bedford is phenomenal. Comes in there and wins, does a great job of doing what he does best, coming in there, putting on hard, good fights. Been great watching him.
Dat Nguyen versus Daniel Straus at 145 pounds is our main event. Chris, you have the keys to victory for both fighters. They are presented by Bucked Up Energy Drink.
That's right. We have what each guy has to do to win this fight, Sean. First of all, we're going to go over what Daniel Straus has to do. What he has to do, he has to throw hard from long range. He has a little bit of that advantage. Once he gets in there, throw very hard from outside to land hard shots. But when he gets inside, he has to utilize that clinch. He has MMA experience. Use that heavy pressure on his opponent, wear him down, and he has to use lateral movement. When he's on the outside, he cannot stand there right in front of that Nguyen and trade punches inside on the pocket. Lateral movement, wear his opponent down, push him around, tire him, and try and wear him down the later fights. What Dat Nguyen has to do, he's got to use his movement to get inside. When he is inside, he got to get to the pocket, and that's where he wants to throw his combinations. That's where he does his damage, getting inside in the pocket. And he cannot play the clinch game. If he gets in there against Straus and tries to play, that's Straus's bread and butter. Once again, there and wear him out. So he cannot play the clinch game. He's got to stay out in the pocket, land hard shots. Never wants to get into the clinch and do his damage from that pocket, Sean.
Tonight, we're at one of BKFC's home bases, Hard Rock Live in Hollywood, Florida, and we are set for our main card opener. You see the numbers presented by Crescent Tools in the cruiserweight division. Stephen Townsel versus Chris Sarro.
And Sean, both these guys are chopping the bit to get in here. You can see from the tape a few inch height, a few inch reach. Not big difference as far as physical attributes right here. This is going to be a great fight. Let's see who comes out here and can perform.
Six in BKFC for Chris Sarro. He has a record of 1-0 in pro MMA. Sarro, who's really a student, not just of bare knuckle fighting, but of combative sports, told us in our fighter meeting, he is always studying technique. He is always trying to learn. He is always training. He is always trying to get better. Chris Sarro said, and I quote, "I feel that my mind is leading my body into this fight."
Well, he's been sparring with a lot of very high-level fighters, and he learned a lot from his last few fights. He can't be quite as eager to go out there and trade and throw punches. He's got to calm down and pick his shots a little bit better.
Of his opponent, Steve Townsel, in this cruiserweight bout, Chris Sarro said he's a very aggressive striker, but he can also be a wild striker. I think he's going to try to be more technical. I have to be technical, but also throw with power.
Has to do that. He wants to come out at the very beginning, the first round, download his opponent, figure out what he's doing, come out in the second round and try and finish him off.
Chris Sarro said along those lines as well, following up on that point, I don't want to try to force the knockout. Steve Townsel is going to continue to run at me. I'll angle off. I will find my openings.
That's his key. He doesn't want to force anything. He just wants to let this knockout come. He knows he has power. All he has to do is touch his opponent, and he feels like he's going to hurt it. This is his comeback fight. He feels like he wants to make it count.
This is bout number 3 in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. Bout number 5 overall for Steve Townsel in the sport of bare knuckle. In our fighter meeting, Townsel told us he's working on keeping his natural aggression while doing so in a much smarter fashion.
Well, he feels like he has a very high fight IQ. Feels like he wants to get in there, utilize level changes, throw more jabs, use that in and out motion.
Townsel said, I want to be, quote, persistent and patient. I cannot allow Chris Sarro to pull me into a brawl. I have to let him burn himself out. Smart movement, smart punches.
Talked about that brawling style, doesn't want to do it. He feels like he has to choose when to engage, when to fight. He feels like whoever's choosing when that happens is winning the fight. That's his goal, to decide when and where the fight happens.
Steve Townsel said of Chris Sarro, I really respect his punching power. I'm going to step to the inside, off of his punches, use a rangefinder jab, take my time, and be very smart. To open our main card, we send it to the always outstanding Jeff Houston.
Hello, 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 Hollywood! Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Hard Rock Live. And welcome to the most exciting combat sport on planet Earth today. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to BKFC 38! We are set for the next fight of the night, scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the Cruiserweight division. Presented to you by Fubo TV. Watch live sports and TV without cable, including BKFC. Start your 7-day free trial at FuboTV.com. Introducing you first. Fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears black. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. His official weight, 205.9 pounds. Tonight, he returns to the squared circle, ready for bare knuckle fight number 6. Fighting out of Miami, Florida, by way of Ellsworth, Maine, here is Chris Golden Glove Sarro. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight he wears black and white. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. His official weight, 205.7 pounds. He holds a BKFC record of 2 victories opposite 2 defeats. Fighting out of Fort Pierce, Florida, by way of Miami, Florida, here is Steve Tomahawk Townsel. And our referee in charge of the action, Sam Burgos.
As both fighters continually talked about being smart, fighting smart, Chris Sarro said, a lot of my intelligence starts with my defense. Round number 1. Black trunks, as you see, for both fighters. Blue hand wraps for Stephen Townsel, red hand wraps for Chris Sarro. There's the step in with the left hand, now the duck under, rear right uppercut from Sarro. First explosion from Townsel on the overhand left from Stephen Townsel.
Townsel is very relaxed at that right knee.
High tight striking guard for Chris Sarro. Walk forward punches from Steve Townsel and the duck under from the right hand. Step in right hand. These are two very powerful, very athletic 205ers. Switch step in the reset from Chris Sarro. Off the jab from Sarro. Sarro talked to us a lot, Chris, about increased movement. We're seeing that already here in round number 1.
That's true, but I really like the way Townsel's really pushing off that back foot, getting inside. When he gets offensive, he's pushing the pace right now. I love it.
That's great refereeing from Sam Burgos. You cannot legally extend your fingers towards your opponent's face. Fingers can be up or down or in a fist, same as in MMA. Right hand misses, the duck under, right hand, left hand, and that drops Chris Sarro. Here comes the mandatory 8 from the already standing Chris Sarro from Sam Burgos. Right back to it with 30 seconds remaining, round number 1.
And Sarro talked about not throwing everything in it with punch, but it looks like he's doing it right now. He's got to get that under control.
Left hand again on the step in, big right hand. Townsel landing heavy to the Sarro head. Left hand counter right hand from Sarro just off the mark. Final seconds, round number 1. There's the jab from Stephen Townsel. Jab right back from Sarro, short left hand from Townsel. Duck under right hand, not there. That ends round number 1.
And it looks like there seems to be the problem for Sarro. He's waiting to counter the entire time. Every time Steve Townsel gets inside, he's landing the punches first. Chris Sarro has got to start getting off first, throwing punches first if he wants to win his fight. If he can get off first and land the punch, and have a much better chance. Look, he's throwing himself off balance with that. When he throws punches, he throws so hard, he knocks himself off balance, puts himself in a bad, look at that, put himself in a bad position, and then he's got to recover the entire time. That wasn't even that great of a shot. Sarro is just out of position. He talked exactly about what he has to do. He's got to throw punches without that kind of power and knock him off position. He knows that. It just takes time to translate in the ring.
Keep moving. No straight punches. You're fine. You're good. Hey,
but I really did like the way Steve Townsel, he's pushing off. When he's exploding to get inside, he's making it count. He's doing damage when he gets in there. He doesn't go inside and not throw hard punches. That's perfect.
Round number 2. Presumably at 10-8 across the board for Steve Townsel, recording that knockdown in round number 1. Again, Chris, we say presumably. Though I think Florida has an excellent commission, one of the best in the country. See that slight swelling under Chris Sarro's left eye.
Always like the swelling underneath, Sean, or a cut. Underneath is much better than over the top. So you can see Sarro is doing a better job of staying relaxed on the outside. It's just when he starts throwing punches, he's still throwing pretty hard.
Slight smear of blood on the face of Steve Townsel. High five between the two fighters. I think reacting to the fact that neither was throwing. Flick jab from Sarro, just as a rangefinder. Again, that rangefinder jab. Townsel talked about being, quote, patient and persistent. We're seeing that here. We're seeing a lot of patience and persistence from Chris Sarro as well. Now on the back pedal, the reset. Left to the body from Townsel. 55 seconds remaining, round number 2. Feints on the level change from Chris Sarro. Off the jab. Step in, left hand. That punch has been there for Townsel. Into the clinch.
You can see Sarro still just waiting to counter this whole time. He's not really pushing off and trying to get inside right away to land his punch. He's throwing punches, but they're not really intended to land right now until his opponent comes in first.
Left to the body from Townsel. Sarro's throwing that right hand big, and he is just missing. There's the left hand, again the right hand that just misses, but with a lot of power behind it from Sarro. Again, these are two very big punches. Left counter, right hand from Sarro. Townsel off the jab.
Sarro threw that to the body, and that's why it landed right there. If you throw him up to the top too much, you're going to miss.
Sarro's starting to play. There is the bell. That ends round 2.
When your moment finally arrives, and all your hard work, dedication, and loyalty to your craft is clear for all to see, your results will speak for themselves. Because when you need the hardest hitting tools on the market, you reach for the brand that always knows how to throw down, each and every time. Unbelievable. Crescent Tools, trusted by the trades.
Sean, I don't know if you noticed from that commercial, Chad Mendez will be seeing him next weekend. Really excited about that card. However, right now, we've got a card we're working on right now. Very good fight right here. We want to see Townsel can get in there, keep coming forward, picking his shots. I like what Sarro's did right there. He started throwing a little bit to the body. It's harder to duck those shots.
Round number 3 underway.
Really want to see Sarro's getting off first, pushing his opponent backwards, instead of waiting and reacting.
Step in left hand again. Townsel's been throwing that left hand as a full step in, and he has largely been landing to this point in the fight. You just saw it there. Step in left hand again into the clinch. On the overhook from Townsel. Sarro trying to spin Townsel on the separation. Hard feint from Stephen Townsel. Sarro back to that rangefinder jab.
Sarro doing a good job of stepping outside the lead foot. He's just not throwing punches when he does it. That's the time to step forward and throw that punch when you're outside the lead foot. Townsel did it there.
Hard feint from Steve Townsel. Now that's legal, what Chris Sarro is doing. He was warned by referee Sam Burgos for doing that, but with fingers extended in round 1. You can essentially frame, stick out your lead hand, or even your rear hand for that matter. Not sure why you would do that. But the lead hand there, as long as the fingers are in a closed fist, up or down. And that's a rangefinder. That's just trying for Sarro to dictate the range, slightly disrupt Steve Townsel.
Huge difference if you have a closed fist or open finger, Sean.
Right hand, counter right hand. That was big from Townsel. Double jab right back from Chris Sarro. Left hand right back from Stephen Townsel. 35 seconds remaining round number 3. Left to the body on the level change from Townsel. Some disquiet now in this Hollywood, Florida crowd. Jabs from Sarro. There's the step in left, not there that time from Townsel. Sarro's corner keeps telling him, keep moving, keep moving. Final seconds, round number 3. On the right hand. Townsel still coming forward. There's that big left hand. We'll see how Sam Burgos rules this.
Counted as a knockdown.
Rules it a knockdown. You cannot be saved by the bell in any round.
Sarro's not getting up.
Ruled as a knockdown. The fight is over, and there is the win for Steve Townsel on literally the last punch of the round.
Something happened to Sarro's jaw, his mouth, something. I don't know, he was pointing to his mouth the entire time. Let's see what happened right there. There it was, just that left hand. You can just see right now, Sarro's is not liking what happened. Goes backwards. Might have had his mouth open just slightly, and that could do enough sometimes to either break the jaw or just knock it off center a little bit, just really bother it. So landed that left hook, and that's what did the damage right there. Sarro felt it, backed up, took a knee.
Now 2 straight wins for Steve Townsel and BKFC.
And Sean, that's the best he's looked, the most relaxed, the most calm.
That's what I'm talking about.
When he decided to come forward, he looked fantastic. Didn't take much damage at any other time. You could tell he's just getting better and better each fight.
Again, that was literally the final punch that landed at round number 3. Ruled as a knockdown by Sam Burgos. Again, under this BKFC rule set, you cannot be saved by the bell in any round. Good refereeing from Sam Burgos.
And Sean, not to be as smart as, but a lot of times the last punch they throw on a knockout.
That is a very fair point. The punch just before the bell, that's the end of the fight. Here is Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee in charge, Sam Burgos, steps in and calls a stop to this fight at the conclusion of round number 3. For your winner by KO, Steve Tomahawk Townsel.
And Sean, that's the best Steve Townsel we've seen. Calm, cool, collected right there. Looked really, really efficient with his movement. He's just getting better and better. I can't wait to see him fight again.
Real disappointment for Chris Sarro, who felt he had an outstanding training camp. Sarro is a quality person, a quality fighter, showing his class in defeat, and showing his class in victory is Steven Townsel, taking out a really good opponent in Chris Sarro. Persistence, walking forward, continually landing that step-in left hand. Final seconds of round number 3. The left hand. The count from Sam Burgos, waving off the count all the way to victory. The winner by way of 3rd round TKO. 2 minutes of round number 3. Steven Townsel defeats Chris Sarro.
Next week, Mike Perry knuckles up against the debuting Luke Rockhold, live on pay-per-view.
I'm so vicious in this game. This is my This is my world. This is my game. Bare knuckle boxing. I'm gonna get in your face. I'm gonna try to knock you out from the beginning of the fight to the end of the fight. And I'm not gonna stop until you lay down. Luke Rockhold. You know, he tried to call me a little dog. I'm gonna show him the big dog when I get in the ring, barking in his face. Barking in his face, hitting him with lefts and rights, punching him, breaking his ribs when I hit him with these bare knuckles. He's a big guy, he's cutting a lot of weight, he's coming down, and he's going down. It's simple as that, man. On to the next one. I'm ready to knock people out.
BKFC 41, next Saturday, April 29th, live on pay-per-view. To order, go to bkfc.com.
Tools brings you our tale of the tape for this bout in the bantamweight division. G. Perez versus Joshua Ricchi.
And you can see here, Sean, it jumps out the page at you right now, the height and reach advantage for Joshua Ricchi. He's going to want to stay long. G. Perez does a good job of staying outside, but he's going to have to get inside if he wants to land anything on the much taller and longer Joshua Ricchi.
This is bout number 3 in BKFC for Joshua Ricchi. He's had 6 MMA bouts, 2 in amateur boxing, 2 in amateur kickboxing. Entering this, his 3rd bare knuckle fight. In our fighter meeting, Joshua Ricchi said, "I now have a better understanding of how important it is to be calm in a bare knuckle bout."
Feels like he wants to utilize a clinch in this fight. He wants to be the bully here, get inside, use jabs, feints, set up. He feels like the key, he has to land that right hand. The jabs and the feints are all set up to land that bad boy.
Joshua Ricchi said of his opponent in this bantamweight bout, G. Perez, "I'm not really concerned with his power. I think he's a straight boxer. I think he's going to try to turn this into a boxing match." G. Perez made his BKFC debut this past December. He defeated Rob Fuller by way of 1st round knockout.
And just look at this relaxation right here. Look at the way that G gets out of the way, moves just back just enough and counters. That's very high level stuff. You can tell G's been boxing for an awful long time. You can see his eyes see everything coming. His opponent's throwing wild punches. That's a hard style to fight sometimes. G Look how he just gets out of the way just enough where he can counter. That's what you want you to be at the end of your punches and just away from your opponent's punches. He did a fantastic job on his first fight. Feels like he can improve on his second fight, Sean.
Born in Cuba, now based here in Florida, G. Perez. 1-0 in BKFC, 1-0 in pro boxing, a veteran of 35 amateur boxing bouts, and one of our regular cutmen here in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. G. Perez told us in our fighter meeting, through being in the corner, through literally hundreds of BKFC bouts as a cutman, Perez said, I understand clearly you cannot throw at full power. Perez said, in training for this bout, I've been trying to throw accurately with 50 to 75% power.
And that's the thing, accuracy is key. He feels like early in this fight, he just wants to download information, then step up each round, put on the pressure as the fight continues.
Perez also said, I know that I cannot target the head of Joshua Richey. I'm aiming at his chin and then below. A lot of body punches, a lot of feints, start to establish my jab, slowly build into this fight.
Well, like when he talked to us, he understands he's not the taller guy here, so important punches to him were like left hooks and uppercuts. When he works to the inside, has to get on the inside because he doesn't have the reach advantage here.
Once again, Jeff Houston.
Fight fans of Hollywood, we are set for the next fight of the night, scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the bantamweight division, presented to you by Lions Not Sheep Apparel. Introducing you first, fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears white and gold trimmed in blue. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, his official weight, an even 131 pounds. Tonight, he steps into the squared circle, ready for bare knuckle fight number 4. Fighting out of Wichita, Kansas, here is Joshua the Kid Richey. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight he wears white and green. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. His official weight, 130.9 pounds. He is undefeated in the squared circle at 1-0. Fighting out of Sagua La Grande, Cuba, by way of Pahokee, Florida. Here is the undefeated Guillermo, the Cutman Perez. And our referee in charge of the action, Andrew Glenn.
Next Saturday night, when we are in Colorado for BKFC 41, G. Perez will be back to work as a cutman. Right now, he is up to scratch to face Joshua Richey. The bell, round number 1. White trunks on the step in for G. Perez. White, gold, and blue trunks for Joshua Richey. Measured start, just as he told us he would from G. Perez.
You can see a lot more nervous energy from Richey right now. Look how relaxed G. Perez looks. Just very calm, very loose.
Both fighters immediately trying to find the jab. It's on the level change for Perez. Jab from Richey. Richey trying to find head body, then body head with the jab. 1:15 remaining, round number 1. Stiff jab, 1-1-2 from G. Perez.
And you could tell
into the clinch.
That hurt Richey right away because he grabbed the clinch immediately.
There's the separation from Andrew Glenn.
He talked about wanting to get in and utilize that clinch, but he didn't really do anything with it besides catch his wits right there. He didn't try and throw anything. He didn't try and wear his opponent down.
Jab right back from Joshua Richey. With the jab to the body.
Richey just looks nervous with his hands. They're just kind of moving for no reason right now. Wasted energy.
See the cut under Richey's left eye.
You can hear the corner right now telling Richey to let some punches go. He's just kind of very nervous right now, tentative.
Big left hook on the entry from G. Perez.
Perez now coming forward, and there's the takedown from Richey.
I'm pretty sure that's not legal, Sean. I bet he gets deducted a point right there.
Andrew Glenn calling time.
That's the one. Don't do it again.
But I think that was all due to that right hand Richey got hurt with. He's not all the way with it right now. I think he knew he was in trouble right there. He had to do something.
Not a point deduction from Andrew Glenn to Richey, just a hard warning.
Step back, step back, step back.
Into the clinch, right hands to the body. Final seconds, round number 1. There is the bell.
That was a huge round right there for Perez. And there's that left hand right there that did some damage right there, another one. And you can see right there, Richey's not liking any of this. He tried to come in, didn't have that right hand up, got hit with that left hook, and so resorted to the double leg takedown. Didn't like that pressure being applied. That was a beautiful takedown, totally illegal though, Sean.
Great level change. It's the wrong type of level change for BKFC.
You have to walk him down.
Another one of my favorites in all of combative sports, David the Caveman Rickles. BKFC and Bellator veteran in the corner of Joshua Richey.
Richey's gonna have to change up his style right here. He's gonna have to figure out a way to stop Perez from landing those hard hooks. He's got to keep that right hand when he comes in, doubles up that jab, throw the right hand himself. He's not throwing any right hand so far.
Round number 2 underway.
I mean, he's not even really trying to do much damage with his jab. He's just flicking it out there. He's not stepping in and trying to do damage. Look how Perez comes in and tries to do damage with that punch.
That's such a clean 1-1-2 from G. Perez. We saw it in the first round. We see it here in the second round.
But look, no wasted energy or movement for G. Perez. Good left hook, too.
Perez just missing that left hook. In and out, counter right hand, and that left hand drops Joshua Richey.
I don't know if he's getting up, Sean. He looks very hurt right now. The referee's gonna have to take a hard look at this, even if he does get up.
The count of 10 reached, and G. Perez now 2-0 in BKFC.
Good victory right there for Perez. Winning against a veteran, landed a lot of clean shots, looked like he was in complete control the entire fight.
He's one of the best cut men in all of combative sports, and he is trying to be one of the best 135-pounders in all of BKFC. G. Perez certainly on his way.
And let's take a look at some of this handiwork right here. Landed the punch already, did a little bit of damage, and that straight left hand right down the pipe. Richey was trying to block, had his hands up in this position, but there's no gloves. There's no way you can block that unless you move the hands, move the forearm. Richey wasn't able to do that. That straight left right down the pipe did the damage.
G. Perez talked in our fighter meeting about throwing at, quote, 50 to 75% power. When he threw, he was accurate, he was sharp.
That's the thing, Sean, when you throw with less power, you can be more accurate. And Perez understands that. He's been around here enough, he's understood, he's watched enough fights, and now he's had enough fights. He's just getting better each time.
Here is Jeff Houston.
Our referee in charge, Andrew Glenn, reaches the count of 10 at 50 seconds into round number 2. For your winner by KO and still undefeated, Guillermo, the Cutman Perez.
Sean, another fantastic performance for Perez. Didn't look rattled at all. Just getting better and better, more relaxed out there. The sky's the limit for this guy.
Again, you will see him next week when we are in Colorado for BKFC 41 as a cut man. Tonight, G. Perez, a fighter and a victorious fighter. Now 2-0 in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship against a very game Joshua Richey. Perez, accurate, sharp, clean with his punches throughout. The knockdown, the 10 count, and
Standing by here with the president, the founder, Mr. David Feldman, and take a look around. We did it again. They love it here at the Hard Rock. Even though this is kind of a short notice change, we had to make this move, but we're here, and the people always show up. It's a beautiful thing.
Another packed house here at Seminole Hard Rock here in Hollywood, Florida. It's awesome to be here. The crowd is live. It's lit. It's crazy, man. It's just unbelievable. It's really alive, and we're all gearing up for something special next week. But tonight, it's just been one great fight after another.
And tomorrow you'll be able to watch the BKFC 40 as well on Leeds right here on the BKFC app. But you're absolutely right. The whole world's talking about BKFC 41. They're talking about all the matchups. They're talking about Perry and Rockhold. We've seen the road to. Yeah, everybody's talking about this from the YouTube videos. Christine Faria, they're talking about her deep cuts, learning more about her. So we got our homegrown stars, and we got these big names like Eddie Alvarez and Luke Rockhold making their debuts. It's incredible.
It's going to be an unbelievable event. It's another one of those turning corners for BKFC. It's the most talked about combat sporting event next weekend. It's really the only big thing happening next weekend. People have been having a lot of hype about this event. The big names that are going to bring more eyeballs to this sport. It's amazing, and at that event, I got some huge announcements to make, so I really can't wait for that. I just can't wait to be there. The capacity crowd, being in Denver, the crowd was unbelievable. The fights are going to be great. Everybody's going to be watching around the world. I'm happy about that.
Speaking of which, everybody wanting to watch around the world, to everybody that's been an existing subscriber, I know you kind of put that message out there on social media, but to reiterate that again, they should have some promo codes, right?
Absolutely. The existing subscribers are going to get it for $24.99. They're going to get it for half price. They're going to get an email. Look out for the email or a push notification that they're going to get their discount, and they're going to be told how to acquire that discount there. But we had to take care of them. Look, we had to do this. We had to do a pay-per-view event for this caliber of a card, but this is going to really, really turn the corner for BKFC. So, we always want to take care of the subscribers. They've been there since day one, so this is our way of doing that.
Just real quick, as a fight fan, give me one fight out of those big four that you're more excited about. Who is it? Is it Alvarez? I know he's a Philly guy.
I can't wait to see Eddie Alvarez fight Chad Mendes, two explosive guys. I don't see that going the distance, but I'm really, really looking forward to Luke Rockhold and Mike Perry. That's the one I'm looking forward to, because, look, you got a guy who is a southpaw, rangy, tall, Luke Rockhold, and a guy that doesn't know how to back up at all, Mike Perry.
Incredible, folks. April 29th, it's going down. BKFC 41. If you haven't got that pay-per-view yet, there's a million ways to get it. Make sure you get BKFC 41. And, folks, we keep things rolling here at BKFC 38, and take a look. Our OnlyFans exclusive look is Daniel Straus, for the first time, makes his way into the arena to make his debut at BKFC 38. But let's keep things rolling with your next bout. Here is your Crescent Tools tail of the tape.
135-pounders, Justin Ibarrola versus Gilberto Aguilar.
You can see here, Sean, everything very similar. A few inch reach for Justin, but not that big of a difference right here. Everything very similar in these two fighters.
With the flag of his native Mexico, with the luchador mask, Gilberto Aguilar, set for bout number 2 in BKFC, set for his 6th bout overall in the sport of bare knuckle. Aguilar has also had 36 pro MMA bouts, 5 in pro boxing. At our fighter meeting, Aguilar said, "I build my strategy around my opponent's strategy." He said, "I pride myself on being a very smart fighter and a very adaptable fighter."
That was the main thing, Sean, his adaptability. He says he doesn't even like going in with the game plan. Some people, totally the game plan, they know what they're going to do. He just goes in there and reacts on what his opponent is doing. He feels like he's good on all aspects. He doesn't need the game plan.
Of his opponent, Justin Ibarrola, in this bantamweight bout, Gilberto Aguilar said, "I feel that Ibarrola will try to outbox me from range. If he does so, I'm going to use smart aggression to the inside." Aguilar then said, "If Ibarrola comes into brawl, I'm going to step back and be more technical."
Definitely wants to utilize this clinch. Feels like he has power in both hands, not worried about that. He feels like his key, though, is just to be a smart fighter out there. Take whatever is given and don't get out of his comfortable wheelhouse.
Aguilar also said, I feel that my jab is key. It's key for me in bare knuckle. It's key for me in MMA. It's key for me in boxing. From my jab, I will open up my offense. I will open up my fluidity and start to throw combinations.
That was it, the combos. Stay relaxed. Main thing he wanted to make sure he doesn't burn himself out by doing too much too early. Stay relaxed out there, wait for his opportunities, and then capitalize.
What a great guy is Charles Rosa. Gilberto Aguilar came to Florida for BKFC from his native Mexico City, Mexico by himself. Charles Rosa, Boston Strong, the UFC fighter, stepping up to corner Aguilar.
You gotta like that. Just somebody said, I don't know you, but you're here by yourself. I'm gonna take care of you. That's a real fighter. He's probably been in that position himself where he needed somebody, and somebody stepped up for him.
This is the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship debut for Justin Ibarrola. Ibarrola has had 1 pro boxing match, 6 in amateur boxing, prides himself on having, his words, a slick style.
That was it. Feels like he has slick movement, wants to utilize a lot of feints, jabs, head movements, wants to utilize that slick style when he comes out here tonight.
Ibarrola also told us in our fighter meeting, I want to stick and move, use my slickness to get my opponent, Gilberto Aguilar, missing constant movement. He said, I don't want to stand and trade. I can't plant my feet.
We said he wants to dictate the pace, but the main thing I really like is he does not want to be predictable. He wants to go out there, change timing, change everything he does. It feels like if he's unpredictable, his opponent not going to know what punches are coming from.
Ibarrola said, I want to keep switching directions, but back to your point, what he told us, Chris, fighters oftentimes talk about changing the tempo. He said, I want to change the timing. That shows a really deep understanding of striking for 24-year-old Justin Ibarrola entering his bare knuckle debut.
Like I said, changing everything. He doesn't want his opponent to know where anything's coming from. Changing timing, stances, he wants to change it all.
Again, Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next fight of the night. Scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. Presented to you by Crescent Tools. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. Tonight he wears the proud colors of Mexico. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. His official weight, 134.6 pounds. Tonight, he steps into the squared circle ready for bare knuckle fight number 6. Fighting out of Mexico City, Mexico, here is Gilberto El Azteca Aguilar. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight, he wears green and gold trimmed in black. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. His official weight, 136.8 pounds. Tonight, he makes his BKFC debut. Fighting out of Delray Beach, Florida. Here is Justin Ibarrola. And our referee in charge of the action, Chris Young.
Gilberto Aguilar said, I feel that I have legitimate knockout power in both hands. I can't rush into the knockout. I have to be smart. I have to be patient. Referee Christopher Young calling both fighters up to scratch. Round number 1. Black trunks for Justin Ibarrola, the tricolor of Mexico. Gilberto Aguilar. That's my Kansas Spanish, Chris. Were you impressed?
I am impressed, Sean. Very good.
There's the right hand from Ibarrola. Jab to the body. Aguilar missing with that right hook to the body. Now resetting, hands high, coming forward. Ibarrola talked about continual movement. We're seeing that play out early stages, 30 seconds through round number 1. Ibarrola missing with that right hand. Aguilar coming forward with the left hand. Oh, a big 1-2 from Ibarrola.
Nice right hand. Landed clean.
There's plan B from Aguilar, taking that 1-2 into the clinch hard. Now the separation from Christopher Young. 65 seconds remaining, round number 1. Right hand again. Ibarrola trying to time that short overhand right.
But that head movement from Aguilar is very awkward. It's going to be hard to time.
Aguilar with the right to the body. Back to the jab for Gilberto Aguilar. And into the clinch, right to the body. Turn from Ibarrola. Great call by Chris Young.
And when Ibarrola is able to throw some feints right there, you can see Aguilar really biting on those. I'd expect to see a lot more feints.
1-2, there's the hook right back from Aguilar. Hard into the clinch, you see the underhook snatched by Ibarrola, and again the break from Young. Christopher Young keeping this bout moving. We're at 135 pounds. 15 seconds remaining, round number 1. It's a high, tight, walk forward striking guard from the fighter from Mexico City, Gilberto Aguilar. Again into the clinch. Short left hand, a pushing left hand from Aguilar into the face of Ibarrola. There is the bell. That ends round number 1.
And Sean, you can tell Ibarrola's going to take him a minute to get that understanding. Look, he's just waiting in the middle right now. But that timing and that head movement from Aguilar, I mean, just look at this weird style right there. Good right hand and by Ibarrola right there, but just Aguilar is just very awkward out there. Clean overhand punch right there, but it's going to take you a minute to get that timing of the method right there that Aguilar is using, because it's very awkward and it's going to be hard to really pin down when you can throw that good overhand right.
How you feeling? Good. You looking good.
Aguilar doing a good job when he's able to pressure his fighter, push him against the ropes, land some body shots. But Ibarrola's been very difficult. He's using a lot of movement right there, getting out of the way, countering with punches well, but Aguilar is a difficult guy to fight.
Start of round number 2. Straight to the jab for Aguilar. Aguilar, you see pawing, indeed pegging that jab. Open guard from Justin Ibarrola. Sitting back on the right hand, misses with the overhand right, does Justin Ibarrola. To the jab. This is very pro-boxing-esque walk-forward pressure from Aguilar. Hands high, mirroring the hips, trying to cut the ring. Good jab from Aguilar. Jab right back from Ibarrola.
Ibarrola does well when he throws some feints. You can tell Aguilar bites on him heavily, so he needs to continue throwing some feints.
The hook to the body from Aguilar. In our fighter meeting, Aguilar proudly talked about always entering fights without a strategy, without a clear mindset, trying to be the reactive fighter, trying to be this smart and adaptive fighter.
Well, the way the fight's played out, he's adapted and trying to come forward and put pressure on his opponent.
Jab from Ibarrola not getting through. 50 seconds remaining, round 2. Overhand right from Ibarrola. Left to the body, right to the body from Gilberto Aguilar.
I mean, Aguilar just coming forward with reckless abandonment right now.
Push jab to the body from Aguilar. Snap jab to the body from Ibarrola. Ibarrola continuing the circle on the outside. Aguilar continuing to push forward. Now 20 seconds to go, round number 2 of this bantamweight bout.
I'd like to see Aguilar throwing some body punches right there. He's throwing a lot to the head, but hard to hit somebody when they got good head movement. It's hard to move that body.
10 seconds, Jimmy. Let's get the bell.
You just heard the 10-second clack. Final stages, round number 2. There's that overhand right from Ibarrola. He continues to sit on that punch.
No.
Into the clinch, the bell. We move to round 3.
Liking the pace right here, like both these guys came to fight tonight. Very entertaining right here. Totally contrasting styles right there. You can see the way Ibarrola trying to do a lot of movement right there. Aguilar just stalking forward with that pressure, mirroring the hips at times, staying right in front of his opponent.
Both fighters up to scratch. Full of knuckle up from Christopher Young as we start round 3. Immediate in and out movement from Ibarola. Talked about continual movement. He talked about being slick. There's the jab from Ibarola. Hard on the overhook from Ibarola as Aguilar coming heavy into the clinch. Both fighters on the turn. And Christopher Young on the break. Seeing a lot of heavy grappling, Chris, in the clinch. We're not seeing a lot of punches from either fighter in the clinch.
Absolutely. I mean, it's difficult to get in there and land good punches. Sometimes,
big left hook from Ibarola.
Ibarola did a great job of landing punches and then clinching his opponent.
So the heavy turn from Aguilar. 1:10 remaining, round number 3. Our strike stats presented by Bucked Up Energy Drink.
Both guys throwing the exact same amount of punches. A few more landed for Aguilar. Body shots, look at a lot more being thrown and landed by Aguilar.
Aguilar pulls back the right hand. Ibarola circling to the left into the clinch. Underhook from Ibarola, driving Aguilar back against the ring ropes, and that gets the break from Young.
Aguilar is just in his opponent's face the entire fight right now. He just continued to stalk, putting forward pressure, waiting for the right time, throwing those body punches. Good jab.
Aguilar landed that jab cleanly.
Very clean. Fight clean, tournament. Knuckle up!
Ibarola has been in constant movement as he said he would, but Aguilar has been in constant movement. It's largely been forward movement, Chris, to this point in the fight.
A lot of times that's going to win the judges too. If you're pushing forward in the close round, in the close fight, a lot of times that's the deciding factor. They're going to give it to the guy coming forward.
Closing seconds, round 3, Ibarola cut outside of his left brow. Right hands to the body from the clinch from Aguilar against the ropes. We move to round 4.
I'm telling you, this is a very difficult style of guy to fight. He's in your face the entire time. He's stalking your hips. He's staring right in front of you. When it's his time, he pushes forward, lands body shots. Ibarola's going to have to start landing some more punches. It starts by throwing some feints. When he throws feints, I think Aguilar bites and really shells up. He's going to have to start throwing more feints and then coming with some power shots. Harder to do the more tired you get, and that stalking pressure right now applied by Aguilar and the body shots really will slow you down quite a bit. Sean, can you use your Kansas Spanish to tell me what they were saying right there?
I cannot. I wish I could.
I'm sure it was something about put pressure on. That's what I'd be saying. Keep that pressure up. That's doing good stuff for you.
Round number 4. Pressure would be a very good educated guess, Chris, because Gilberto Aguilar has been all about pressure and forward pressure through the opening 3 rounds. And there's forward pressure into the clinch double unders from Justin Ibarola. And Aguilar continues to throw. See the excellent refereeing of Christopher Young, understanding the timing of the clinch and bare knuckle.
He let him fight a little bit there, even though there wasn't a lot of hard shots being landed.
Hard feint on the step in from Ibarola, the 1-2 off the mark.
That's why I feel like Ibarola's doing his best when he throws a few feints in there. He's got to mix those in a little bit more.
Soft warning by Young now to Ibarola, saying don't punch to the back of the head. As the great referee Jack Reese explains, silent warning, soft, hard, and then the point deduction. There's the 1-2, then the left hook from Ibarola.
It's been the best combination for Ibarola. That 1-2 lands clean. Ooh, and a nice little takedown there too.
Ruled a slip. Emphatically as such by Christopher Young, right back to it.
That's demoralizing though, and kind of wears you down sometimes. The more you get pushed to the canvas, the more you have to get up.
There was a full push away that time by Aguilar. 35 seconds remaining, round 4. Ibarola continuing to circle on the outside. Gilberto Aguilar continuing to come forward. Hard into the clinch. Wait on the separation. 20 seconds to go, round 4. Oh, for open real-time scoring, Chris.
You're not kidding, Sean. I'd love to see what they're scoring right here. You can know how to adjust. We don't know what the score is at all here.
To the body goes Aguilar. To the body goes Ibarrola. Heavy in the clinch, right to the body, the bell. We move to the 5th and final round.
And these guys are just going at it the entire time, Sean. This is an exhausting fight, the style.
El último round.
Aguilar just putting that pressure on the entire time. Like I said, we don't know what the judges are looking at. Sometimes they like the guy who's being slick, avoiding shots, coming back with their own. Sometimes they like that stalking pressure right there. A lot of pressure, a lot of body shots are being applied by Aguilar.
Él ya está cansado, ¿viste? Él solo quiere ahora agarrarse, te va a abrazar. You want to be in the clinch, that's it. No deje. No deje que te abrace.
So a slight cut outside of Justin Ibarrola's left eye. Confirmation that we have reached the 5th and final round of this bantamweight bout. Justin Ibarrola in his BKFC debut versus Gilberto Aguilar in his 2nd fight in BKFC. Right to the body from the fighter from Mexico City, Gilberto Aguilar. Stiff jab from Aguilar. Continual bouncing from the fighter from here in Florida, Justin Ibarrola. That was a clever right uppercut to the body from Ibarrola. Heavy in the clinch goes Aguilar.
And Sean, I don't think a lot of people realize how exhausting this is right here, trying to hold on to somebody. Just wait, spending all of your energy trying to stop them from punching you. Very tiring in there.
Push jab from Aguilar, nearly through. That jab got through. You see the smear of blood on the face of Justin Ibarrola. 70 seconds remaining in this fight. Naked right hand thrown by Aguilar on the overhand. Driving pressure back from Ibarrola. Quick separation from Christopher Young. Step in right hand again. Level change from Ibarrola. Ibarrola now on the overhook. And these tie-ups throughout, Chris, Gilberto Aguilar has continued to throw the right hand.
That right hand to the body especially. Done a good job with it.
Aguilar is simply not paused in the clinches. Jab, jab again from Aguilar. Clever on the duck under and the turn from Ibarrola. Ibarrola again trying to snatch the overhook. There's the left hand to the body from Aguilar. Left uppercut, right hand to the body from Gilberto Aguilar. Stretch drive of this fight. Heavy pressure.
That is just some Greco-Roman wrestling out there. So tiring.
On this step-in jab from Aguilar. Into the clinch. Overhook again from Ibarrola. Short right hand to the head from Aguilar. The bell, that's the end of a really competitive fight.
Aguilar just continued to go from the beginning of that fight all the way to the end.
Gilberto Aguilar playing to this very pro Justin Ibarrola crowd, feeling that he has done enough to win. We shall see. Again, our judges assigned by the excellent Florida Athletic Commission. 3 ringside scoring on the 10-point must system. No knockdowns in this fight. So let the 10s and 9s begin.
Just a grueling fight though, Sean. Such a tiring, just style of fight right there. When you're inside, you're pushing, you're pulling, you're grappling. I don't think people, this isn't like a normal boxing match, not like an MMA fight. That's just extremely tiring out there. And you can tell Aguilar feels he won the fight. Sean, that's when you talked about the open scoring right there, when you can see each round how they're scoring. If you're putting on the pressure, and you can see at the end of that round you won, you're going to continue. If you didn't, you got to change it up. That's kind of the problem. We're really going to see how the judges are scoring this round, and the fighters afterwards can adjust, but not beforehand. Not in the middle of the fight. You can't adjust.
Our final strike stats for this bantamweight bout presented by Bucked Up Energy Drink.
I mean, Both had very accurate punching styles right here, but I mean, Aguilar threw a lot more punches, 67 more punches, landed a lot more punches. And look at that body work. She's both very accurate, 82, 84, but 104 body attempts thrown. That is a lot, especially 85 landed. Fantastic job for Aguilar right there. We'll see if that's what the difference is or not.
To end all suspense, we go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, after completing the scheduled 5 rounds, here are the score totals from our judges at ringside. Judges Rodriguez and Rupert score the fight 49-46. Judge Toledo, 48-47. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision, Justin
Well, there you go, Sean. They were not liking the pressure. They were liking the movement.
Wow. Cheers, but you're definitely getting some boos, too, from the crowd who probably did not know the name Gilberto Aguilar when they entered BKFC 38 tonight, but felt that the fighter from Mexico City did enough to win. It wasn't that close on the 3 Florida judges' scorecards. 4-1, 4-1, 3-2 in favor of Justin Ibarrola. Ibarrola was definitely slick. He was elusive. He stayed on the outside, but credit to Gilberto Aguilar. Constant forward pressure into the pocket, making it rough, mirroring the hips. Make no mistake, regardless of the judges' scorecards, this was an extremely close fight. All 5 rounds, very, very tight. Hard fought, well fought from both men. The winner, by way of unanimous decision, Justin Ibarrola defeats Gilberto Aguilar.
Next week, Christine Faria defends her world title against challenger Beck Rawlings live on pay-per-view.
You can be nice to me, you can be rude to me, you can be whatever to me, it's still gonna be the same ass beating.
BKFC's women's flyweight champion, Christine Faria. She has been dominant in bare knuckle. Down she goes. Big shots, there's the uppercut, power on the inside. Faria going hard for the second round finish. Straight right, here's the uppercut. Down goes Silgado. Big jab, there's the right hand, step in right hand by Faria.
The first time David Feldman asked me, who do you want to fight? I said, Beck Rawlings. That's who I want. I want to beat the out of this. Yo, Beck, I got something special planned for you. It's going to be a highlight, for real.
BKFC 41, next Saturday, April 29th, live on pay-per-view. To order, go to bkfc.com.
Dat Nguyen enters tonight's main event versus Daniel Straus in the featherweight division. Very respectful of his opponent, while also completely confident.
First name is Dat Nguyen. I fight out of Vero Beach, Florida now. I am multi-dimensional. I can adjust. I could be a really great stick and move. I could be aggressive. So I'm gonna be putting that aggressiveness on him and put the fight in front of him. He's been a long-time veteran in MMA. I think he's a pretty complete fighter, to be honest, but it's his first bare knuckle fight, so he's up against one of the best in bare knuckle. I don't like to predict the fight. I like the fight to flow naturally. And you adapt to it. If you watch all my fight, every single fight is different. People don't know exactly what I'm coming, but they know that I will always come to fight. I fight for the fans, and I want to let the fans see a good fight. I have respect for every single opponent until they disrespect me, you know. But when it's time to fight, that respect is not going to be there. I'm going to come to win.
One half of your main event tonight here at BKFC 38. Dat Nguyen, and Dat, it has been about 16 months, 16 long months since you have been inside that squared circle, since you have thrown down here for BKFC. How are you feeling right now, and how does it feel to be back?
I feel great. Thanks for having me here. like I said, I want to thank David for bringing me back. I've been dying to get back in here and, you know, like I said, entertain the fans.
No doubt about it. I mean, you had the layoff, and now you come right back in, and you're facing a debut in BKFC in Daniel Straus, a guy that has fought some of the best in the entire world with MMA, but this is his first time going bare knuckle. What kind of message do you have for Daniel Straus?
Like I said, I'm here to entertain the fans, so whatever he brings, I'm ready for him. But like I said, he's a two-time Bellator world champion, so, you know, he's a great fighter. Like I said, I love to fight great fighters, so let us say what he brings tonight.
Next time, Dat, bring some donuts. Now let's go to our next fight, and it's your Crescent Tools tale of the tape.
Yes, enters 1-0 promotionally in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. Overall, this will be his 6th fight in the sport of bare knuckle. Rodriguez has also had 3 pro boxing matches. Rodriguez told us in our fighter meeting his main focus in training was working on cardio. Rodriguez said, I want to use constant in and out movement. I feel solid with my technique. I understand bare knuckle fighting. I just need my fitness to be on point.
Feels like he's re-energized from this, coming back. Can't wait to get back in there, so he knows what he wants to do. He wants to get into the pocket, throw punches, but he doesn't want to stay there to be hit back. He wants to get in, out motion like you talked about, Sean.
Once again, Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next fight of the night. Scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Presented to you by Bucked Up Energy Drink. Introducing you first. Fighting out of the red corner. Tonight he wears black. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. His official weight, 165.6 pounds. Tonight, he makes his BKFC debut. Fighting out of Bozeman, Montana. Here is Mark Pound Cake Johnson. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight, he wears green. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. His official weight, an even 164 pounds. He holds a true bare knuckle fighting veteran's record of 15 victories opposite 2 defeats. Fighting out of Hialeah, Florida. Here is Rene White Boy, a.k.a. the Hialeah champ, Rodriguez. And our referee in charge of the action, Sam Burgos.
Red, Maltese, hold the line. Blue, Maltese, hold the line.
Rene Rodriguez told us, I'm definitely comfortable fighting backwards. I will continually make adjustments throughout this fight. Round number 1. He then start off from scratch from both fighters. Rodriguez from here in Florida in the green trunks. Mark Johnson from Bozeman, Montana in the black trunks. Jab to the body from Rodriguez, not there. Open striking guard, open chest for Mark Johnson. Jab to the body again, not there from Rodriguez. Rodriguez resetting on the counter. Flurry to the head from Rodriguez.
Interesting
taking
style.
those punches well.
Interesting style right now from Johnson, putting his hands in a weird spot, keeping them open. He's looking a little unorthodox, but looks comfortable out there.
Can you see that wide open striking guard from Johnson? Good elusiveness from Rodriguez. Twice now eluding the right hand of Johnson. Counter on the right, then the left hand from Rodriguez. Johnson resetting. 60 seconds remaining around number 1. See that constant upper body movement from Mark Johnson. Rodriguez trying to time the right hand. Times that right hand on the step in from Johnson.
Johnson's got to be a little bit more. He's got to hide his entries a little bit better. He's coming straight forward.
Big overhand right above the ear, and that drops Mark Johnson.
Once again, he's just coming straight, and he said, I'm going to punch you right now. I'm coming straight forward. You can't do that. He's got to mirror a little bit. He's got to push off that back foot, double jab his way in. Use some head movement.
Sporting touch of hands after the knockdown, right back to it.
Did the same thing right there. He's coming straight forward with that head. He's just a big target right there.
No rush from Rodriguez. You see his poise after recording that knockdown here in round number 1. Looking to jab his Johnson to the bell. The sportsmanship continues as we are through the first round.
And from watching Rodriguez last time, you would have thought he would have jumped all over his opponent right there, really looking to finish the fight. This is that maturity he's starting to develop in this sport right here. You can see right there, Johnson coming straight forward with those 1-2 punches, head not moving at all. Hit kind of in the back of the head, but just did the damage right there. You can't come straight forward like that.
Definitely legal, though. The target is above the ear. It's only an illegal punch to the back of the head if the attacking fighter is targeting the back of the head, which clearly was not the case.
No, he just threw a hook right there. That's where it landed. I mean, Johnson got to do a little bit better job.
Who needs 60 seconds?
They both just came running out. I didn't know what was happening there for a second.
Both fighters up to scratch before the 10-second whistle. A full 60 seconds. Now round number 2. It was a bit surreal.
Johnson's got to duck that chin a little bit. He's kind of sticking it out right there. If he gets hit, he's going to go down again. I mean, man, that's some erratic movement right there. We're getting that head out. It's very difficult to keep doing. You better be Roy Jones if you're able to move it like that. And most people are not.
On the right hand, counter right hand from Rodriguez. Heavy forward pressure from Mark Johnson to start round number 2. Dropped it immediately off the canvas in round number 1.
There's a lot of dancing's going on, and then you can see the strikes right there. A lot more landed for Rodriguez. Huge percentage. I mean, just 50% of his punches are landing.
This has been a night of some interesting clowning, Chris.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We haven't seen much like it so far, Sean, but wow.
All seems relatively good-natured clowning. No real taunting, mean-spirited clowning. Big right hand knockdown number 2.
And Johnson has got to do something about that head movement. His head is a target. He's sticking it straight up there. That chin is there. I feel like whenever Rodriguez wants to, he can finish the fight. He just has to land that punch. You cannot continue to put that chin up. Those hands, look, they're wide open. Very interesting, but hasn't been effective yet.
We'll see how that's ruled. The rule is slip immediately by Sam Burgos. Correctly so. Overhand right misses. Rodriguez actually got his right hand tied up in the ring ropes. 15 seconds to go round number 2. Rene Rodriguez dropping Mark Johnson once in round number 1, once here in round number 2. Just heard the 10-second clack. See the hand movement, the open chest of Mark Johnson. Hands high and tight and disciplined for Rene Rodriguez. We are through 2 rounds.
And Sean, you almost get the feel right now Rodriguez just wanting to get some more ring time in here and get more comfortable, because I feel like if he wants to step on the gas and come after Johnson, there's just a clean right hand. Like I said, Johnson coming forward with his hands not in the best position, his chin straight up in there. Look at that. You can't come that high with that chin up in the air. You're going to get hit with those overhand rights all day long, and you're going to end up on the canvas all day long, just like that.
You got the power, too.
I mean, whatever Johnson, whatever he does well offensively, his defense, he's got to start covering up a little bit better, using some head movement, coming in behind that jab, keeping the chin tucked. He's keeping that up against a heavy hitter. It's going to be a long night, or a short night, I should say. Look at, I mean, Rodriguez is shaking his hand. I almost feel like he feels like he's in a sparring match right now.
That was a full handshake, not just a touch of fist. Round number 3, immediate forward pressure off of scratch from Mark Johnson to start the 3rd round.
Look at where those hands are, just.
Left hand on the inside, right hand, and that drops Mark Johnson. Knockdown number 3.
Johnson's showing a lot of toughness, just keeps getting up, but he's got to work on that defense. He's got to cover himself up a little bit, protect himself at all times. See, I feel like Rodriguez right now says, okay, I've had enough of this.
Rodriguez turning up the pressure, now looking for the finish line, trying to reach it here in round number 3.
I think somebody just told Rodriguez he's not getting paid by the round. So.
Left hand, right hand. Johnson trying to step back in. Big shots now from Rene Rodriguez.
I mean, Johnson's showing toughness, but that
knockdown number 4, and we are done. Game, set, match, Rene Rodriguez.
A lot of heart being shown by Johnson right there. He has a few things he needs to work on, just a lot more defense. He has to understand this is a sport of hit and don't get hit. You cannot trade punches in here and be successful.
Rene Rodriguez now 2-0 in BKFC. Measured, explosive, dominant throughout. No rush, all poise, but all offense, Chris.
Just waited for the right time. He let Johnson do his thing. He's got his eyes to see what was going on. Blocked everything, waited for the right time, didn't take any damage. Great job for Rodriguez.
Mark Johnson was extremely game in this his BKFC debut, but on point was Rene Rodriguez.
Very similar to the first knockdown, the fight just kind of clubbed him. Good spot.
See, absolutely no animosity between these two fighters.
Yeah, even when they were doing their dance routine or whatever, when they were playing around, it wasn't you know, anger at the other person trying to make them look bad. They were just trying to put on a show for the crowd, I believe.
Here is Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee in charge, Sam Burgos, steps in and calls a stop to this fight at 45 seconds into round number 3. For your winner by TKO, Rene White Boy, a.k.a. the Hialeah Champ, Rodriguez.
And Sean, much improved from his first fight, more confident, more relaxed, understood the sport quite a bit better. I really look forward to seeing Rodriguez fight for us again.
Mark Johnson kept coming forward, was throwing some very big punches from some very difficult angles. Rene Rodriguez, though, showing his technique, showing his poise. Rodriguez dropping Mark Johnson in round number 1, in round number 2, twice in round number 3 to the finish. And now the celebration from Rene Rodriguez.
Good job, brother.
Rene Rodriguez talked about focusing on his cardio. That was on point. His entire game was on point in this fight. 4 knockdowns to the victory. And that right hand was absolutely devastating throughout. The winner by way of 3rd round TKO, Rene Rodriguez defeats Mark Johnson.
Next week, Beck Rawlings challenges for Christine Faria's world title live on pay-per-view.
You know, I'd like to say I'm going to go out there and knock Christine out because I'd love to. I'd love to shut her mouth for good. You know, she's not invincible. She seems to think that she is unbeatable and she's invincible and everyone's scared of her, and Helen was not scared of her and I'm not scared of her. When I first fought for bare knuckle, I was the first world champion in the women's division, so she's always had something to say about me. She's proven that she is the best in the division. She probably doesn't say the same about me. I know all she does is talk mad about me, but I don't have a major ego that I can't give her props. Hey Christine, I know how much you love me and you've just been waiting to put your hands on me. You'll get to do it soon.
BKFC 41, next Saturday, April 29th, live on pay-per-view. To order, go to bkfc.com.
You're establishing himself as one of the top featherweights in MMA. Daniel Straus is now set for his BKFC debut as he faces Dat Nguyen in tonight's main event.
My name is Daniel Straus. I'm fighting at a DS boxing gym out of Boca Raton, Florida. I am a 38-year-old badass. I fought for Bellator for a long time, won 2 world titles. Combat sports has always been my life. Bare knuckle appeals to me because I really just want to throw hands. What separates me from the other fighters in bare knuckle is just I am my own person. I'm fighting for my own reasons. I would say my fighting style is unique. I have different angles that I'm able to use, different ways of moving and moving my feet and getting in and out. Describing Dat's fighting style, I would describe it as clean, technical. He's a boxer. The way he fights isn't anything I haven't seen before. I win this fight by punching him in the face. I'm not afraid to get hit. The key for me is just to stay in his face and do what I do best, hoping that you prepare for the fight that I'm prepared for.
And back here with the other half of tonight's main event, Daniel Straus making his debut here in the BKFC tonight. Daniel, man, great to have you here in the organization. Obviously, you have forged a path in mixed martial arts, but bare knuckle is a whole different type of business out here. There's been a lot of guys that have made this transition that haven't been successful. Why do you think you are going to be successful here at bare knuckle?
Why wouldn't I be?
Well, I mean, that's my question to you, man. Obviously, you know, great career, but you know what I mean? But it's different in there. You know, how do you think it's going to be when you step into the squared circle for the first time?
I mean, my head's in the fight. That's all I'm focused on. That's all I really worry about is the fight game. So, you know, I'm going to come out on top. I believe in myself. We've worked hard. My coaches have worked hard. So I feel nothing but, you know, good vibes.
You know, at the weigh-in, you know, Dad's trying to have fun. He's bringing out the donuts. You really didn't want none of that. It seemed like you're very, very focused on the situation, not wanting to play around. Is that really what your mindset is coming into this main event?
Yeah, it's nothing against him or anybody that does that. It's just this ain't a game for me. This is my job. This is what we got to do. So I'm going to show up. I'm going to perform. I'm a professional. That's what we're going to do.
Here he is, Daniel Straus. You'll see him in the main event of BKFC 38 later tonight. Tools brings you our tale of the tape for this bout at 185 pounds. Francesco Ricchi versus Erick Lozano.
And what jumps off the page at you here, the height and reach. Ricchi's got a 9-inch reach advantage. That means Lozano's going to have to really work to get inside to throw those big punches up to Ricchi to make him pay, and he's been doing much better at that his last few fights.
Erick Lozano set for bout number 2 in BKFC. He's a veteran of 35 professional mixed martial arts bouts. Lozano told us in our fighter meeting he wants a very fast start off of the scratch line in round number 1. Lozano said, I can't be timid and I have to continually be first.
That was the thing, get off first. Use head movement, use a jab, wants to get inside. He understands he has a deficit with that reach. He's got to do what he has to get inside, and that starts with the head movement.
Lozano said, my game will be built around aggression. I am definitely willing to take Francesco Ricchi's punches. Lozano told us to get to the inside to land my power punches.
That was the thing. He wants to make sure every punch he throws with bad intentions. He's not going to be able to throw as many as his opponent, so he has to make them count.
5 wins in BKFC for Francesco Ricchi, including June of last year when he defeated Yuli Diaz by first-round TKO to claim the BKFC Interim Middleweight Championship.
And so Ricchi's shown some fights, his toughness. He's been knocked down several times. He's really learned his range right now. He's throwing hard punches always, but look, he just controls the range right there against a very tough Yuli Diaz, and that's exactly what he's needed to do. He doesn't need to show how tough he is. He needs to show how smart he is, but he's really been doing that last few fights, staying outside, landing hard shots, just like he did here against Yuli Diaz. That's what won him the title. That's what he feels like he needs to do. Not worry about power, just go out there and throw, and when he does that, he feels like he's gonna land hard enough to knock his opponent out.
Born in Italy, based here in South Florida. Living by his estimation about 1.5 miles from Hard Rock Live. Francesco Ricchi. 5-1 in BKFC. He's 1-0 in Pro MMA. Ricchi, a longtime training partner with Yoel Romero. In our fighter meeting, Ricchi said, I put more focus on sparring with high-level professional boxers, utilizing clean technique. Ricchi said, I'm not worrying so much about building my physique, strength and power. It's all for me about clean technique.
Absolutely. Understands he needs to work on entering and exiting properly. Feels like he needs to set more traps out there. It says that's what it's going to be. Set traps for his opponent and then execute that game plan and finish the trap.
Ricchi said of Erick Lozano, his opponents in this bout tonight at 185 pounds. I'm expecting heavy pressure and a fast start from Lozano. I'm going to catch him when he rushes in. As you said, Chris, set traps. Ricchi said, I need to be very patient, very precise with my power punches.
Wants to throw a lot of feints and establish that power early. Feels like those feints are going to get his opponent reaching, and then he can use those big shots to finish the fight.
Back to the ring, and Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for the next fight of the night. Scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. Presented to you by Fubo TV. Watch live sports and TV without cable, including BKFC. Start your 7-day free trial at FuboTV.com. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner tonight, he wears black trimmed in the proud colors of the United States of America and Mexico. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall, his official weight 185.7 pounds. He returns to the squared circle, ready for bare knuckle fight number 2. Fighting out of Ed Couch, Elsa, Texas. Here is Erick El Travieso Lozano. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out the blue corner. Tonight he wears black. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. His official weight, an even 133 pounds. His impressive BKFC record stands at 5 victories opposite a single defeat. He is the former BKFC World Middleweight Champion, fighting out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, by way of Rome, Italy, Francesco Ricchi. And our referee in charge of the action, Andrew Glenn.
Erick Lozano said double and triple jabs to get to the inside, then implement my dirty boxing. Round number 1. Ricchi immediately on the backward step, trying to establish that reach and range advantage. Overhand right on the entry from Lozano. Ricchi on the feint and the jab. Jab to the body from Francesco Ricchi. Shoulder rolls from Lozano on the outside. Hard jab to the sternum from Ricchi.
Ricchi talked about establishing that power early.
Counter right hand from Ricchi on the pull 2. Jab to the body. See Lozano looking for the entry. There's the right hand.
And there's what we talked about earlier.
Oh, big right hand, and that drops Francesco Ricchi.
Wow, just like that.
This fight is over, and a massive upset victory for Erick Lozano.
And you can tell by the way he fell, that's why they stopped it. The referee jumped in, he fell, face down, didn't put his hands down. When you go down with that means you were knocked out. You can tell some people are upset because Ricchi has a tendency to get knocked down, get back up. Wasn't the case though here, because when you fall down, you don't even brace yourself. Wow. That was a shocker right there.
Oh. Francesco Ricchi, make no mistake, is one of the best pound-for-pound fighters on the BKFC roster, and he was finished with that one-punch, massive right hand of Erick Lozano.
And you can just see right here, that overhand right. Just landed clean right there. Ricchi just didn't see that coming, just Think he threw the punch. Saw his opponent roll with it. Lozano came right back with that right hand right away, caught him right in the chin. And you can just see the look of disgust on the face of Ricchi right now, so upset with himself.
And massive disappointment as well for Francesco Ricchi. Felt supremely confident coming into this fight, not because he disregarded Erick Lozano in any way. Ricchi professed massive respect for Lozano in our fighter meeting. Ricchi just felt that his training was focused, high-level sparring against high-level professional boxers. He thought he could implement his game, but the power of Erick Lozano on that step-in overhand right to end this fight.
And Sean, I think we've learned in this sport, that's all it takes is one clean shot. You landed with the bare knuckle, that's all it takes sometimes. And if you're not on your game 100%, that's all it takes. And that's what it took right there. Just didn't see the punch coming cleanly. I'm not real sure what happened right there. I think he saw his opponent, he threw a jab, his opponent rolled with it and fired right back, put him down.
We go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee in charge, Andrew Glenn, calls a stop to the fight at 54 seconds into round number 1 for your winner by KO, Erick El Travieso Lozano.
And a massive upset for Lozano. Great power, you can see. Can't wait to see this guy fight again. The confidence right now is just pulling up in this guy.
Go back to what Erick Lozano said in our fighter meeting. Don't be timid, always be first. Erick Lozano was the opposite of timid against the ultra-talented and accomplished former BKFC middleweight champion Francesco Ricchi, timing the beautiful right hand. And the way that Francesco Ricchi fell brought an immediate end to this fight from referee Andrew Glenn. The winner by way of first round KO, Erick Lozano defeats Francesco Ricchi.
Next week, Chad Mendes returns to bare knuckle fighting to clash with the debuting Eddie Alvarez, live on pay-per-view.
I know that I'm built for a sport like this. These shorter rounds with how powerful, fast, and explosive I am. Yeah, honestly, I don't know how you could prepare for somebody like myself. Eddie's got some big balls coming into this fight. I know how this guy fights. I know what he loves to do. I know what his strengths and his weaknesses are. This is a guy that I know that I can go out there and knock out.
Second round. Huge right hand and down goes Fames. Beautifully timed by Mendes. Huge right hand. Fames and Trebling down for the second time in this fight.
This is a fight that I know if I stay poised and I stick to my game plan, I can pick Eddie apart. I know that I'm faster than him. I know I have better footwork in and out. It's all about me using my brain, using my body, and doing what we planned and what we trained for here in the gym, and I come away a winner. I think his time has come and gone. This is, time for me to step in there and show the world who I am.
Yeah, baby.
BKFC 41, next Saturday, April 29th, live on pay-per-view. To order, go to bkfc.com.
Feature fight time in the flyweight division. Tyler Randall versus Chancey Wilson. Our tale of the tape is presented by Crescent Tools.
Significant height advantage for Randall, a few inch reach advantage. Want to utilize that. Wilson very fast, getting in and out right there, so Randall wants to slow him down by using a lot of jabs, keep him at bay.
2 wins at BKFC for Chancey Wilson, including April of last year when he defeated Justin Martinez by first-round TKO.
And you can see the strength and the speed right now of Martinez coming right after Wilson. But Wilson did a great job of staying relaxed out there, fighting in spurts when he had to, but then his quickness and his speed took over right there. It feels like he's faster than anybody in the division. Look at that, just a nice, clean little shot, just a good straight left hand, and that's what he feels like he brings. He's hard to hit, he moves well, he has good hand speed. Looks like he's right from what I've seen in the past. He can do a great job of hitting and not getting hit, and that's the name of bare knuckle, and he feels like he does it very well. It's gonna be good to see him come in here and get a good fight tonight.
This is bout number 5 in Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship for Chancey Wilson. He's also had 9 pro MMA bouts, including 2 in LFA. In our fighter meeting, Wilson said, my game is about slips and counters to get to the inside. I want to be very tight on my opponent, Tyler Randall, throughout. I feel that I can outbox him. I feel that I can outwork him on the inside.
Like you said, wants to stay nice and tight, get to the pocket, but he does not want to be in the clinch. That is not his game. He wants to be in there throwing punches and then getting back out.
Wilson said in his previous 4 bare knuckle fights, he felt that he had really thought a lot and really focused a lot on hand speed. He said, now my main focus is on punching accuracy.
Feels like he knows his opponent's going to come in with these looping punches, overhand rights. He wants to slip and counter. He feels like he wants to outbox his opponent, and every time he slips, he has to make his opponent pay for bad punches.
Over the top rope and into the ring for Chancey Wilson. 2 wins at BKFC for Tyler Randall, including April of last year when he defeated Joshua Ricchi by 3rd round KO.
And just right here, just not jumping on his opponent the entire time, showing a lot of patience, relaxing the entire time, but just like Chancey talks about, look at those looping shots right there, but mixes in a few straight ones. It's really impressive. His last fight with how relaxed he was. He didn't jump all of his opponent. A lot of times people get too excited, they rush in there, and then they eat their own shot by somebody just countering right there. He did not do that. He was calm, patient, relaxed. I think that's what led to that victory right there. He didn't walk into anything. He's gonna have to use that patience if he wants to come in here against Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set for our feature fight of the night, scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the flyweight division, presented to you by Crescent Tools. Introducing you first, fighting out of the red corner, tonight he wears red and pink. He stands 5 feet 2 inches tall. His official weight, an even 126 pounds. He holds a BKFC record of 2 victories opposite 2 defeats. Fighting out of Wichita, Kansas, here is Chancey Superfly Wilson. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner. Tonight he wears black and gold trimmed in green. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall. His official weight, 125.9 pounds. His BKFC record stands at 2 victories opposite a single defeat. Fighting out of Fort Myers, Florida, by way of Hoosick Falls, New York. Here is Tyler, the rookie, Randall. And our referee in charge of the action, Chris Young.
Tyler Randall told us, I have to be extremely calm. He said, if I'm calm, I will control the pace, and if I control the pace, I will win this fight.
Look when you're ready. Look when you're ready.
Round number 1. Black trunks for Tyler Randall. Red and pink trunks for Chancey Wilson. 2 explosive, rapid-fire fighters, Chris. A very measured start. Extended striking guard from Randall, throws the naked 2. Feint on the 2 now from Randall.
You can see the different styles though right there. Wilson, a much faster, more explosive fighter.
Already the double middle fingers from Chancey Wilson.
Already. He usually throws that a little bit later.
That's the duck under. You see the speed of Wilson. Both fighters, again, extremely quick.
And that's where you get this weight clash on. There's going to be a lot of quickness.
Overhand right from Wilson. Exit from Randall. 1-2 to the body from Wilson. Something you don't see too often above 125 pounds, Chris. 1-2s to the body.
Wilson's just so hard to hit. He's so fast out there. He's very short, so it makes it a difficult target.
It's in the step of Tyler Randall. On the duck under. Just trying to go body head. Randall pulling back that right hand. Stiff jab from Tyler Randall. 40 seconds remaining. Round number 1 of our feature fight in the flyweight division. Counter on the right hand. Wilson to the inside the right hand.
You can just tell right now, Wilson just a little bit faster than his opponent. He's going to utilize that the entire time. If he can get off with those inside the pocket, land a little flurry of punches and get back out, that's what he wants to do.
Jab from the ortho stance for Randall. Wilson measured, staying long from the southpaw stance. Hard right jab from Chancey Wilson. Feint from Wilson. On the right hook from Randall. The reset, the bell, that ends round number 1.
When your moment finally arrives and all your hard work, dedication, and loyalty to your craft is clear for all to see, your results will speak for themselves. Because when you need the hardest hitting tools on the market, you reach for the brand that always knows how to throw down, each and every time. Unbelievable. Crescent Tools, trusted by the trades.
When your punch is a little bit lower, and then when you press it in, your chin's a little high. Just get behind it.
Very interesting round right there. You can see the difference. Wilson very fast out there. Randall's going to have to try and do something to adjust to that speed. Pressures the fight a little bit more, throw some body shots. Utilize that clinch. He didn't really try to use the clinch to tire his opponent down. He might want to look to do that a little bit because Wilson's very fast right now.
See the very wide stance and scratch for Tyler Randall as we start round number 2.
That really helps you to not get taken down, but that's not the case right here. Doesn't need to worry about that.
There's the left hand, the right hand, the explosion in the pocket from Chancey Wilson.
Wilson's just too fast for him right now.
Wilson on the duck under right hand. See the tick-tock head movement from Wilson. Jab again. Swelling on the left cheek of Tyler Randall. The down movement, the bounce from Tyler Randall, staying on the outside. 1-2 again to the body from Chancey Wilson.
I like what Wilson's doing. He's waiting for the right time, stepping outside that lead foot, and that's when those straight punches. And he can go to the body, then go upstairs, but he got to step outside that lead foot.
Hard step in jab from Wilson.
See, he's stepping on the inside there, but he feels very confident.
Right hand on the entry. Randall back to the outside, resetting in the center circle with 55 seconds remaining round 2. Continual bounce in the step of Tyler Randall.
I'm really surprised Randall's not trying to get in, tie up his opponent, slow him down a little bit. Wilson's just too fast for him at this point.
Wilson from the southpaw stance. Rangefinder with the right hand.
I feel like Randall's just waiting for the opportunity to land one good shot.
Referee Christopher Young just told Wilson, do not extend your fingers towards the face of Randall.
Grab each other's hand.
Hands meeting in the middle. Ortho of Randall, southpaw of Wilson. Jab not there. Feint on the jab. Wilson cut outside of his right eye. Cross-arm guard there from Chancey Wilson. 10-second clock. Final seconds, round number 2. Some disquiet now. This Hollywood, Florida crowd. There is the bell.
Once again, I'm feeling like Randall right now, he's just looking to time a punch. He feels like he can land one good hard shot. He can change the direction that this fight's going in right now, but he's not doing too much to slow Wilson down. I'm not sure why he's not utilizing that clinch. He's not getting inside pushing with. He's a bigger guy. He's definitely feels like he's a stronger guy. You can tell by the way he's fighting. He feels like he can just land that one good punch and change it, but he's not going to be able to do it unless he just catches Wilson on a strength thing. So he's going to have to get in there, push him around, wear him down, create these openings, and not just hope they happen. That is one thing you have to like about the bare knuckle. You can push your opponent just out of position. If you push him just a little bit to where that hand's not blocking, then you can throw your punches, but you can't do that if Wilson's outside moving around the way he is. He's so fast, he's gonna be hard to catch out of position. You're just gonna have to catch him almost with a lucky shot, John.
Both fighters bouncing up to scratch. Round number 3 underway. Triple jab from the southpaw stands for Chancey Wilson to start round 3. Immediate backward steps from Tyler Randall, putting his back against the ring ropes, now circling out.
And the way Randall's throwing his arms out, he looks very stiff, almost robotic sometimes.
Almost a reaching right hand from southpaw for Wilson. It's legal as long as the fingers are not extending towards the face of Randall. Randall pulling back that hook. There's the right hand, double right hand from Randall. That was slick. 20 remaining round 3.
Just to stay outside and wait for Wilson to throw first is not going to be the recipe to win.
Pulling back the right hand, Randall throwing and landing the right hand, Chancey Wilson.
Of course, Sean, with the judges here, I'm not sure. You never know who's winning these fights anymore.
That's why you and I love open real-time scoring.
Watch your fingers.
Now 45 seconds remaining, round number 3. Both fighters in the center circle. Out, back in for Tyler Randall, left hook. Both fighters very carefully picking their punches. There's the right hand. Partially got through from Randall. Chris, what we're not seeing is wasted punches.
That was a good right hand right there by Randall. You need to follow it up, though. Throw some combinations out there. He's throwing one punch, and look at my work. Look what I did. I landed it.
See the duck under, almost a roll under from Randall. Wilson trying to measure. Hard jab to the body. Good right hand on the step in from Randall just before the bell that ends round number 3.
And you can tell our spoiled fans are really used to getting a lot of action in the fights. They're a little upset right now. This is a technical bout right now. Each guy's trying to figure out, stepping outside the lead foot, figuring out when they can land their shots. So much speed. Getting a little restless right now, Sean. There wasn't more action. This is a very technical fight, though. Nobody wants to make a mistake.
It's a high standard when you have two really talented 125ers.
And the chin down. I need the chin down a little bit more. All right, you're doing awesome.
Knowledgeable fight fans, it's a sliding scale of expectations based generally on weight class.
Left hand to the head, overhand right, no matter what, even if you feel out of range. Get him right here, make a statement, you're gonna get around. Fuck the booze, brother. These people are fine.
We're not seeing a lot of punches thrown. But again, we're not seeing a lot of wasted punches from either Tyler Randall nor Chancey Wilson through 3 rounds in this fight.
Very true.
Set to start round number 4.
Well, and that's a hard thing with this weight class, Sean. If you miss punches, you're opening yourself up, and you're going to get hit. These guys are fast and accurate.
Pawing now is Tyler Randall with the lead left hand. Missing with the left hook is Randall. Wilson again. 3 times he's landed the 1-2 to the body, and that is really impressive.
Well, he's taking what his opponents give him. Those hands are up high, leaving them up there. Ooh.
Overhand right from Wilson into the clinch. The exit from Randall eluded the second overhand right of Chancey Wilson. Short counter left from Randall, resetting. On the inside, Wilson looking for the entry. Randall pulling back that rear right uppercut. That would have been audacious at this stage in the fight.
Just kind of threatening it. He knows that Wilson's getting his head down there. He wants to make sure that, oh.
55 seconds remaining, round 4. Wilson coming forward. Lead left hook, not there from Tyler Randall. Right to the body from Chancey Wilson.
You can see here just a slight advantage each round for Wilson in the number of punches landed. That doesn't necessarily mean he's won the fight as we've seen earlier, but
our strike stats tonight presented by Buffed Up Energy Drink. Left hand on the step in from Wilson. Circling out again, Tyler Randall. Getting late in our feature fight. 15 seconds remaining, round 4. Hard feint again from Chancey Wilson.
10 seconds, 10 seconds.
Feint with the right hand from Randall.
And Sean, with the way this fight is going, I imagine you're going to see somebody who's going to be shocked and dismayed that they lost this fight.
Next up, the 5th and final round.
I feel like both guys feel like they're, I don't know if they're happy with their performance right now, but I think both guys feel fairly confident they're doing what they need to do to win this each round. That's where the open scoring would be great right now. However, not the case, so I think we're going to get a big surprise when this decision is made. I think somebody's going to be shocked that they didn't win this fight.
He's frustrated.
And for all I know, this could definitely be a 2-2 fight. This kid come down this last round.
One would think both Tyler Randall and Chancey Wilson have to approach this 5th and final round as such, that it is must win.
We'd like to see that. We'd like to see both guys coming out and really pushing it and say, I have to win this round.
Okay, let's go. Let's knuckle up.
Referee Christopher Young starts the 5th and final round.
And Wilson coming out right away. I don't know if they told him in the corner, you have to win this round.
Immediate turning up of the temperature for Chancey Wilson. On his back foot.
That's been his best weapon right now, that jab to the body and that straight left hand.
Randall, you see, playful now with the right hand, loading it up. Extended guard for Tyler Randall. Right hand not there for Wilson. Right jab not there for Wilson.
Wilson throw a lot of punches, but his feet aren't getting closer to his opponent. You're not going to hit him unless you step in.
There's the step in right hand from Randall that circles out. 1:15 remaining, 5th and final round.
And a lot of hand movement going on.
Left hook not fully committed to by Randall. Pulled it back mid-flight. Step in right hand from Wilson on the hard jab.
Don't grab him.
Measuring lead left hand now for Randall.
And you listen to these fans, they're getting upset. Like I said, they're very spoiled. This is a technical fight right here.
Right hand lands from Randall. Randall in the hard feint, that moved Wilson.
Wilson's talking out there, not sure what he's saying.
Wilson trying to counter with the 2. Right jab to the body. Left hook not there from Randall. Right hook, partially blocked by Chancey Wilson.
But is it these hard shots, even if they're being blocked, is that what the judges are looking at? Is it the speed? Is it the accuracy? What? I'm not real sure what they're looking at, so.
Left hook, dunk under from Wilson. Straight right hand, double jabs to the body. That is the end of the fight.
Well, a lot of times, Sean, after the fight, they settled it. Nothing to say, not this time. They both still look like they don't respect the other person after that fight.
No post-fight hug. At least not yet.
Both guys, like I said, Sean, both guys confident they won this fight. Somebody's going to be shocked that they didn't win.
Now the tallying of the 3 Florida Athletic Commission assigned judges ringside. Randall and Wilson still talking.
They might want to wait till the decision's made before they continue this jaw jacking. Because somebody's going to be disappointed, I believe.
See the work of the Florida inspectors. For those athletic commissions that don't employ inspectors, this is why you need to employ inspectors for your athletic commission.
Hey, lift your arms up to the crowd. Move around. It's all good, bro.
See the big thumbs down from Chancey Wilson. Outside of the ring, Chancey Wilson is one of the quietest, gentlest, most soft-spoken people I know. I've known him before BKFC through MMA. We're both Kansans. He turns on a different personality in fights.
You've talked about the double bird. He's thrown that in many fights, and it's out of character for him as you've talked to him, like you said.
See the scowl on the face of Chancey Wilson and the smile on the face of Tyler Randall.
Going good? Going good, Mom?
Chancey Wilson now talking to us, Chris, in our commentary position, giving us a smile.
Telling how his opponent ran the entire fight, I believe. I think that's what I heard. So
Wilson feels that he has done enough to win this fight. Tyler Randall feels that he has done enough to win this fight.
Wouldn't be surprised if this were split. But Sean, who knows at this point? I've been surprised a couple times tonight.
We go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, after completing the scheduled 5 rounds, our judges send into the squared circle a split decision. Judge Rupert scores the fight 49-46 in favor of Wilson. Judge Streisand, 49-46 in favor of Randall. And Rodriguez, 48-47 to the winner by split decision. Chancey Superfly Wilson!
Huge win there for Wilson, Sean. Did a lot of good things out there. Looked faster and a cleaner shots, in my opinion, so kind of agree with the judge here, but very tight fight, very close.
Chris, so a deep dive into the scorecards. 49-46 Wilson, that's 4 rounds to 1. 49-46 Randall, that's 4 rounds to 1 the other way. And 48-47 to the winner, Chancey Wilson, 3 rounds to 2. A very even, very competitive bout. Both fighters definitely had their moments. Both fighters leave the ring feeling that they should have had the victory. But the fighter who gets the victory and the biggest win of his life is Chancey Wilson. The winner by way of split decision in our feature fight of the evening. Chancey Wilson defeats Tyler Randall.
Next week, Eddie Alvarez makes his bare knuckle fighting debut against Chad Mendez, live on pay-per-view.
I was in a lot of fights growing up. Everybody fought, everybody understood fighting. It was the culture I grew up in. I feel like a kid again. I'm getting into a new sport. It's going to be all gas, no breaks, 10 minutes of violence. I want what the fans want, man. I don't have my own wants and needs. I want what the people are watching want. You're only as good as the champions that you beat. And if you can't put great guys in front of you and beat great guys, then I don't care what your record is. I don't care if you're undefeated. I don't care if you never lost. I think it's about putting great men in front of you and taking care of them and getting it done on fight night. I have the power to get it done. Just one clean shot, that's all it's going to take.
BKFC 41, next Saturday, April 29th, live on pay-per-view. To order, go to bkfc.com.
Lions Not Sheep Apparel isn't just a clothing company. It's a movement of savages who fight like hell for their families, for their independence, and for their freedom. No day and no time has ever been more important than this day for us to rise and stand together as lions, not cower as sheep. Lions Not Sheep Apparel. Stand tall, fight hard, lead or be led.
Why pay over $100 a month for cable when it's half the cost for food?
In the co-main event, two hard-charging contenders look to make a statement in the stacked middleweight division when brutal Jake Bostwick toes the line with Isaac Honey Badger Doolittle. Then, in the main event, Dat Nguyen returns after 18 months to fight a warrior who steps out of the cage and into the squared circle, Daniel Straus. Live in Hollywood, Florida, these are your BKFC 38 main events, and they start right now.
Knuckle Fighting Championship is brought to you by Bugged Up Energy Drink. When the guitar strings are lit up, the laser lights travel over 20,000 feet in the sky. Well, they must have flashed the BKFC signal because the fights are at a fever pitch here in South Florida. The last time the Honey Badger Isaac Doolittle stepped in the squared circle, he came up short. But now with a chip on his shoulder and thunderous fist, he looks to derail brutal Jake Bostwick's rise through the ranks. And with a potential title matchup at 145 pounds, this main event is full of intrigue. Daniel Straus conquered the MMA world, winning 2 world titles. Dat Nguyen has shown he can get to the top of the mountain at BKFC, but it's been 16 long months. Can Dat be Dat make an epic comeback? And just like that, here we are with our main events of the evening here at Hard Rock, live at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood, Florida. It's been incredible. I mean, we've seen cut men get their second win. We've seen big knockouts. We've seen huge upsets. Just everything you get when you turn on BKFC each and every time. The most exciting combat sport on the planet Earth today. That being said, folks, we still got some good stuff to go. Your co-main event, your main event. I'm ready to dial it up. It's knuckle up and throw down time, so let's send it down to our all-star commentary team, Sean Wheelock and Chris Lytle. Take it away.
Thank you, Cyrus. Chris, our main event at 145 pounds. This is extremely intriguing. This is extremely interesting. Dat Nguyen versus Daniel Straus.
Absolutely. Dat Nguyen's been fantastic. Problem is we haven't seen him in a while, but we can see right here why we love what this guy does for us. This coming in against Albert Valdez just early in his career. Gets knocked down for the first time in his career. Does a great job. A lot of times you see what a guy's made up when they get off the canvas, and I think this is what we got here with Dat. Like I said, first time ever tasting the canvas in over 20 fights. But what did he do? He came out and he started throwing bombs. He got mad. He didn't get mad, he got even. He came out and just throwing bombs. Look at this, just landed, kept his composure, did what he had to do to land that devastating knockout. He shows that he has power, and he shows he has skill right there. Did a fantastic job. That's why he was able to come and get the title for us. Daniel Straus, on the other hand, this guy, look at these opponents he's had. Pat Graham, he just Pitbull, one of the best fighters we've seen out of Bellator. Keith Richardson put on a fantastic fight for us. He's fought the who's who in the mixed martial arts world. A great competitor, 2-time champ right there. That shows he understands how to win.
Our co-main event up next is at 175 pounds. Chris, this is truly a crossroads bout for both men. Jake Bostwick versus Isaac Doolittle.
Absolutely. Bostwick right there. Just getting better and better each time. I think this is his 5th fight for the promotion right here. And this fight right here, you can just see against Fisco, he's really understanding his power, his range, understands when he needs to explode in there, and when he gets in there, when he needs to clinch, when he needs to throw heavy, when he needs to pull back so he doesn't gas himself out. This last fight was the most complete he's looked, and there's a reason why he's right here in title contention. It's because he's getting better and better. He feels like this is his time. He needs to come out here and get this victory. Getting this victory will set him up for the title fight, and that's what he's been wanting. That's what he's been working for this whole time. Putting everything together, getting it, and that's what he's at. This is it. However, Doolittle, on the other hand, Doolittle was seconds away, moments away from getting his own title right here versus Richmond. Had him as hurt as we've seen Richmond hurt in the fight up to that time. Had him hurt very badly right there, but he learned something in this fight. He has to pace himself. He cannot go all out, because in this fight, when he didn't do that, he lost the next round. You cannot go out there and think, I got this, and unload the gas tank right there. And look right here, he got tired, but he said he's corrected those mistakes. He's learned. He's ready to do better this fight. He knows he was inches away, seconds away from getting that title fight, and that's what he wants to do right now. Come in here, get this victory up against Bostwick, and earn that title fight once again.
Here we go with our co-main event of the evening. The numbers presented by Crescent Tools in the middleweight division. Jake Bostwick versus Isaac Doolittle.
And this is a little strange right there, even though Isaac Doolittle does have a height advantage. He still has a reach disadvantage, but that's nothing new to him. He's used to that. He always has a reach disadvantage.
Isaac Doolittle, 3-1 in BKFC, 4-1 overall in the sport of bare knuckle. He's also had 4 pro MMA bouts. Doolittle, an extremely intelligent fighter. Witness that he has a bachelor's degree in biochemistry and molecular biophysics. Isaac Doolittle is very self-effacing, but beyond that, Chris, he has a very clear understanding of how to make his body and his style work for him.
Isaac Doolittle does a better job of making people fight his fight than anybody else in BKFC. He wants to focus on his defense this time, but be more patient and pick his shots a lot better. That's what he learned out of his last fight.
In our fighter meeting, Isaac Doolittle said he's been focusing on better movement and training, smarter defense, but as always, Doolittle said, I want to be in the clinch and be heavy in the clinch.
Wears his opponent down. He understands what he does and what he does well. That's it. Wear his opponent down, take him in the later rounds, and finish him off.
With the St. George's Cross, the flag of England, Jake Bostwick. This is Bostwick's 5th fight in BKFC. He came to bare knuckle after an outstanding pro MMA career that spanned 29 bouts, including 3 in Cage Warriors and 2 in ACA. Bostwick additionally has had 1 pro boxing match. In our fighter meeting, Jake Bostwick said, I put a big focus on defense and training. He said, my defense starts with my footwork, and then that will allow me to open up my skill set.
Well, Bostwick understands how good his opponent is at making him fight his fight. He said that can't be the case. He's fighting his own fight this time. He actually said he wants to bully his opponent in the clinch, but stay outside as much as possible, utilize that jab, make his opponent pressure him, and then counter.
Jake Bostwick was clear. He said, I cannot allow Isaac Doolittle to establish the clinch, constant in and out movement. Bostwick said, I think Doolittle will load up for entry. I have to keep throwing my jab.
The jab is going to be his most important punch. He wants to utilize that jab to make his opponent commit and then counter with heavy punches.
To get our co-main event of the evening started, we send it back to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now set for the co-main event. Scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the middleweight division. Presented to you by Lions Not Sheep Apparel. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. Tonight he wears black and gold. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall. His official weight, 175.8 pounds. His bare knuckle fighting record stands at 4 victories opposite a single defeat. Fighting out of Hope, Kansas, here is Isaac, the Honey Badger Doolittle. And across the ring, his opponent, fighting out the blue corner. Tonight he wears black and silver trimmed in green. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. His official weight, an even 175 pounds. His BKFC record stands at 2 victories opposite 2 defeats. Fighting out of Miami, Florida, by way of Kidbrook, Southeast England. Here is Burgos.
Isaac Doolittle said, I really respect Jake Bostwick. I have to make him move backwards. That will limit his explosiveness, and I will take away his explosiveness in the clinch. Round number 1. With Chris Lights Out Lytle, I'm Sean Wheelock. We're really pleased to be joined on commentary now by BJ Flores. 34 wins for BJ Flores in his outstanding pro boxing career. Former Cruiserweight World Title Challenger, one of my regular boxing commentary partners. BJ, welcome to BKFC.
Sean, Chris, thank you so much for having me, guys. I'm really excited about this bare knuckle fight and watching, one of my favorite bare knuckle fighters, Jake Bostwick. So he's in for a tough fight tonight.
Black and gold trunks with green for the Englishman, Jake Bostwick. Black and yellow trunks for the Kansan, Isaac Doolittle.
We talk about style matchups. This one's definitely a stylistically different fight. You know what each fighter wants to do. Doolittle wants to get inside and be heavy. Bostwick does not.
See the feints from Isaac Doolittle. There's the jab right back from Jake Bostwick. The roll under from Isaac Doolittle. 50 seconds remaining, round number 1. Absolutely no recklessness from either fighter. Both have very, very high ring IQs. Simultaneous jabs.
Doolittle usually, when he gets inside, he's able to grab that clinch. He's having some difficulty right now. Bostwick looking very good. Fast hands.
Short right hand on the turn from Jake Bostwick. Good left hand and the big right hand from Bostwick. Doolittle resetting on the outside.
Sean, Bostwick looks very composed in this first round, very calm, very experienced. You know, he's learned some things in the last couple fights, and he's shown that in this first round. He's not in a rush at all. He's got 5 rounds to work.
Final seconds, round number 1.
The last fight Bostwick had, he really looked like he's putting everything together. Understand this sport much better.
Good check left hook by Bostwick right there.
That ends round number 1.
And it's very rare that we're not seeing Doolittle able to get inside, get that clinch, move his opponent around. Had zero luck doing that in that round. If this is an outside fight, if this is a who's going to be able to jab more and land better punches, Doolittle's in trouble if he can't get inside and push his opponent around.
Full credit to Bostwick for that, Chris. He told me beforehand in the dressing room today, he's like, look, I'm not going to let him come in and invade my space. I'm going to keep him at distance. I'm going to make him fight my fight. That's exactly what he did in that first round.
BJ, I know you know Jake Bostwick very well. You brought him in to spar with the fighter that you trained, Jake Paul.
Yes, sir. We had 2 different matches with Tyron Woodley, so I looked for the most explosive, hard-punching guy with the best chin, and Jake Bostwick was the guy I found. He was a pleasure to have in camp. He gave us tremendous work, came in with his, with his lunchbox every single day, and he really, really worked hard and pushed us, and it was great to be around him. So it's fun to see him really developing right now.
When you can just see that and how much better he's gotten each fight with BKFC. He just continues to improve every time out there.
Round number 2.
Let's see if Doolittle can get inside, get this clinch going this round. Very rare we haven't seen him be able to do that. Even against Richmond, he was able to get it.
A little to the inside, big right hand and the left hand from Bostwick.
2 things, Chris. He's not coming forward with his feet, and also he's leery of the offense of Bostwick. He can't just come forward because Bostwick is really lighting him up whenever he comes close. So good angles with the right uppercut, the left hook, the right hand. Bostwick creating those angles with good shots. So credit to him.
That's where Bostwick is really excelling right now. Every time Doolittle gets close, he's getting hit with 3 punches. Hard to keep coming forward when you get hit with 3 punches.
And Bostwick patient with the weight on that back leg, full power on that back leg, ready to explode at any time. So Doolittle senses that.
That's where I felt even when he's going against taller opponents, Bostwick's got better. Ooh.
There's the step-in jab from Isaac Doolittle.
Pushing off that back foot to close that gap.
And that's necessary to get that extra space, get that extra 6 to 9 inches on that shot. Good shot by Bostwick.
Big right hand, left hand, huge swings, trying to counter on the counter, left hand, and down goes Jake Bostwick against the flow of this fight.
And what a change right there. Bostwick was just landing some good punches. Is he getting up?
Beating the 10 counters, Jake Bostwick.
Wow, that was totally different right there. I thought that Bostwick was getting the better of Doolittle. Doolittle landed a punch.
He was, but when he gets in those exchanges, Chris, it's a 50-50 fight. You don't want to trade with a guy like Doolittle. That's his only way to win. So Bostwick needs to stay on the outside and box him, and he got caught up. It happens to all of us. Right there.
Right hand on the inside, now into the clinch. Right hand on the exit from Bostwick.
Could not get greedy in this sport.
Step in, left hand, right hand, counter right Bostwick. Final seconds of a ferocious round number 2. There is the bell.
Wow. And
That was a crazy round.
That's an example of what happens when Jake Bostwick falls into the trap of Doolittle. You see him trading, landing good shots on the outside. Here comes the overhand right. Bostwick felt the effects of that shot, and Doolittle's right back in this fight.
Unbelievable. Look at these great shots being landed right there by Bostwick. But you cannot just stand right in front of your opponent ever in this sport. You got to throw 2 punches, get out to a side, land body shots, do whatever you have to do, readjust. You cannot stand in front of a guy because if they're tough, that overhand right or overhand left is coming every time.
When you get in that phone booth type of fight right there, Chris, anybody's fight. So Bostwick has to stick with what he did in the first round, keeping that space, that distance, being smart, making the bigger, stronger guy come to him and fall in.
When I'm talking to fighters, I'm trying to teach them, I'm saying, do not get greedy. You cannot stand in front of a guy and throw 5 punches. You can throw 3, but then you have to pick an angle, left, right, something, and then you continue to throw punches from there, not straight ahead. That's where you get hit. Wow, what a round that was.
Massive respect between these 2 fighters.
Over here.
Now, time called by referee Sam Burgos. There you see the chief medical officer for BKFC, Dr. Don Muzi, the immediate past president of the Association of Ringside Physicians.
We're good.
And Bostwick's got to get back to the fundamentals here, Chris. He's got to box, he's got to recover. He's still probably not 100% from that big overhand right that landed in round 2.
And you got to see if Doolittle wants to jump all over his opponent right now and start coming with big punches. If I'm in his corner, I'm telling him he's probably better right now because you don't want to let your opponent get back in the groove.
100%.
Now the start of round number 3. Looking for the entry on the jab, entry on the left hook, right hook from Isaac Doolittle. This is exactly where Doolittle wants to be, snatching the overhook. Face wash from Jake Bostwick. That draws the soft warning from Sam Burgos in the separation.
Got a finger in the eye right there in the clinch, Chris.
Yeah, that's what happens sometimes.
From that face wash,
like Doolittle says, I'm ready to keep going.
Doolittle didn't want the 5-minute timeout, just wanted a second. Good refereeing from Sam Burgos, right back to it.
You see the left eye of Bostwick closing very quickly from the effects of the right hand in that last round.
There was no ill intent there from Jake Bostwick. These are 2 very sporting, very fair fighters.
And I feel like Doolittle doing a good job right now trying to back his opponent up, making him fight off his back foot. I don't think he feels like Bostwick can hit hard if he's backing up.
Doolittle now to the jab. Looking to roll under. Resetting Bostwick. Again, talked about in and out movement to the Englishman Jake Bostwick in our fighter meeting. Left hand on the step-in jab from Doolittle. Doolittle definitely landing with power. Real swelling now in and around Jake Bostwick's left eye. 35 seconds remaining in our co-main round number 3.
And you see Bostwick continually trying to open that left eye wider and wider as he feels it closing on him. He feels that eye definitely come into effect here. So I could see him trying to open that eye up to make sure it's still open. Definitely affecting the way he fights.
Absolutely, just a little thing like that, it's all you can focus on that point. I can't see, I got to do something or he can hit me with that right hand again.
Good left hand by Bostwick, but Doolittle was stepping in.
Absolutely.
Closing seconds, round number 3. Jake Bostwick has most definitely pulled himself back in this fight after being dropped in round number 2 by the Doolittle right hand. Next up, round 4.
Just a little bit you can see right here. That hand doesn't even look like the eye, that finger really gets in the eye much, but
Bostwick really just trying to frame the inadvertent finger again. No ill intent from Jake Bostwick.
I don't think it was either, but it could have been a tactic as well to give himself an extra 20, 25 seconds after he took a big right hand. So I think Jake knew what he was doing there.
That's called smart fighting.
And guys, I think Doolittle showed a little improvement in that last round, moving his upper body well. I'm not sure who I gave the round to. Bostwick landed some good shots. Doolittle did as well, but Doolittle was a little more elusive with the upper body, and it made it difficult for Bostwick to be offensive.
If I'm in the Doolittle corner, I'm telling him you have to push this guy backwards. When you're pushing him backwards, he's not hitting you. If you let him get off first, it's a problem. He might land a good punch, he might land a good punch. That's a 50-50 fight.
You saw BKFC veteran Isaac Doolittle's girlfriend, Jessica Link, in his corner. Round number 4.
Of course, it's easy for me to say you need to push him backwards when I'm not getting hit.
A little tough one to get in there, huh, Chris?
I've learned that. It's a lot easier over here. That's why I'm here right now.
We see some decent upper body movement from Doolittle in the 4th round. Normally the 1st round, the 2nd round, the fighters will do that. Not in the 3rd and 4th so much, so good technique from Doolittle.
Rear right uppercut from Jake Bostwick. Our strike stats presented by Bucked Up Energy Drink.
Both guys with a good percentage right there. Doolittle landed a little bit more, but
stiff jab from Bostwick.
It's like some very even rounds right here. It's like Bostwick won the first one pretty handily.
Doolittle taking himself off balance in a rare moment, reaching on the jab, now into the clinch. Good exit, smart exit from Jake Bostwick. The left hook on the entry, counter left hand from Bostwick on the exit. Doolittle continually looking for the entry. 50 seconds remaining, round 4.
Gotta be honest, I've been impressed right now with Bostwick's ability to stay out of the clinch. Really hasn't been a factor in this fight.
Good right uppercut, left hook. You see him trying to set that up, Chris, whenever Doolittle comes in, kind of square, kind of straight up. Bostwick looking to land it. He hasn't found it. Good right hand by Bostwick.
Short right hand indeed from Jake Bostwick.
And when Bostwick lands these hard punches, Doolittle's just not really even reacting much. He's doing what a great chin.
Ran at chin, huh?
Get with the jab, 1-2.
And if I'm Bostwick, I'm really going to try to step on the gas here at the end of this round to really let the judges know, hey, this was my round. Don't forget that. A very close fight so far. One where Bostwick went down in round 2. Good shot.
On the right hand, final seconds, round number 4. Doolittle, smear of blood under his right eye. Feint on the jab. We move to the 5th and final round.
Doolittle seems a little slower than normal right now. It just seems like he's a little perplexed. I'm not sure if he's feeling the effects from one of those shots right there.
I mean, he could be, Chris, and then we're also going into round 5 in a very intense, high-volume fight. A fight where he's taking some good punches, and maybe it doesn't show as much because he's got a tremendous chin, but he's taking some good, hard shots from Bostwick, and, it's starting to show in round 5 here.
Absolutely.
He's fucking done, bro. You missed him by
Bostwick seems a little to be the more fresh fighter at this point, in my opinion.
And you hear the corner of Bostwick telling him, look, he's done. You still got to be careful not to rush out at Doolittle and get crazy. Like you said earlier, don't be greedy. I come out on the first round, on this round, if I'm Bostwick, trying to land some numbers, set him up and land some big shots, but I'm not getting greedy.
In a very close fight, go back to round number 2. Doolittle knocking down Jake Bostwick with the right hand, presumably, and again, we say presumably always, a 10-8 round for Isaac Doolittle.
Could be 2-2 right now, Sean. This round could determine the fight.
I think that's an excellent point. I think that's a very, very fair assessment, BJ. Both fighters certainly have to fight as such that this 5th and final round is must win. Get massively pivotal for the respective bare knuckle careers of Jake Bostwick and Isaac Doolittle.
Good right uppercut, left hook by Bostwick in that tight clinch a second ago.
Right hand, left hand misses from Bostwick.
Bostwick doesn't have to worry about saving anything. This is the last round. He can throw all out this time.
Jab to the body from Jake Bostwick. Doolittle, you see the forward hunting, stalking pressure left hand from Isaac Doolittle. 80 seconds remaining in our co-main. 1-2 duck under overhand right from Doolittle, then the counter right hook from Bostwick. Into the clinch, heavy in the clinch goes Isaac Doolittle. Lefts to the body from Doolittle. Those are thudding shots. Clever turn from Bostwick. Heavy on the underhook, under over, there's the separation from Sam Burgos.
When they're in there tight, those overhand rights, those you don't even see, those are the ones that are landing good for Doolittle right now.
Good right hand, right hook from Bostwick.
Very good.
Overhand right from Doolittle misses the mark.
Both these fighters putting it all on the line, Sean, and it's fun to watch, in round 4 here. A very nip and tuck type of fight. Both guys are really leaving it all out here tonight.
Right hand from Doolittle. Left hand, counter right hand.
And you would think with all the experience that Bostwick has in the professional fights, in the MMA fights, things like that, this is where he can really start to pull away, but Doolittle's doing a hell of a job.
Flurry on the inside, big jab on the right hand. Bostwick stepped over southpaw, landed the right jab. Back to orthodox. Clever sequence for Bostwick to land. Now clever sequence entering for Doolittle, then the right hand from Bostwick.
Doolittle's got his chin, man.
He really
just
does.
gets hit. This doesn't seem to face him at all.
Overhand right into the clinch. Underhook from Isaac Doolittle. Final seconds of our main event. There is the bell. That is the end of an outstanding fight.
Ooh, fantastic fight. I'd hate to be one of the judges on this one. You got a strong round 2 for Doolittle. I had Bostwick winning 3 rounds, but with that 10-8 round, I mean, I don't know how this goes. Yeah, 100%. Bostwick really bit down in that 5th round, though, Chris. He boxed smart. He stayed on the outside. And he didn't exchange too much with the stronger Doolittle. And, man, that was a fantastic fight. Welcome to the BKFC.
Both guys did a lot of positive things out there. Doolittle when he needed to. These blind overhand rights, overhand lefts. Bostwick just controlled the pace a lot of the time. But man, you cannot let up for 1 second in this sport. It just takes one punch to change the whole complexion of the fight.
And Isaac knows what he does well, and he waited for those opportunities to get Jake exchanging, and he timed him with some nice overhand rights. You got to give him credit. He came in with a very good game plan tonight because Bostwick has far more experience.
Bostwick could win 3 rounds to 2, but with the 10-8 in round number 2 for Isaac Doolittle, that would make it 47-47.
Definitely seems like a possibility.
100%. Fantastic fight. You know, this is one of the most competitive fights I've seen all night, and you know, a lot of talent and a lot of power. Great chins by both guys, and you know, this is what you'd like to see.
There is the possibility under this BKFC rule set of a 6th and final round and overtime round. We've had it just twice previously in BKFC history.
Definitely possible with the knockdown.
And if I'm in the corner of Bostwick right now, and I know there's a potential of that, I'm icing that eye. I'm getting in-swell in that eye. I'm trying to get that down because they're not touching it right now, and it looks pretty bad.
Yeah, you think, I don't even know if they understand that there might be another round. Right. You think the referee is coming to tell them, looks like he's saying there is no other round.
Okay.
So we thought the 6th round was on the table. We shall see. That's assuming there's a draw, and that's an assumption we do not know. Again, no open real-time scoring. BJ, in Kansas we have it. We don't have it in Florida.
Not in Kansas anymore, Sean.
You've been waiting for that one all night.
Spoken like a true Missourian. Well done. We go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the decision, let's have a round of applause for these 2 middleweight warriors. After completing the scheduled 5 rounds, here are the score totals from our judges at ringside. Judge Rodriguez, 48-46 in favor of Bostwick. Judges Toledo and Rupert, 47-47. Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is ruled a majority draw.
Guys. I love it. 2 warriors, man. You guys are killers. Listen, there's a lot of people that wanted to see a definite winner, but what you guys did out there is you showed total violence out there. Both warriors. How about this? Hard Rock, can we make some noise for both fighters tonight? Isaac, let me get you first, man. Just talk about this fight, talk about this experience. You guys went to war tonight. You ended up getting that knockdown, which evened things up. Just talk about the fight.
Well, first off, I want to say thank you to my coach, Marcus Barrett, the Potato. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here due to business. That man taught me everything I know. As for this guy, he hits like a Mack truck. He earned his nickname, Brutal Bostwick. That man is a monster, and he's got my respect.
All right, Jake, come on over. Man, that was a special performance out there. A lot of people happy with what you did out here, man. Talk about what you just shared here with Isaac Doolittle. That was a special moment inside this squared circle.
Yeah, no, I see this was an absolute blessing. At the end of the day, it takes 2 to tango. Obviously, he come with a tough fight, game was fucked, and obviously, you know, we had a great scrap, and I hope everyone was entertained by that. You know, I'm saying there wasn't a winner and a loser, but, you know, whatever's next is going to be next. But, yeah, Isaac's a tough dude, great performance, and, yeah, I'm happy I got some extra rounds in, so, yeah, bless.
Incredible work, guys. Come on, make some noise one more time for Isaac Doolittle and Jake Bostwick, folks.
Guys, I have no problem with the decision. I had it 3-2. Bostwick with the knockdown, even things up. I think the moral of the story is you don't want to meet either one of these guys behind in the back alleyway.
And guys, I love it when people get up off the canvas to win. Didn't get with the win, but he got a great draw. That was a fantastic fight. I'd watch that every time we put on a card.
So for the briefest of moments, we thought there would be the 6th round, the overtime round. Referee Sam Burgos actually came to our commentary position, looked at me, held up one finger, but the clarification, 5 rounds finishes this fight. 48-46 for Bostwick, then a pair of 47-47s from our 3 Florida judges. Outstanding from 2 of the best on the BKFC roster. Through 5 rounds in our co-main event of the evening, Jake Bostwick and Isaac Doolittle fight to a majority draw. Up next, it is our main event of the evening in the featherweight division. Dat Nguyen versus Daniel Straus. It's BKFC 38 live tonight from Hollywood, Florida at one of our home bases, Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. The biggest bare knuckle event of the year, with literally the most star-studded card we've ever seen in the company.
Mike Perry versus Luke Rockhold, Eddie Alvarez versus Chad Mendez. It's just going to be an incredible event.
I'm going to put you in a bad position and I'm going to fucking hit you like you've never been hit before.
This is my shit. This is my world. This is my game. Bare knuckle boxing. On to the next one. I'm ready to knock people out.
Mike should be scared of me. I hit harder than anybody's ever faced. I'm bigger than anybody's ever faced. I'm more skilled than anybody he's ever faced.
I think it's about putting great men in front of you and taking care of them and getting it done on fight night. It's going to be all gas, no breaks, 10 minutes of violence.
Eddie's got some big balls coming into this fight. This is a guy that I know that I can go out there and knock out. I think his time has come and gone. This is, time for me to step in there, show the world who I am.
It's time to knuckle up! Once again, BKFC delivers here at the Seminole Hard Rock Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship, brought to you by Fubo TV, Bucked Up Energy Drink, and Lions Not Sheep Apparel.
Main event time. Crescent Tools brings you our tale of the tape for this bout in the featherweight division. Dat Nguyen versus Daniel Straus.
And you can see here Straus 2 inches taller, but reach the same, fits the same, everything very similar in these guys. It's not about the tail of the tape here. Who's going to come out, implement their game plans, probably going to win this fight.
Daniel Straus Straus set to make his bare knuckle fighting championship debut. Straus outstanding in his pro MMA career. 26 wins and 36 pro mixed martial arts bouts. Daniel Straus fighting 18 times total in Bellator, where he twice won the 145-pound championship. In our fighter meeting, Daniel Straus said, just like in MMA, in bare knuckle, I want to use my grinding style. Heavy pressure, be rough, be rugged, be relentless. And Chris, he also said, continually be first in every exchange.
Pressure was a big thing. Utilize that pressure, grind, be a dog out there. Push his opponent around, wear him down. He knows that is more of a boxer. He wants to get in there and be a fighter.
Straus said he expects his opponent in our main event, Dat Nguyen, to keep coming forward. Straus said, I have to be aware of Nguyen's overhands and hooks. I feel that Nguyen will try to avoid my clinch. Straus said, I believe that I can dominate Dat Nguyen in my clinch.
He feels like Dat Nguyen does the same thing every time. Try to come forward with pressure. He feels like his heavy pressure he's going to put on him is going to make that change the way he fights.
Born in Vietnam, raised in Hawaii, now based in very nearby Vero Beach, Florida, Dat Nguyen. This is bout number 5 in BKFC for Nguyen. He is the former Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship Bantamweight World titleist. Nguyen coming to bare knuckle from an outstanding pro boxing career in which he compiled a record of 20 victories against 3 defeats. Nguyen told us in our fighter meeting he wants to showcase movement, and he said, you know that I always pride myself on unconventional punching angles. I'm going to go up and down the body continually of Daniel Straus with my jab.
He feels like this is a fight that's all about range. He wants to control where this fight happens. He wants to get in the pocket. Doesn't want to stay inside, doesn't want to stay outside. Get in the pocket, get in his face, land heavy punches.
Nguyen, with 4 previous bare knuckle bouts to none for Daniel Straus, told us he feels that gives him a big advantage. He said there's a learning curve to this sport. It's going to take Straus some time to figure it out. I'm going to find my range with my right hand. I'm going to continually throw, continually pressure.
Feels like he has another distinct advantage. He can brawl or box just based on what he has to. Doesn't feel like his opponent has both those skills. He can do whatever it takes to win this fight. His opponent has one way.
As Nguyen told us, he wants to put on pressure. He said, I can't be reckless, I can't rush. There is massive respect flowing in both directions between Dat Nguyen and Daniel Straus. 2 former champions, Nguyen here in BKFC, Daniel Straus in Bellator. We go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now set for the main event. Scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Presented to you by Bostwick Energy Drink. Sanctioned by the Florida State Boxing Commission. Executive Director Patrick Cunningham. The 3 judges scoring our main event: Mark Streisand, John Rupert, Lorenzo Toledo. And the 3rd man inside the squared circle, our referee in charge of the action at the bell, Andrew Glenn. And now, with our bare knuckle fans watching live worldwide on the BKFC app from Hard Rock Live, fight fans of Hollywood, it's time to knuckle Introducing first, fighting on the blue corner, tonight he wears red and black. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall. His official weight, 145.7 pounds. He is a true MMA veteran of 36 fights. And tonight, makes his BKFC debut. He is a two-time MMA featherweight world champion, fighting out of Boca Raton, Florida. Here is Daniel Straus. Repulsing his opponent, fighting out the blue corner. Tonight he wears white and gold. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall. His official weight, an even 145 pounds. His BKFC record stands at 3 victories opposite a single defeat. He is the former BKFC World Bantamweight Champion, fighting out of Vero Beach, Florida, by way of Maui, Hawaii, and Vietnam. After a 16-month absence, he has returned to BKFC. Here is Dat
Dat Nguyen said he feels that Daniel Straus will try to stay behind his punches and then close the distance quickly. Nguyen said, I have to establish my boxing, but I am ready for a rough and rugged fight. Round number 1. White and gold trunks for Dat Nguyen, red and black trunks for Daniel Straus.
And I like the uppercut already by Straus. He knows what Dat does, ducks that head down. If he can take that away from him, it's going to really change the way Dat fights.
Right to the body, circle out from Straus. There's the left hand, and that drops Dat Nguyen, but he's right back up. Not ruled a knockdown by referee Andrew Glenn.
Not sure how that happens, but it just did.
And you see the southpaw stance of Straus. He's lining Dat Nguyen up for that left uppercut perfectly. Landed the left hand. I thought it was a knockdown. Referee didn't see it, but good shot by Straus. He got the memo on Dat Nguyen, and he's shooting some nice, well-placed shots.
Like I said, that left uppercut, perfect.
Great shot against an orthodox fighter when you're a southpaw.
Into the clinch, right hands from Dat Nguyen. Half-tie plum held by Daniel Straus. Now the separation. Straus coming forward. Right hand on the counter from Dat Nguyen.
That's some great body work being done by Dat Nguyen right now, though. Great body work.
Big shots, now the overhand rights. More body shots to push off the separation from Daniel Straus. 45 seconds remaining, round number 1.
Straus got to be careful in those clinches. You can't just sit there and take those shots. This is bare knuckle.
These body shots are devastating right there.
Straus firing back, staying long and straight. But Straus taking a barrage of hard body shots from Dat Nguyen. Again, Nguyen, now right uppercuts to the body. Overhook held by Daniel Straus. It's an active clinch. Great refereeing from Andrew Glenn. Now almost a wizard position in the separation from Andrew Glenn.
As soon as Dat grabbed the wrist, he stopped it perfect.
On the right hand, rear left uppercut from Straus. That was slick. Overhand right, Carroll left hook. Both fighters throwing, both fighters landing here in round number 1.
And that's where Dat's devastating right there with those overhands. He's lulling him to sleep with those body punches. Wow.
That is the end of round 1.
Even though I think Straus landed the harder punch right there, actually knocked his opponent down, they didn't count it, but Dat did a lot of damage with those body shots in there.
He showed a lot of experience, Chris. He took his guy who doesn't have any bare knuckle experience. He took him back there, and you see Dat Nguyen doing a lot of good work on the inside, right to the body, chopping back with the left, coming from a lot of different angles that make it very difficult for Daniel Straus to defend. He was very effective against those ropes, Chris, and you said it best. He did more damage.
I mean, man, and here's that straight left, that spin around, a breakdancing move right there, I think.
And that was not ruled a knockdown by referee Andrew Glenn.
Which is weird. I mean, maybe he felt like it was him throwing the punch that knocked him off balance. Maybe he didn't see the punch. I'm not sure.
We gotta go. Let's go.
Both fighters up to scratch.
That was an entertaining round, though.
Sure was. I think you're going to see a lot more pressure from Dat Nguyen in the second round.
Well, he doesn't want to. He wants to get in the pocket and stay there. Getting in there is dangerous.
BJ on cue, immediate forward pressure off of scratch to start round number 2 for Dat Nguyen. Now into the clinch.
And he's got to be careful he doesn't get timed with that left uppercut or that left hand. But once he gets in there close, he can do some damage. We saw it in the back half of that first round. He was very effective when he had Daniel Straus against the ropes.
Right hook to the body, overhand right from Dat Nguyen.
That's what I said. He doesn't want to get into the pocket. Dangerous, but staying in there is what he wants to do.
More body work from Dat Nguyen. Counter left hook.
Those little uppercuts are dangerous, but they're not as bad as when he's trying to get in. This is a dangerous spot for Dat right now, trying to get into the pocket.
And Straus staying pretty composed for a guy who doesn't have any bare knuckle fights. I'm surprised.
Absolutely.
A lot of pressure Dat Nguyen's putting on him.
But I like what Dat's going to the body so much. That's going to slow Daniel down just enough to make it where those punches might not be quite as effective.
Swelling under the right eye of Dat Nguyen. Nguyen still coming forward. That's a clever flick jab from Daniel Straus.
And you look at
on the turn.
You look at the foot placement of Dat Nguyen. He's constantly trying to move his left foot outside of the right foot of Daniel Straus, so he can land that right hand on the body right there. Good foot position, which makes offense much more effective.
What it's all about with a southpaw versus right-handed guy. Whoever get outside has got a straight shot.
There's a shovel left rear uppercut from Straus. That landed flush.
There's more body shots, and one of them might have been a little low right there.
Low and time called by Andrew Glenn. Straus will now have up to 5 minutes to recover.
Hard to tell from our angle. Looks like a lot of them could be low, but they must not have been. But that one obviously was. That's part of the risk you take when you're landing a lot of body shots. So. Oh, yeah, that looked pretty low right there.
Just be careful. Keep them up, okay?
And I think we can tell who the crowd is for.
You sure? Good time, man. You good? All right, here we go. Here we go. Time in. Now come on.
Time in. There's the sporting touch of hands. Right back to it. Closing stages round number 2.
Watch your head.
And now Nguyen telling referee Andrew Glenn he took the headbutt from Daniel Straus. Glenn saying the fight on.
You know, that's going to happen when you're coming forward the way that is. You're going to bump heads sometimes.
Especially when you got that orthodox southpaw matchup. They bump heads a lot. Good body work from Dat at the end of this round, but he's got to be careful for that left uppercut. Straus lined him up with that a couple times, Chris.
Absolutely. And that's why I think it's such a good job to work that body that's slowing Straus down just enough where hard to get off that clean shot.
That is the end of round 2, and you see the cut under Nguyen's left eye.
Don't worry about it. I mean, these guys are going to work. These guys are both landing a lot of shots.
Take a peek at the replay and see if that cut was actually caused by a punch or a clash of heads. He saw Dat Nguyen complain to the referee right after that happened. I didn't see blood before that, but maybe it was there.
And once again, we talked about when you guys have people coming forward like that, southpaw versus orthodox right hand, a lot of times you're going to clash, especially when you're stepping inside, outside the foot. Just depends. Whoever can get that angle is going to have that straight shot, but if not, you're going to bump heads. I mean, I do really like the body work that way is doing. I like to see Straus really focused on trying to land that uppercut as Dat tries to close the gap. He cannot let him close the gap so easy. He's got to make him pay for getting into the pocket.
Punish him when he gets in there, Chris.
Round number 3.
Good left hand.
Left hand on the inside. Straus continues to land it cleverly with that rear left hand. Throwing the uppercut. Throwing the hooks just like that on cue left hook from Daniel Straus.
Straus having a very good start to the beginning of this third round. He came out boxing, landed a nice left hand, circling off to his left side and making it difficult for Dat to land that left hook.
But I like how Dat's always keeping his back in the center right there, trying to make sure he decides when and where the fight happens.
Straus feigning with the lead right hook from the southpaw stance. And trying to explode in. Overhand left, good body work now from Straus. And coming forward again, 70 seconds remaining round 3, and great body work from Dat Nguyen.
Both guys got to be careful in here.
You see, look at that.
Again, a low blow with the right hand. And time called once more by Andrew Glenn, and you see on the canvas is Daniel Straus.
And was that a hard warning right there, Sean? Did he give him it?
Nothing yet from Andrew Glenn. We'll see what happens. 5 minutes on the clock.
All right, listen, that's the last one.
Now this is a hard warning, Chris, which means the next time it's going to be a point deduction.
And that's fair. Let's see right here. Yeah. That's the risk you take when you're trying to throw a lot of body shots.
That one wasn't as bad as the first one, Chris. You know, the first one hit him like right in the
We are
gut.
going to get a 1-point deduction.
Wow. Not even the hard warning is going right for the point. All right.
Andrew Glenn is going to look back at the fact that Dat Nguyen landed the low blow in the previous round, did it again. Referees, and I say this as a low-level Midwest Circuit former pro boxing referee, when you have high-level fighters, you're not just looking at the action as whether it was intentional or not. There's the expectation you have to control your punches.
So let's see if that deters Dat from wanting to throw body punches. It does not look like it is.
Straus hit him with some good shots when Dat had that high guard a second ago.
Time in round number 3. But right now, this is either a 10-8 round for Straus or a 9-9 round.
So far, I see Straus landing some good shots in this third round, Chris. And Sean, sorry. Good combinations. He's catching Dat in that high guard, and he's just really touching him nice with those uppercuts and those left hooks.
Straus got to be careful there, just ducking right there.
The push off from Daniel Straus, Dat Nguyen, bringing that to the attention of Andrew Glenn, who gave the soft warning to Straus that time. Don't push off.
Good round for Straus.
To the body again goes Dat Nguyen. The left was possibly low. We fight on. Final seconds, round number 3. There is the bell.
Boy, these guys are going at it.
And again, think about the 1-point deduction. If the 3 Florida judges felt that Straus won that round, it goes from 10-9 to a 10-8. If they felt that Nguyen won that round, it goes from a 10-9 to a 9-9.
Very possible, Sean. I feel like, you know, on my scorecard, I gave that round to Straus. He was effective. He landed harder shots. Dat was coming forward, but he wasn't as effective, and Straus kind of found his rhythm there to me.
So if you felt like Dat won the first 2 rounds, we could have an even fight right there.
100%.
And you got to wonder if that's not going to make Dat decide, I got to be careful with these body punches. And if he tries to take away that weapon from him, if he just goes all upstairs and trying to throw the head hunting, that could totally change the way this fight goes.
100%. Changes the way Dat attacks. It changes the way Straus will counter and makes Dat more of a target if he's only head hunting.
From the looks of that, though, Dat looks to me like he kept throwing to the body there. Got to be careful, though. You can't get a 2-point deduction.
Right.
Round number 4. Fast start off of scratch from Daniel Straus, flurrying to that of Dat Nguyen. Nguyen firing back. Step in left hook, now in the clinch.
Step back. Don't wrestle, gentlemen. Don't wrestle. Inside
Saw some of that hallmark grinding pressure on the inside from Daniel Straus from his MMA career.
And you see Straus, the physically bigger guy, the stronger guy in the clinches, but Dat's the busier guy. So Straus is kind of taking advantage of that in spots in the 3rd round and again in the beginning of this 4th round.
Nguyen again targeting the body of Daniel Straus. Level change from Straus. And off the jab, right hand, left hook. Big left hook on the inside from Dat Nguyen.
I mean, look at all these punches thrown by these guys.
Wow. Our strike stats are presented by Bucked Up Energy Drink. Straus resetting.
And we might start to see some of the air come out of the tires of Straus in this round 4 here. Dat Nguyen has put a lot of good body work, and you see Straus kind of changing how he's moving around the ring a little bit.
And his legs look like they're all the way there right now. And that's that early 1st round, 2nd round body work that Dat Nguyen was doing. That's why you do the body work right there.
Money in the bank. And Dat's really got to step on the gas in round 4 and 5, especially if the last round's a 10-8. Good right hand.
Straus looking the counter with his back against the ropes, now into the clinch. Separation again from Glenn. 35 seconds remaining, round number 4. We're in the featherweight division, our main event of the evening.
And this fight is so tiring and grueling. This is where the heart just comes in, because both guys are tired right now.
Left hook from Straus, but on the elbow of Nguyen.
You also see the left eye of Dat Nguyen almost completely closed there. He's got to be careful not to get hit with those lead shots coming in.
Nguyen again to the body, then to the head with the left hook.
Good left hook.
Went forward again. The right hand just before the bell as we move to the 5th and final round.
And man, I really wish we knew the score of this fight, man. This is such a close competitive fight right here. And I wish the fighters knew what it was so they could know what they need to do here. If someone needs to go for a knockout or what.
You'll see some of the damage that Dat Nguyen's taken so far through 4 rounds in this fight. Left eye is almost completely closed. A lot of gashes on his face. The face of Straus doesn't look too bad to me, Chris. I don't know if you saw it yet, but he doesn't look like he's taking too much damage, although Dat Nguyen has shot an incredible amount of punches. What an incredible fight so far, and this 5th round could determine the winner.
100%. And you can't see the wear and tear on the face, but that body has taken a lot of damage.
There is clearly a learning curve even for A-list combat sports athletes such as Daniel Straus, the former 2-time Bellator featherweight champion. But Daniel Straus, through 4 rounds, has had an outstanding BKFC debut against truly one of the best fighters in the world of bare knuckle. The BKFC former 135-pound champion Dat Nguyen. To the 5th and final round we go, an extremely even fight.
Watch your feet, watch your feet, watch up on the feet.
Going forward, wide hook from Straus with the right hand. See that huge swelling in the Nguyen left eye. Well, the jab just misses with the overhand right. Through the clinch, countering off the ropes again is Daniel Straus.
Good body shots by Dat right there. A combination I would like to see Dat use a little more is the lead left hook right hand. Get Straus to reach out with that right hand a little bit, trying to block that left hook, and then counter hit him with the right hand quickly. I haven't seen that yet.
Straus keeps looking like his legs are right there sometimes.
The hook right hand is right there for Dat Nguyen to land. He hasn't done it. Also the right hand lead. It's round 5. It's time to let those combinations go.
On this step in and the right hand. Nice. Big right hand again. Huge shots now from Dat Nguyen. On the turn from Straus, that was really smart defensively from Daniel Straus.
Right as Dat was really starting to land some good punches. Good job by tiring him out just a little bit. That is so exhausting.
Nguyen with the half-tie plunge. More shots to the body from Dat Nguyen.
Dat's got to be careful. They're getting awful close to being low shots.
And you see Dat in that clinch right there a second ago. He had his head off to the left-hand side of Daniel Straus. That head position really determines if he's in, if he has the opportunity to land those shots. Him getting his head off the left side gets him offline for that left uppercut of Straus.
Went forward again. On the right hand, overhook held by Straus. When continuing the throw to the body with the left hand. Short rides to the head from Daniel Straus. Final seconds of our main event.
Last chance to land a big shot here.
Big swings from Dat Nguyen in the pocket. Straus looking for distance. The right hand from Nguyen. That is the end of the fight.
What a fight that was.
Competitive fight, guys. Both fighters shot a ton of punches. Very entertaining, and you know, Straus did a lot better than I thought he would do. A guy coming in with no bare knuckle experience, no real boxing background. He fought very composed, and I'm very impressed.
Couldn't agree more. Looked very good out there, landing a lot of good shots, and that's a tough guy to have your first fight against.
He really is. The pressure crack, you know, pressure breaks pipes, and Dat brought a lot of pressure, and Straus sat in there and stayed pretty composed. And I don't know who's going to win this fight, but either way, I walk away being impressed with that.
BJ, what you will see in BKFC with David Feldman, there's no such thing as A-side versus B-side in bare knuckle fighting championships. It's always A-side versus A-side. No soft landings. You think about it, Daniel Straus in his bare knuckle debut is a former 2-time Bellator 145-pound world champion, and he draws Dat Nguyen. Dat Nguyen, the former 135-pound world champion, his first fight at 145, he draws Daniel Straus.
I mean, you saw the size advantage. Obviously, Straus is bigger and stronger on the inside, but Nguyen's got all the experience, and it was a very even fight. I mean, I don't know who the matchmaker is, but he's doing a fantastic job.
That is Nate Shook, and
Bostwick
we will call him out.
Doolittle.
Outstanding.
And then this, fantastic.
One more round, coach.
Outstanding from both fighters.
Wow. Are they doing another round?
Well, in the co-main, referee Sam Burgos told us we would have one more round, and then that was quickly rescinded. We're not sure by whom.
Wow.
But now we will have the overtime round. So just the third in BKFC history.
Wow.
This next round, this is a winner-take-all round, the overtime round. And round number 6 underway. Dat Nguyen versus Daniel Straus.
Jeez, these guys have really put it all out there already.
Driving forward pressure with the right shoulder from Straus.
Step back.
And it was at one point deduction that made the difference.
100%.
So we didn't get the judges' scorecards, but it's clearly a draw.
Step back, step back.
Be it a unanimous draw, majority draw, split draw, doesn't matter. A draw equals the 6th and final round.
And you saw when the referee said 6th round, both guys ran right to the middle. Neither guy was even too worried about it. These guys are both willing to lay it on the line right here to find out who the winner is.
Nguyen putting his head into the chest of Daniel Straus. Side headlock position. That is illegal in BKFC.
Well, it's frowned upon at least, Sean.
The left hand, right hand. Tie plumb snatched now by Daniel Straus. Overhook.
I feel like it's really hard to win a fight with your back against ropes unless you clearly dominate with the exchanges.
Right hook entry from Dat Nguyen.
Work out of there, gentlemen.
In MMA, this is exactly where Daniel Straus excelled against the cage fence.
Step back clean.
The underhooks, the overhooks, so skillful and tight.
Dat's got to be careful not to wrestle too much with Straus in there. He's going to waste energy, and also he's going to not be able to land his offense. Straus is obviously the bigger guy in there.
Yeah, Dat needs to just unload punches right there. Stay in the pocket and punch. He does not need to. There's what he needs to do right there. Just land punches. He cannot tie up his opponent right now.
Wow.
Big body work. There's the rear right uppercut from Dat Nguyen to the body. Those are ferocious body shots from Dat Nguyen.
If anything's winning him this fight, it's this little exchange right in here. He can't tie up anymore. He should have stayed, just kept throwing punches.
Separation from Andrew Glenn. He went forward with the left hook. Big sequence again. Straus trying to throw with his back against the ropes. Relentless to the body goes Dat Nguyen. And now that is the end of the fight.
I think it was that little exchange right here, about the last 30 seconds right there, that Dat did a great job of pushing Straus against the ropes and just landed a great combination. That should be the difference in my opinion.
And again, this is a winner-take-all round. The 3 Florida judges now will score this 6th round, and who wins this 6th round wins this fight.
Referee said round 6. Dat Nguyen went back to his corner, bit down on his mouthpiece, and I feel like he did what he had to do in that 6th round to get this decision. He was very effective, like you said, Chris. Pushed his man against the ropes, continually worked, pulled his hands back, and he was the busier, more effective guy in round 6 on my card.
And this is right here where I feel like Dat did his best job, because it was a very close fight. I mean, Straus fought a great fight right there, even in that great round. But I mean, right in here, look at that body work being done. I mean, Straus is trying to fight, but his back's against the ropes right there. It's hard to be effective right there.
And if you look at the foot position, too, of Straus, Chris, against those ropes, he's very square. He's straight up. He can't shoot. Dat Nguyen's got one foot in front of the other, shoulders turned, and that's allowing him to create leverage in those short, in tight situations.
Yeah, you have to, when your back's against the ropes like that, I mean, you are square. It's hard to stay in good position.
Don't send another one.
That was a great fight, though. Wow, those guys, I'd like to see the punch total right there. There was a lot of punches thrown and landed.
Chris, ask and you shall receive. Our strike stats presented by
Wow,
Bob
I mean,
and
high percentage. Look at that. 353 attempts.
Wow.
Wow.
And that tells me Daniel Straus has got a tremendous, tremendous chin.
And body. I mean, he took a lot of body shots. Look at that. Of those 350, 185 were head, but that leaves 100 plus fights to the body. 172 body shots. Wow. That's hard to be 88% accuracy when you're throwing 172 punches.
It's an incredible work rate from Dat Nguyen. A lot of activity, a lot of, but a lot of ring presence, a lot of experience, and just Daniel Straus bit down. I got Dat Nguyen winning a close fight because of round 6. Let's see what happens.
We go to Jeff Houston.
Ladies and gentlemen, after completing the scheduled 5 rounds to a majority draw, and then the continuation to 1 overtime round, here are the score totals for our final overtime round. Judge Streisand scores about 57-56. Judge Toledo, 57-56. And Judge Rupert, 58-55. To the winner, by unanimous decision,
You make a comeback after 16 months. and you have to go into the overtime round for just the 3rd time ever in the history of the company against Daniel Straus. Dat, talk about this fight.
First of all, I want to thank God for this victory. He's the greatest. Gotta thank him. Also, before I can answer your questions, I want to thank all the fans here in attendance. Thank you so much for being here and supporting the fighter. Thank you so much. I know you guys made a lot of sacrifices to come here to be entertained. I want to thank you for that. I want to thank my opponent. He came to fight. He did more than what I expected. He's a warrior. And for me to be away for 16 months, I'm a little rusty. I'm not performing at my best, so I know that I'm only going to get better and improve. Also, I want to thank all my sponsors. Thank you for all the love. Without them, I can't be here. Answer your questions. He's a great fighter. And like I said, after 2 rounds, I knew it was going to be a tough fight. So, like I said, I had to pace myself and use my jab. I didn't do what I wanted to do today. I didn't listen to my corner much. I wanted the slugs in there. But like I said, I've been away for 16 months. I'm a little rusty, but I will be back, always better and better. You already see my shape. Now it's getting my timing and my rusty up.
I got to ask you one question. They're going to have a featherweight title fight up in Great Falls, Montana. Louis Lopez, Kai Stewart. Are you wanting the winner of this fight?
That's what I'm hoping for. So, like I said, they're always going to see a better fighter out of me. Like I said, my opponent came from the first fight. I don't know what to expect from him. He came to fight. So now that I know how he fights, it's going to be easier to figure him out. He knows everything about me, but I know nothing about him. So like I said, I had to figure out as the fight go on. He was better than what I expected.
Well done. Guys, one more time for Dat Nguyen. Go get some of those donuts, my friend.
Also, I want to give a shout out to Uncle Barry at home watching. Everybody in Vero Beach, thank you very much. Maui, Hawaii, and Vietnam. One more thing. Cảm ơn anh chị em Việt Nam đã ủng hộ cho em ở bữa nay. Thank you so much, my brother and sister. Cảm ơn anh em nhiều, rất nhiều.
Dat Nguyen, ladies and gentlemen.
So to go through the math again, you heard the total scorecards through 6 rounds from Jeff Houston, but all 3 Florida judges giving it 10-9 in the overtime round number 6 for Dat Nguyen. That again is a winner-take-all round, and that is a massive win for Dat Nguyen in his debut at 145 pounds.
Yeah, it is. I feel like the right guy won the fight, Sean. I mean, he had to bite down and go out there and really perform in that last round. That's exactly what he did. That's what champions do, and you got to give him credit. Daniel Straus fought a great fight, but it wasn't quite enough. I think he can go back to the drawing board and take a lot of positive things from this and do better on the next one.
Chris, I know that not everybody, especially UFC superstars, did watch Bellator, but I can tell you, having commentated a lot of that great run of Daniel Straus in Bellator, he's one of the best 145ers in or out of the UFC in MMA over the last 15 years. In defeat, that was still a phenomenal BKFC debut.
Well, especially for the debut you talked about, and that hadn't been here in 16 months. He really showed me a lot. He's ready to go. I think he is just going to keep getting better like he talked about. Little ring rust, didn't do exactly what his coaches told him to, his corner, but he came out there, like you said, bit down on the mouthpiece in the last round, got it done, did exactly what he had to do. He's ready for this title fight.
BJ, we want to welcome you again to BKFC, my brother.
Yes, guys.
Thank you.
We first commentated boxing together 20 years ago, Metro Sports Television. We find ourselves in BKFC. Just your overall thoughts. I know this is your first time with us in person of this great sport.
I mean, the fights were fantastic. I mean, I was sitting in the back really wondering who was going to win a couple of the last fights. Brutal Bostwick and Doolittle. I mean, what a tremendous war. Both guys showed tremendous chins. Both guys can punch. Both guys had good timing. And then the main event, 6th and final round, for only the 3rd time. Tremendous. I mean, you couldn't have drawn it up any better. And Dat Nguyen, very talented. A little rusty, like Chris said, but I think he's going to go back as well and see where he can improve. 135 and 145, there's a little difference. So I think he found that out tonight, and great win for Dat.
New favorite sport?
Outstanding, guys. BJ Flores, Chris Lights Out Lytle, Cyrus. That is our view from ringside. An outstanding night and a phenomenal main event.
Hey, that is what it is. What a finish to an incredible night here at Hard Rock Live, the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. Just when you thought you saw it all, you saw the fight of the night with Bostwick and Doolittle. They step it up and they go to an overtime round in our main event. Congratulations to Dat Nguyen, and who knows what is next for him, but an incredible night here. As we said, BKFC 38 most definitely delivering, and we're glad that you all joined us. Now, folks, obviously, Tomorrow, we're just going to run it all again. This time, we're going to be overseas. We're going to be in Leeds. That's right. Check us out tomorrow for BKFC 40 live from Leeds in the UK. Going to be a tremendous card. Then I don't have to tell you that it is only 8 days away. That's right. We will be in Denver, Colorado, the First Bank Center. The biggest BKFC card ever. Perry, Rockhold, Alvarez, Mendez, Rothwell, Faria, Rawlings. Absolutely insane. Please don't miss it. That'll be on pay-per-view. But we got more. And then we're going to be in Greenville, South Carolina. It's going to be Tyler Goodjohn and Tony Soto in that one. Going to be a tremendous showing as we return to South Carolina. Then back to Omaha, Nebraska, back to the Midwest on the 19th of May. Houston Alexander and Jeremy Smith on top of that one. And finally, just announced June 9th, we're headed back to Big Sky Country, Montana. Kai Stewart, Louis Lopez, the Featherweight Championship is on the line. Just a peek of what's coming, guys. You can always check us out on the app and check us out on the website for all of our upcoming dates to get tickets. All of that, it's all on your BKFC app. What an incredible night here from Hard Rock Live. For Sean Wheelock, for Chris Lytle, for BJ Flores, for Jeff Houston, for Brian Sosha. I'm Cyrus Fees, and we will see you tomorrow for BKFC 40 from Leeds.